Y'all ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We are live, Bug.
Oh, we are live. Yes, sir.
We're officially back at it.
That's crispy.
Officially back at it. This is Book Nice coming at you with the Articulated Comic Book Park podcast episode. I don't know. I know we in the hundreds. 105.
It's 104. It was mistitled for a little bit, but we're at 104 officially.
4. We officially back at it. Got the whole crew with
Ever
me.
104 podcast not found.
Jesus.
And Cheesy's here. Rick Dom, Colonel Crackers. What's going on, fellas?
Oh, the huge.
How's it going?
We
Feeling
live on a Friday evening.
good? Yes, sir.
We had to appeal
Afternoon on the
Game
West
of
Coast,
Thrones
I guess.
audience once more.
Yeah, it's a little different this week. Yeah.
Yeah, we took a week off last week so we could kind of take the gloves off this week when we want to discuss Endgame. But we do have a pretty extensive list of things to talk about, I guess. There's been quite a bit going on. So yeah, let's jump right into topics, I suppose.
Yeah, so this week's topics consist of SH Figure Arts, a lot of buzz happening in SH Figure Arts, Hasbro as well, Mafex, just one thing from Storm, and a couple of heavy hitters from third party. And of course, in the after show, we'll do pickups, and then we'll be talking spoilers for Endgame. I'm going to throw up a big spoiler picture, so in case you haven't seen it, you can, I don't know, log off or whatever. whatever. But
We're not talking any
fucking
Mezco.
movie.
what's up?
We're not talking any Mezco this week.
Yeah, we got Mezco stuff on the docket.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm badged in here.
yeah. It's not officially on it, but we'll talk it for sure. I just wasn't sure if anything new dropped for Mezco, but
New pre-orders, but yeah.
hell yeah,
And a couple things that are hitting.
couple of
yeah.
things, baby.
You know how it is.
All right,
Never
so
ends.
let's dive right into SH Figure Arts, I guess. So SH
Splash.
has a lot of stuff happening with SH Figure Arts. In the last 2 weeks, a couple of Dragon Ball stuff has happened. A lot of people were super excited for Spider-Man figures that went up for pre-order. So 3 new Spider-Man figures went up. Let's go ahead. Boom. I'll screen share with you guys so you can take a look.
Tease the
What's up, bud?
no, I was saying I think they teased the Far From Home Spider-Man first.
Yes, I want to say there was like some cell phone pictures of like a magazine
Basically.
scan or something. You know how it always goes. Like, I guess somebody at like the pressing, like the print shop where they print the magazines, just like took a picture of the magazine hot off the press, literally.
Yeah, it was a real shitty picture out at first.
For sure. And then we got like some better pictures. Then eventually we got the scans. So we got a Far From Home Spider-Man coming. We have an updated tech suit Spider-Man. And then
I think the only thing they updated on the tech suit Spider-Man is that it's a re-release, but I believe that they added that kill mode eye feature basically. But I think it's pretty much still the same figure. So it's just kind of a treat if you never picked them up. But honestly, I didn't even really particularly care for that one. The Mafex version was the better one as far as that suit goes. But
Is that the one they're calling the 1.5 version?
are they calling it that?
I think so.
could be. It would make sense for them to call it that. I don't see why not.
Okay.
And then to everybody's surprise, they're doing a PS4 Spider-Man figure, which is super tight. Did you beat that game, Bug, or no?
Did not play that game.
You didn't play it?
I was surprised if he even touched it, honestly.
Oh,
I
shit.
played it like one time, bro.
Damn, that's rough. Great game.
When they dropped the official Well, when they dropped the official images for this, I had posted on my Instagram and said, you know what, I've had PS4 for a few months and I copped the game when it first dropped, but I have played it only once. And everybody in the comments was like, yo, bro, you got to play. It's a great game, all that type of stuff. And then the very next morning, or like 3 in that morning, is when the pre-order went up. Oh, no, maybe it was 3 the next day in the morning or something like that. But very soon after they showed the official images, the actual pre-order went up in Japan, and that shit sold out mad fast.
Yeah. Japan, they love Spider-Man. There's no ifs.
Hey, that's Spider-Man to you, man.
That's true. No ifs, ands, or buts, honestly.
They love white Spider-Man.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that Spider-Verse first trailer cut was a little funny. Not gonna lie. Unfortunately,
They changed it. They changed it to the international now.
they did. Thank God. There was
You
there was
guys seen
definitely
Spider-Verse more than once?
yeah. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to? Yeah, I saw it like a bunch in theaters, and then a bunch on bootleg, and then a bunch on Blu-ray. Super
Nice.
great. Super great. But yeah, these look super tight, man. I like this Far From Home suit just keeps on looking better and better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's growing on me.
I love it. I love like black instead of blue for Spider-Man.
And he's black, y'all. And he's black, y'all.
So, what you guys' predictions with this suit? Because I mean, I guess we can't. Oh shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's interesting.
Wait, we'll talk about that later.
That's the first time I thought about that. For read between the lines, and everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe just takes a can of spray paint to it.
We'll right. We will revisit that when the time comes. All right, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But,
Right. I guess we should make a note for the comments because there might be some people trying to spoil it in the comments. So maybe try to like stay away from the live chat and just listen to us instead of watching.
I'm sure there's a good amount of people that laid low for this first week so they could go see it this weekend in peace, and just not have to worry about the angst of like getting a ticket, and it'll be a little easier to do so. So,
Yeah.
we trying to be
Respectful.
What's the word? Yeah, sure. We're trying to be respectful for those people, no doubt.
Let's go. So I guess it's all but confirmed that it's coming with another brick wall. Good Lord.
Basically.
Nice.
How many brick walls?
Same color.
I'm about to build a whole city block with how many brick walls I've been getting from SH
Pretty
Figure
much.
Arts.
Hey, would you say that Bandai's moving bricks?
Shit.
Oh boy.
Uh.
Get out.
Stupid.
But yeah, this suit is definitely growing on me, man. I like it, and I'm feeling the some of the poses here too.
Yeah,
I'm with you, Pancho. I think I like black and red Spider-Man better than blue and red, but that's just because bread life,
Of course.
Yeah.
Ow.
All right, so we've already seen.
I think my first Spider-Man classic Spider-Man was the first appearance black and red one, so maybe that's
shit. Well, there you go.
And remember that they did the when they did. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a little under the weather, but when they did the McFarlane Spider-Man, or what we all call it, McFarlane Spider-Man. Remember they did that variant in the black and red. That most
That was
people
the Hasbro
that
version of that, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
most people that weren't able to get the original, they ended up getting that black and red version.
For sure. Well, here's the Doc Ock suit right here. Spoilers for a 6-month-old game, I guess. But
You know what, man?
What?
Yeah,
What?
P.
What do I know? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that this sculpt looks amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. This is above and
Yeah,
beyond.
it's nice
This
it's
thing is-
actually sculpted, not just painted on.
Or
What
That's
a
re-
sculpt.
See, this is like my favorite promo image because I guarantee you everybody who's seen this loading screen has like fucked with their SH Figure Arts or their Marvel Legends trying to replicate this. Super smart for them to
So
include
these are
all
this
all
in
blue
this
blue
promo.
screen.
screens. That's cool.
It's very NBA-esque.
But yeah, this looks just great. And here we go, another fucking wall again. It's interesting.
Yes.
It's
There's
interesting
no
that
wall on this one though.
yeah, it's interesting that it looks like it's just his this peg is magnetic, and they're probably not going to do magnets in his feet, which I would imagine is probably smarter. Probably cuts costs.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah,
probably
definitely.
Yeah. Probably works slightly better as well.
Yeah, you could argue. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I'm
but
not mad at it.
That's very true. Very nice. You can tell they're probably reusing some what do you call it? Some eyes. Like these are most definitely the eyes from like the Spider-Man and stuff, or quite possibly the same mold or something. But it's really cool. I really enjoy it, and he's gonna come with like his little spider bot dudes, and then I don't know what it is with SH Figure Arts and making like the weirdest phones. Like SH Figure Arts and like Figma both make the most generic looking phones. It's so strange. But
all the generic phones out there.
They've got the most tech savvy guy in the Marvel universe with a fucking flip phone.
Yeah.
It's like an LG
Exactly.
My man has the Samsung Galaxy 6.
Oh my god. All right, so that's basically it for Spider-Man. The only thing I can think of off the top in terms of SH Figure Arts is Dragon Ball stuff. Unless they did more SH Figure Arts in the last week or so, but I think this is pretty much it, huh?
I mean, just looking at the two Spider-Mans from the movies side by side, I kind of like just the look overall of the one on the right more, just because it's not as overly textured. Now, originally I was like, man, that's kind of a shame that it doesn't have as much texture. It almost seems like they're cheaping out, but honestly, it looks better.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the black still has a little bit of texture, but it's not like, it doesn't look like a fucking basketball.
Yeah, the black looks like it's like almost cushioned. It's pretty interesting.
Right.
Nice, like
You got a cushion mealless Spidey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't know. Maybe it defines the lines a little bit more too, and just looks I don't know, looks more crisp.
That's it, crisp. That's crisp.
We like crisp around here.
Alrighty, so that's it for Spider-Man. There's two big pieces in news with Dragon Ball stuff in terms of SH Figure Arts. Blow through them real quick. The first one is like the big news, which a lot of people, I would hope so. A lot of people are pretty stoked for, and it's a I'm just gonna search for this. Jesus, why am I scrolling? So on the Jump calendar, like Shonen Jump's calendar for like figures coming out or whatever, we talked about this when we covered Zamasu. They listed King Piccolo in the mix for SH Figure Arts, and super sick. And
Hell yeah.
I just saw a custom of that this weekend.
Hell yeah. Perfect timing.
Right? That was the first thing I thought of when I was like, oh, that guy wasted so much time.
Yeah, poor guy. Well,
just waited.
Man, sideshows all over the place. Jesus Christ. They done pushed back my Black Panther like 3 times. Then I got an email earlier this week saying they pushed it back to June for the last payment. And now I just got an email just now saying that it's arriving early. Processing Monday, May 6th.
Wow.
So the moral of the story is just don't check your email. It'll just show up when they originally said so.
Yeah, my bad. But you said, what did they confirm? I thought
It's King Piccolo from Dragon Ball.
For SHF?
Yeah.
Scott Pickering?
What? Yeah, it's super. I'm super excited for it. I wonder what the scale is going to be like. I mean, he'd have to be huge. Like, what I'm kind of hoping for is like, so the last Dragon Ball figure they did was, well, it was Krillin, but before that it was Bulma, and she was not in proper scale with that Dragon Ball line. She was more in scale with Dragon Ball Z SH Figure Arts and Dragon Ball Super SH Figure Arts. I'm hoping that they just make King Piccolo like tall, but like taller than SH Figure Arts regular Piccolo. That way they can kind of fudge it with the Dragon Ball line, but they just reuse most of his mold for a regular Piccolo 2.0. And that would kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's what I think.
They haven't been shy about making bigger figures as of late. That's for sure. So
no, they sure have.
Well, get to that. Let's not spoil it for everybody.
And if you know anything, you know that Poncho loves killing birds with stones.
Of course.
And the big thing.
That's basically what it's all about. To me, honestly. So that's really great. Obviously, no official images or anything like that. It's slated for October. We'll probably see something at maybe a Comic-Con. That brings us up to our next thing. They officially announced, Tamashii Nations officially announced another Dragon Tour. But this time it's worldwide, baby. Woo! It's
Dragon Tour worldwide.
Yeah.
Each worldwide.
Yeah, so it's a couple of stops. I think the only two U.S. stops. They haven't said anything officially, but I would imagine it's, San Diego and New York to line up with both Comic-Cons, and then they'll do some other shit. They'll probably they'll probably do Mexico and then Japan and then some other places like that. But what's probably going to end up happening is they'll release more information for upcoming figures. This Piccolo included at one of the stops, just like they did last year, where they just every stop was like a new reveal, which is great marketing. So it's pretty cool. Super stoked. And then the last bit of news as well is, which was foreshadowed earlier by my castmates, is this big ass Shenron. Good lord, this dude is humongous.
Dramatic scale indeed.
Dramatic scale. This dude is humongous. He looks like about probably twice the size of the regular one that came out. Not only is it more in scale with the figures, it's the paint is a lot better. And
yes, I could see that.
And they specifically mentioned the paint in this little blurb right here. So to me that says this might be like a perfect color situation, similar to how they did with the Vegeta and the Trunks, so they can get around like their whole like web exclusive clause, or it's like a little loophole for that. Like they just re-released the figure but with better paint, or in this case, hopefully a new size. Of course, this is not confirmed. It just showed up at like at some event they were doing, and as much as I really really want this, I don't want to hold on to it and get my hopes up just because.
Yeah, because I mean, look how much shit they've teased over the past however many years that we still waiting to see. Exactly,
they show so much at these events that never come to fruition. It's probably, I mean, like, if I worked over there and like there was just a bunch of if me and like a bunch of my sculpting coworkers were just making sick customs, like why wouldn't they take it to a trade show and then just gauge interest off of that? So it makes sense. So
yeah, I mean Hasbro does that.
Exactly.
Would you call this a dramatic scale?
Oh my god.
The scale of it is.
Oh my god.
The scale of it can only be called dramatic, Rick.
That's crazy. This is going to be difficult to even photograph, man. This is like a straight display piece.
Yeah. You know what I wish? I wish like very, very early, like I want to say in 2012, 2013, when they first showed off Shenron, he was fully articulated. Every bit of his body was on a joint similar to how his neck is. And that's the figure ultimately that I want, just so you can just put him in. And I understand a lot of people don't like, breaks and sculpt and stuff like that just for aesthetic reasons, and it's probably crazy expensive to produce that as well, just in terms of the cost Tamashi has to the money Tamashi has to spend in order to make this figure, but that's the dream Shenron for me. But
all right, so if this comes out, what's the price? What you guys think?
if this comes out, it's probably like 253. It's got to be. It's fucking huge. This would undoubtedly be like the biggest figure they've produced, I'd imagine, just by themselves.
If this comes out, it's $299.99.
Of course.
Yeah, that was my literally first guess. It's got to be 300.
Yeah, the only thing you can compare it to is the Hulkbusters. Those were
right.
Yeah, that was around that price.
The most recent Hulkbuster is still on Big Bad Toy Store for like $4 something right now.
Christ Almighty!
Jumping on that.
I saw that for the first time in a situation where I could buy it, and I was like, I had to like talk myself out of it. I was like, I don't need this.
I want it, but not for that price, bro.
No,
I gotta figure out some way to finagle it.
No, of course not. I'm just glad it's not like when that first Hulkbuster came out, the resale on that was nutso, like easily breaking like $6 like after it came out, and like luckily this one is still staying pretty low. At the point of entry is scary enough. I can't imagine the resale on it. Jesus. But yeah, that basically does it for SH Figuarts. Next up is Hasbro stuff. The biggest thing in terms of Hasbro, the first thing I wanted to talk about was GameStop is doing this thing where I guess they're advertising like pre-orders for figures now. So of course, like in the last couple of months, GameStop has just been doing a lot more figure stuff after buying out ThinkGeek. You know, their whole business model is shifting just because of the climate of video games right now. Everything's digital, so they got to find more ways to make money.
And predatory.
That's it, yeah. So they're doing a lot of stuff in stores to keep up with sales figures and stuff, and ironically that means stocking figures. But this is the first time that we've seen like a, what do you call it, like something like teased in like a flyer. So like in their ads and stuff. Like we've never, like you always see pre-orders for like pre-order your video game today, or like all that stuff for games and consoles, but like this is the first time that they're like really pushing figures in their flyers. So that's pretty tight.
Well, it looks like Hasbro's really making some great connections with these other retailers. This is pretty much what they have to do, considering that they lost one of their biggest retailers in Toys R Us. So making these type of connections and these exclusives and teasing stuff through GameStop and Walgreens exclusives and Walmart and all of that stuff, it's that's the name of the game for them right now. Makes sense.
I mean, it's got to be working because every company that's got GameStop exclusives seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, 100%. It's cool. It's still hard to find. This is the same guy that this is the same Logan that came with the bike, just with a different color scheme, huh? And a hat.
Yeah,
now with hat, baby.
I think it might be the same Logan, but I think I saw somewhere somebody mentioned or commented that he's got bone claws here.
Yeah, these are definitely bone claws for sure.
Yeah, I do see that now. Okay, that's kind of cool. That'll be the first time we've ever gotten those.
Has it? Really? Holy cow!
We've ever gotten bone claws.
It'll be the first time we got bone claws on a Wolverine because Dokken had the bone claws. But yeah.
I wonder if these will be removable or if it's a swappable hands situation.
Hands, I'm sure you can swap these hands with whatever other hands we got. So
how's the claw situation on the old one that came with the bike? I'd imagine it's the exact same mold.
It does have like fists that don't have the inserts for the claws. They're just bare fists, and then the hands for the bike.
Hell yeah!
So this will probably be the same kind of thing. Sans bike.
Sans bike.
Yeah, nice casual Wolverine is cool.
Yeah, that hat is crazy. I can't stop looking at that hat.
I'm sure that that's all going to be one piece. I doubt we'll be able to remove that hat.
No, it's not removable.
Could you imagine if you could remove that hat?
I mean, his hair looks
That hat
ridiculous enough.
He'd have crazy hat head, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
shit
cool.
just looks so. It looks off to me, but I'll take it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone who's buying this probably has all the other ones anyway, so you got swap options.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So this is
exactly.
part of the 80th anniversary line
Right.
where they're
Which they also showed the solicitation images for.
They did. That's next up on the docket, for sure.
Sweet, look at me. It's like I knew that.
Yeah. So I guess the last thing I'll say about this is it's really cool to see GameStop doing more figures. I know sometimes, especially with SH Figure Arts, their pre-orders for figures are really hit or miss. But hopefully this is a sign of them like really like knuckling down and like taking their figure pre-orders seriously. Because like I know in my town, like I pre-ordered those Overwatch figures, and my home store didn't get them. I was at a mall, like maybe about like 15 miles away, and they had them, and I was like, oh shit, these came. So I double checked if my store had them, because I thought if this store had them, then my store had them, and I just wanted to pick it up at the store I had the pre-order on. But they didn't. So shipment is like super funny when it comes to figures with every branch, supposedly from my experience. So hopefully this is it's like a new side of like their distribution for figures, and they start taking it more seriously.
Yeah. Just to note about GameStop as well as I don't know if anybody knows this, but like there is a shitload of Marvel Legends right now at GameStop that are marked at $5.
Hell yeah.
A lot of toys in general, yeah.
Yeah, go to your fucking GameStop because a lot of Legends are $5 right now. None of mine in my local area have them.
Tomorrow or Sunday.
What's up?
It expires tomorrow or Sunday.
It'll be Sunday because the sale, all GameStop sales reset on Monday morning now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Fabio, come on, man.
I mean, I knew it. I was just making sure. That's why I asked.
Hell yeah.
Check the facts, Jack.
Yeah, that's it. Just checking on the check.
I don't know why I said that.
But yeah, that's super tight. So that brings us to the rest of the 80th anniversary stuff.
Yeah.
When is this stuff officially supposed to be dropping?
Ooh, that I don't know. Rectangular's in chat right now. Maybe he can
Ask him, is it this summer? I feel like it's definitely
Let's give him a congrats on the new job as well.
Okay, congrats.
Big
Microsoft
things.
boys back at it again.
All right, cool. So
these drop right before SDCC. I bet you these drop right during Comic-Con or right before.
No, easily.
Yeah, just like there's always a big drop of Marvel Legends during Comic-Con.
Yep.
Yeah.
And these will probably be at the booth, to be honest.
Catch me at the booth.
Yeah.
That would be really cool, actually.
All right, so let's peep this Captain America. How do you guys feel about this one?
Looks like they're using the same hands as they've been using for all the caps.
I mean, really, what we get in here is the scales.
Yeah. I think the legs might be new as well. They could be either because they're not as big as the the Punisher legs, the Walgreens Punisher legs. But they still have the same hands and feet.
SAP?
Will he have? Is it confirmed that he'll have butterfly joints? Or
That
no?
I don't know, but there's another picture with him out of the package. I think
There is, yeah. And it looks like no. I feel like that would probably put him out. What is the difference between these heads?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Maybe the A is the A a little different.
It could be.
The expressions are different.
Are they
slightly,
though?
but
slightly?
One of them's grimacing, the other one's frowning.
One is angry, the other is upset. Rectangular is saying August 1st.
One is a bit miffed, but the other one is upset.
One smells a fart. One smells piss.
Whoa. Yeah, Rectangular is saying August 1st.
Okay.
Street date for these guys. I mean,
so that definitely means during Comic-Con.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the dates seem to be like 1 month off a lot of the time. Like stores start to get things like a month or so early. So.
Mm-hmm.
But this cap looks good. Looks like it's going to be our best cap to date, I guess.
This is specifically the Alex
From
Ross one
Hasbro, at
as
least.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe one head is an Alex Ross head, and the other one is a comic book head. I don't.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, the red looks like it'll match that first cap with the wolf cap parts.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of darker red, you know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, the whole thing is darker. The blue is darker too. That was actually one of the things that I noticed when I saw it at Toy Fair. The blue is dark. It's not like sort of like that light classic kind of blue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess it's varied in the comic books or whatever, but yeah, I'm excited for the extra detail with the scales on the upper torso.
Yeah, should be super sick. Next up is this 2-pack.
I think they could have like did something different with the shield though. Like since you know it's 80th anniversary and whatever, like they could have really made that shield look more metallic and more official. Just for once, you know.
Just this once, god damn it.
Sure that on the inside it's gonna have that stupid clip and like they could have went just a little went the distance and given us something else, but whatever. Maybe I'm asking for too much for $8.
Yeah, that sounds like a real premium price sort of ask. This is a retail figure.
No doubt. But I'm mad at it. It's good, and I'm really happy that they're putting out the big three together. So I guess we're coming up to that
for sure.
Move on to big number 2 then.
That's it. So, well, depending on who you ask, Jeff Goldblum could be number 2. So this is a 2-pack for
number 1 in anything he does.
Grandmaster and Korg. Rick, I know you're specifically super stoked for this one. Or maybe he's not. Who knows?
I felt some enthusiasm.
I'm gonna get this specifically. I mean, I like both these characters. Like the Korg looks cool. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge Jeff Goldblum fan, so I'll be getting the Jeff Goldblum for sure, sandals and all.
Jeff Goldblum.
The sandals, bro. We could make a custom Todd.
You really could. God. Yeah, with the specific toe saddle and everything. Damn. Crazy.
Coming.
But yeah, that's basically it. I don't the face on the Jeff Goldblum doesn't look as on point as I'd like it to be.
Nah, it doesn't.
And
but it looked good in person though.
It did. Like whenever you were shooting those videos from all that shit or all the pictures of the show floor, the figure on the show floor, it looked really good. But here it kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's
a little bland.
Yeah, like there's no shading, and you would think like the shadows on his face really give him the likeness, and it's odd that they opted out. He looks a little pale.
Yeah, that too.
He looks white.
Yeah.
Ghost.
He needs to be like olive skinned. This guy's a legend. Why are you doing my man like this? Unfortunately. But yeah, should be pretty sick. It'd be cool to have a Korg. Especially it seems like a lot of this stuff, like you could probably take this armor off and probably this little skirt piece, and then you can have him.
So many more possibilities for this Korg now, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
And those sandals, actually.
I mean, there's possibilities for this buck too. Who else do you think they could build on this kind of rocky,
true.
Smaller buck? That's not.
I mean, you could already build this honestly and have a bunch of rockmen. You know?
Yeah, that's true because that's his race of people, whatever they're called. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I think they're called Korgs. No, they're called like Cronins or something like that.
Cronins. I could be wrong, but that sounds right.
Cronenberg?
They're called Kroger, like the grocery store.
Kroger's. I haven't been to Kroger's in years.
Yeah, don't quote us on that. We don't often give the facts correctly. So
this is the #1 Marvel podcast on the internet.
We're always like 90% of the way there. You know what I mean? We're always off by a word or two.
But
we have approximate knowledge of all things.
Thor's canonically like fought this species like in MCU.
That's what we saying.
Yeah, so like it makes
Dark
perfect sense. Yeah, super sick.
He did in Dark World.
He did. He uppercutted the shit out of that dude.
Yeah, that was like his cousin or some shit.
Right?
And whoever said Cronin was right. They're from that's it.
Boom.
Cronin. That was me. See, look at me. I'm just the best.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I do. I'm glad everybody else agreed.
Oh, we could have just read the back of the fucking package. It says A. Cronin, the second word.
There you have it.
All right, okay, moving on. Let's put that behind us. So Wolverine and Hulk. Here we go.
That shirt is trash.
Yeah, that shirt is really trash.
It's
It's just like
rough.
just draped over his shoulders.
Yeah,
like, come
right.
on.
Damn. That's
Feeling
how
that
you-
It looks
how
like
do
the towel they put on you at the barber before they put the actual like drape on.
Yeah, if you're getting your hair cut by a homeless dude. The fuck?
You want a little off the top?
I mean, I go to the beauty college.
Yeah.
That could be it.
What do you guys think of it? Like, I've always thought this version of Wolverine looks a little funny. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm a young blood, supposedly.
I love the colors though. I love the bright yellow and like the metallic blue.
colors are nice.
I think that looks great. If we can match any of the classic masks to this one, or I mean, I guess this is technically the classic mask, but you know, the one we know and love.
the
Match
new
that
classic.
yellow to any of these, it could be probably the better Wolverine. Because even the little shoulder pads are different too. They're a little smaller.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Just all the little shoulder pads out there.
What do you guys think about this Hulk?
I'm with the Hulk. And
Yeah.
I'm glad that they gave us 1-in-1 with the hands too.
Mm-hmm.
2 fists and two open hands too. But yeah, the Hulk looks good. It's just that shirt that's kind of trashed. I'm sure most people will take it off.
That's it. It's looking
Yeah, this
Um,
looks like him like right after he transforms. Like this shirt's gonna fall off like a minute into combat.
What? Yeah. I don't understand the shirt. Like I appreciate it for sure. But the only thing I can think of is what else could they spent the money on? Like
Right.
I don't know,
literally
give us another head sculpt.
I was
Yeah.
about to say the same thing.
I could get a
They'll
piece
save that
of
for another
tissue.
version of Hulk.
Yeah, you know it. Like the single the single card Hulk will come with an
Yeah.
extra head. Sans
With a
shirt.
screaming head or something. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, these look pretty tight. Super excited.
Yeah,
I know
they rounded out our classic Avengers here too. So it's like a 2-for-1 right here too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
very true. A lot of people are gonna be saying this is the definitive Hulk so far.
Well, it's the one that everybody's been waiting for. Everybody's been wanting a nice classic Hulk from Legends. So
Yeah.
we'll
I'm
see how
ready-
it stacks up next to
I'm ready for that
the
one
Face
person.
Off Hulk.
Yeah, Face Off was pretty
Person
much
in
king of
every
the pile
group.
for the longest time. Now it's
You said you're ready for what, Rick?
I'm ready for that one person in every group that's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'll buy anybody's shirts that doesn't want them. Send them my way. There's always that one person that wants the random ass accessory that nobody likes.
now there's gonna be one person that's also like, man, we don't need this Hulk. We already have Face Off.
Basically,
Classic.
that's happening for sure.
Classic.
It was like that guy that was swearing that we didn't need a new Mystique. I'm good with the Toy Biz one. Like, okay,
Yeah.
man.
Or the guy who was swearing that he doesn't need a new Kingpin bath because he's got the Toy Biz Kingpin.
Oh,
Yep,
God.
that too.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't need a new one.
We already have a Kingpin. Next, like, dude.
That's the guy that got his pre-order canceled for sure. There's something. That's great. But yeah, this looks pretty sick.
I mean,
Next-
at this point, if you're a Legends collector, you should be like anxious to replace all your Toy Biz shit with the new Hasbro.
yeah,
Pretty much.
honestly.
It's all basically gotten replaced at this point.
Can you guys think of a single Toy Biz that still outshines the Hasbro version?
I mean,
Taking off-
I'm
taking off the
genuinely
rose
curious.
tinted gla- taking
Well-
off the rose tinted glasses, no.
here, yeah. The
Well,
difference is that I think with Toy Biz, a lot of those figures obviously were really great for their time, and in terms of how the engineering has come forward lately, like it doesn't really hold up anymore. Like a lot of those ball jointed hips just look ugly now. Whereas
Anything
now
with-
it's
anything with
nice
finger
and
joints?
What's that, Ricky?
Dang.
Sense.
Rick is personally
Yeah, a lot of their
offended by finger
articulations
joints.
Ugly, you know, like they're very movable and they're very articulated, but they're just ugly looking.
Yeah, it's just get replacement hands. Like I don't need my figure's hands to look like they're possibly Pinocchio's hands. Like,
Right.
That's it. Strings
Obviously,
are not.
great for the time. Yeah, a lot of the strides in engineering that we've made since then have really like dated those.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. I just wasn't around for. I wasn't in the game for a lot of the Toy Biz era stuff, so that I'm always so genuinely curious to what people who were collecting back then think about a lot of this stuff.
I mean, I'm sure someone on the chat will chime in and say that their Moon Knight is better than the one that we just got.
A lot
I'll
of people
take my iPhone 4 over the new iPhone 10 any day.
Yeah, said
Right.
who? Said who?
I still have my original iPhone with Flappy Bird installed.
Oh God.
Damn.
Yo, you
Shout
know,
out to Flappy.
speaking of that, like I updated my iOS a while ago, and Flappy Bird does not support it, and I was genuinely upset because every now and then I'll go back to Flappy Bird just to fuck around, and then I got a new phone a week or so ago, and then I had Flappy Bird. It's not on the App Store anymore, but I had it on my computer, and I backed up my whole phone, and it said, "Hey, you can't play this shit." And I was like, "No."
So a couple people chimed in the chat. Giant Man Baff still holds up.
Okay.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely on that. Still one of the best Build-A-Figures ever, Giant Man for sure.
Let me tell you this:
Oh,
at
Sentinel
the very
Baff as
least,
well.
at the very least, that head sculpt is insane.
Right.
Fire.
Giant Man. The most
Can you
incredible-
believe that Dallas found one in the wild repacked? That's crazy.
Yeah, right on the Walmart shelves.
Jesus
Right?
Christ. Was that him that started circulating that
was
photo?
him.
No shit.
That was all.
That's so
Yeah.
great.
That's his photo. He took it at his fucking Walmart.
It still pops up on Reddit every now and then.
That's so
You know
great.
what's crazy? What's crazy is that I'm almost certain that he messaged that picture to me and David Walton and was like, "Get ready for this shit." I'm almost certain he did.
I mean, if I found something like that in the wild, I'd be going crazy too.
Man.
Oh, see, look, Mahutsu guy just proved my point. Toy Biz Moon Knight is better than the Hasbro one.
Oh my god, no! Get
Well, I'll
those
tell you what the
weird
best
ass,
Moon Knight is,
get
but
those
we'll get
weird
there.
ass, get those weird ass boots and like the strange shoulders out of here. I don't want to hear it.
No, he's on the bullseye body, but he still has the the horrible hands with the movable fingers and.
Well, see, the thing about a lot of the Toy Biz stuff is they have little things on some of them that's so unique and so cool that can still be utilized with the Hasbro stuff that it's like you think that gives them somewhat of an edge, but really no. Just like aesthetically and matching them up with other modern stuff that Hasbro's putting out, it's really no contest though. But you know, just when you think about some of the little things that you can use from your old Toy Biz stuff to help accent your newer stuff, it's cool. So you know, if you've been collecting all of this time, you definitely have some little treats and things that you can do, and you'll have a one up on some newer collectors, no question about that. But overall, you newer collectors, you know, we went through all of that testing and and you know, trial and error just so you can actually have a good finished product. So
Really.
I mean, at this point, the stuff that like looks the best right now with Toy Biz, it's hard to judge because it's just stuff that we don't have from Hasbro yet. Like, oh man, the MODOK. Like, yeah, that MODOK is fucking sick. The sculpt is incredible. Like, Hasbro hasn't given us a MODOK yet, or same with that Sentinel and.
It's all Baffs that we've been mentioning too.
That's
yeah,
true.
it's all really Baffs. Like, I'm sorry, nobody can convince me that a 6-inch figure by Toy Biz, like, I can't think of one that's honestly better than a Hasbro counterpart.
yeah, we'll see what happens when Hasbro does Blob over too, because even that was one of their early figures from when they were making terrible figures first out of the gate, and that one still is okay. It's
Toy
okay.
Biz classic Ant-Man, Red Hood just mentioned. I mean, the head sculpt is good, and so is the helmet, and you can throw the rest of the figure away and put that head on the new one. The classic.
Yeah, the helmet is great.
Yeah. Especially again after Endgame.
That's it.
The helmet is great. Yep.
Yeah, but the rest of the figure you can just throw out and put the head and the helmet on the Hasbro.
Yeah, keep those weird hands. And
no. Is that he has all 4 fingers on one hinge or something, right?
yeah, like, oh man, get out of here.
Yeah, I spent a little bit of change on that Ant-Man, and then a month or two later they announced that they were doing a Hasbro version, and Just put on my clown shoes and I just walked around for a little bit. Played myself that day. It was crazy. It's free content.
I'm just gonna go through and mention a few others that people are talking about. The Toy Biz Luke Cage is nice, except the fingers, says Dub T. That Luke Cage is not nice.
No,
it actually is. It actually is as an older sort of like.
That face is so messed up, though,
if
man.
you guys remember back in the day, on the back of the package, they had him in his like classic blue and yellow. But then we got the black pants and the yellow shirt, like something different, in reality, and that was kind of whack. I wish that old classic one was the comic version.
Mm-hmm.
The figure's not that bad.
How about some people are saying Death Hour says Series 6 brown suit Wolverine. No, it's already been done better. You can forget about that one. Those claws are terrible. That head sculpt is not great.
Have you seen how that guy's head moves on that figure? It is terrible.
It was good for a while, and then Hasbro really just hit it out of the park with pretty much all their more recent Wolverines.
Considering that the Hasbro Wolverine is probably one of their best figures of all time, there's really no contest.
Right. Mr. Sinister from Marvel Action. I mean, kind of, but it'll be done better soon.
Yeah, it's like I said. Things that you're like, oh, Toy Biz is better. It's usually when we don't have one from Hasbro yet, because there's nothing to compare to.
Like
that Mr. Sinister was a really nice sculpt, and the stature, the size of the figure was cool. But one thing that really pissed me off about that figure was he doesn't have any wrist swivel at all. Go back and look at that figure and look at the minor little problems with articulation with them.
And then they're also saying Beast with glasses and coat is cool. Yeah, but just for the glasses and the coat.
Yeah, I lost those damn glasses. Too bad.
Yeah, he's sculpted like on a weird like tilt on his body. Like I can't.
Yeah.
Comic Falcon from Xander Dumas. I don't know, man. I had that Falcon for a while. It's not good.
You did not say Comic Falcon. Oh my! Like,
yeah,
horrible.
Now this is just
the modern version that has the even bigger wings, and it's just it's a stiff ass figure. And the legs are all
very weird sculpt too.
Yeah,
that's the problem with a lot of the Toy Biz stuff. Like you guys said, the sculpts are like terrible, man.
Death Hour wants to know
too much articulation.
Best Deadpool is probably the one that even the Deadpool from Toys Biz has been way outdone. I think the best Deadpool, easiest to get right now, is the one with the moped.
Yeah.
There's
that one, and there's the new the Sasquatch Build-A-Figure Wave version, the 90s sort of one. That's probably the best Deadpool, which was basically them shitting on the Series 6 Toy Biz Deadpool anyway.
All right, let's move on. We got a few more in this 80th anniversary. We can keep talking and taking.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, you could take the guns from the Toy Biz Deadpool. Those mini like
the AK-74Us.
Whatever they are, the Dracos, the fucking Soldier Boy guns.
Exactly
I don't know.
Fucking are the Dracos.
And and put them with the new Deadpool. It looks good.
That's it. A good.
What about Pyro? Nightcrawler, maybe some people are saying. I think that one will be easily outdone with the new one. Just swap the tails.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. Billy Mahoney is the biggest Nightcrawler fan I know. The dude has a life-size bust of this dude in his house, and he would always say that the Toy Biz head sculpt was absolute shit.
Damn.
Yeah, it is.
I'm taking Billy's word for it, and I'm saying that the head sculpt is shit, but everything else is great. I do like the feet and the hands and stuff like that, so I won't disagree on that. But according to the biggest Nightcrawler fan I've possibly ever met, the head sculpt was terrible.
I mean, don't get me wrong. All these figures were great for their time, but like by modern engineering standards, they just don't hold up. A lot of like those ball jointed hips all end up with like bow legs, and they all get loose over time. Like they're just proportionally and like aesthetically, they're just not gonna look, up to snuff as what we've gotten from Hasbro.
Not at all.
But we got a couple more in this. I think we still have to look at the Iron Man and the Thor, so let's do that real quick.
Yeah, so this is Iron Man right here. This looks crazy. This looks really good.
Yeah, it does.
I love the paint. I love like that.
I love how like
this looked really good in
barrel
person.
chested he is. You know what I mean?
You like how what?
Yeah, this looked really good in person.
I like how barrel chested he looks. Like it really
Oh.
looks like a big, suit of armor with a guy inside.
You
He
know
looks
what,
like
too?
a heart of gold.
It reminds me of how Iron Man used to transform in the cartoon, where you you put on the chest plate first, and then the gold parts would extend from that and connect to the gloves and shit.
This is gonna totally shit on the on any of the older older versions, the Hasbro or Toy Biz or whatever. But finally, we got a classic Iron Man armor, and this is probably on par with what I would say is the best Iron Man armor that we ever got from Marvel Legends, which is the all new, all different Avengers version. Which is what armor are they calling that though? That's the armor though. Somebody help us out in the
You're
chat. But
talking about
anyway,
the Black Panther wave, right?
yeah, the one from the Black Panther wave. Yes. So, pretty. And I said this when I reviewed that figure from the BP wave, that pretty much every Iron Man that Legends or the Classics lines or whoever has put out has been undersized and like weird scopes and this and that. They never really got it right until that Black Panther wave version, and now they're looks like they're going to be able to continue on that trend. This sculpt looked fantastic when I saw it in person. It looks good here too. We get the two different masked versions, and the Tony Stark head too, like a classic Tony Stark head too, which is great. So this is Hasbro's answer to Mezco's Iron Man, I guess, for a much lower price point. So
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
this is their answer to people putting that Mezco in their Legends displays.
right.
How dare you? And these are
What though, man?
what's the price point on these? Are these 20 or these the premium like 30 ones?
I think they're like $30.
Okay, cool. That's
Not
perfect.
24.
Maybe it's $24.99, $25.99 or something like that.
Possible. I'm trying to remember what that Red Skull went for when he was out, and like all the single card, like the Ronin and stuff like that.
I believe they
Those are 25. I think
$24.99.
right.
I could imagine it's retailing at $24.99, which means it's like $34.99 in Canada or some shit.
Or $30 at GameStop.
Right.
Rectangular says 25. Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'd pay 25 for this, no doubt.
For sure. 100%. This looks great. The only thing I would possibly change is maybe a different paint app on like these effects right here. They just seem I wish they were maybe molded out of like maybe some transparent plastic or something. But I can understand this choice of paint, especially if they're going for like a more comic book accurate. It's just more vibrant and more pop art type of paint job on it, if that makes sense. But yeah,
It does.
look,
They didn't skimp out on us. They gave us the extra hands, both fists and both open hands too. So.
And what are those effects down on the bottom of him? Do those plug in with the hand effects?
I don't know. They might. They could just be anywhere. You put them in the hands or on the feet. Who knows?
I think when they had him displayed, it was around the feet. Let me see. I might have a picture actually here.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this box art, he is so fucking shiny in this in this art right here. It looks like he's covered in baby oil. God damn. But yeah, he looks good. Looking good.
It does.
Yeah. Oh no, it's the bottom. It's they work as one piece. So right here you can see.
Okay, got it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. So without that, you could put it on his feet, and with those, you could put it on his hands.
Yeah.
Neato.
Oh, what's the difference with these masked heads? Am I missing something? Is there one of these things is not like the other? What's going on?
Yeah, one of them's a little more like angular. The other one's a little more classic.
One's got a nose.
Pretty much, yeah.
And this is heavy Alex Ross move again.
Right, yeah. That's exactly what that head sculpt is. It's the specific Alex Ross head.
Based off of this head, probably, or for sure. All right, next up. Boom.
It was
This is, I think, the most necessary of all of these.
Oh, that Iron Man though too. Like you're gonna get a lot of play out of that. I don't know who's been reading their comics, but some years back when they revive the Mandarin, and Tony was running around in this armor. He could only use this armor for some reason. I forget exactly what it was, but he didn't have access to his more advanced armors.
Oh shit.
In the Mandarin and this armor, and was running around for a while in this. So get a lot of use out of it, classic and modern stuff actually. So I would assume at some point we're gonna get a good Mandarin from Hasbro too. So
I'd love it.
It'd be nice.
I'd love it.
and I hope it's a modern like shirtless version or a version where you could take a shirt off or something. So we'll see.
Yeah, where you have like the tattoos and shit.
Oh god.
Sorry, what?
I don't even know what modern Mandarin looks like. He's shirtless. He's topless the whole time.
Well, during that sort of confrontation, yeah.
Okay.
With Tony,
Tight.
he was like on some like I don't know. He didn't have like shoes or shirt. He just had like pants and shit.
I mean, he was almost like how he was in Iron Man 3, except with the rings.
So, but any Mandarin, I'm whatever it is. Even if we get because the ones that we have to go on are not good at all, bro.
No.
Yeah. Want to talk about Toy Biz that has not held up well?
Right.
Yikes.
Tell me about it. The Hasbro one is better than that, and we didn't even get the Hasbro one yet. So.
Right.
But anyway, moving along.
Let's
go
go.
ahead, P.
Boom. Thor.
This to me is the most necessary of all of these. The longest coming.
Hell yes.
Long time coming for sure for this, and they I like that they got the whole inscription on the
hammer.
on the hammer. Yeah, we haven't seen that in a while.
Specific shout out.
But yeah, he looks good, man. He looks massive. He's got the thick thighs. Paws.
Mm-hmm. Saving lives.
Saving lives, man.
I saw somebody on Reddit had posted all these images, and I went into the comments for the Thor just to kind of gauge people's responses. And there's one guy who was like, "It's cool, but I still want a modern Thor." And he's like, I had to like do the math, and I'm like, wait, when was the last time we even got like a classic Thor from any company? We've had so many like, modern versions of Thor, whether it's like Odin's son or the 5-pack where you had the metal arm, or the heroic age, or like whatever. We've had all those for such a long time. We have not had a classic Thor since 2006 in Giant Man series.
Yeah,
that's
let's see how that Giant Man Thor looks next to this fucking beast right here too, man.
Oh my God, yeah.
If that was, but we're gonna see a bunch of people snatching this plastic cape off and doing their own cloaks. I can guarantee you that.
Must.
Wonder we got another picture out of the package.
Yeah, for sure. So
I want to see how it connects. Okay.
Oh, and he's
I
got
wonder.
this too.
What do you think? You think it's fixed on there, or you'll be able to plug that into his back?
I think it's fixed. It's probably like glued into the chest piece.
That sucks.
But I mean, with a little heat, I'm sure you could take it off anyway.
Yeah,
you could probably
true.
heat and pop it.
There might be a peg, so that Loki and that Loki 2-pack that just came out he came with one of the children of Thanos. God, I always forget his name.
Yeah, he came with a Corvus Glaive, right?
Corvus Glaive, yeah. His cape has like a peg situation on his shoulders as well. So possibly that might be the situation, but the way it's looking, yeah, it's probably
John
fixed
Popper
on.
Sergio says, "Boo," because there's no ab crunch on Thor, just upper torso twist. Like a
Man, we
diaphragm.
don't know the range of that torso, John. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of them have been giving us both. Like the Power Rangers line has both, right?
Some
Getting
of
all those
them, yes.
I
That's
wonder
true,
who's working on that line. I don't remember who it was. If it's anybody from any of the other
We'll bring him over to
lines that went
Legends.
over there.
They used a Marvel Legend effect with one of the figures with Lord Zed.
They
He
sure
comes
did.
with
The
the
lightning.
Thor lightning.
Yeah,
Really?
it sure does.
Oh man,
Cross-pollination
That's
going on.
funny because I saw somebody with that in a picture. I just figured they just used it. I didn't realize that he came with it. Okay.
Yeah, he comes
Cool
with
pictures of that Lord Zed, man.
That Lord Zed is killer. We can touch on it in pickups too, because I picked
hell
up.
yeah, we are.
I
Cool.
picked up a couple of them.
Oh,
So yeah, pretty much what's going to make this guy complete is when people start swapping out the cape and maybe giving him a little tan or something, or a little color.
I could see a Mayshelf screaming head or like a glowing eyes sort of head sculpt.
Word, that would be crazy. That'd be nice. May
Very
Shelf, if
nice.
you're listening.
Yeah,
I know.
we know you are.
Come on, May.
But yeah, this is pretty sick. We specifically on this podcast have been clamoring for a classic Thor for what, 3 years?
Quite some time, yeah. Now all we need is Mezco to do one.
I know. I was gonna say we can get one from Mexico. I can die happy.
Yep.
Damn.
Because then we'll have a big three in Mezco.
Mhm.
Even SHF put out that Thor that was stupidly overpriced, but
Good
is
Lord.
their best one to date.
That's true.
Even the Hot Toys one is hugely beloved because it's got the glowing effects and everything.
Yeah.
Everybody
Very
loves
true.
Thor right now. There's never been more love for Thor, and I guess we'll talk about it later. But he's probably going to be one of the characters moving forward that is going to carry the franchise. So it makes sense.
Yeah,
That's
no doubt.
true. All right. Well, I guess that does it for Hasbro.
Yeah, I don't think we had any other Legends news. Let me check.
Do we want to look at anything else from Hasbro though that's not Legends?
That's not in our wheelhouse because I know you're talking about Star Wars, and I know we're gonna fuck everything up.
What about Power Rangers and Overwatch though?
I guess we can. Yeah, we'll touch on it. Let's see.
We could breeze through whatever the Star Wars shit is that was just, well, I guess we got a bunch of stuff that's going to get revealed or drop or whatever, with May the 4th being tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Yeah. Very true.
All that
It
stuff
is
was
Attack of the Third.
John leaked a bunch of, or he took screen grabs from people.
Oh,
who leaked
you know what? I forgot to touch on the Spider-Man and Craven 2-pack. Or did we talk about that last time?
It's dropped already. People have it in hand.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We can't talk about it. People are saying they like it. We talked
Yeah,
about
it's
GameStop
pretty cool.
Wolverine Warlocked.
There's a shitload of those Spider-Man and Craven at my Target.
Same
Oh,
here.
yeah?
Oh, yeah?
Mine too.
Okay.
My Target never gets shit, and I saw it. I was like, "Where did?" So did they just not put out the fucking the fucking Endgame suits 2-pack at my Target? They just skipped to the fucking ballerina slipper Craven. Like I'm mad.
You think that everything Endgame would be on shelves right now?
You would think,
Right.
man, but I guess not.
You'd be wrong.
You would be
You'd
wrong. Damn. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm just trying to. We can talk. Did anybody else pick up those Lightning Collection figures?
Hell yeah. Yours truly.
Uh-oh.
Can we pull up that Michael Wisman picture of the White Ranger while we talk about it?
Yeah, let's
Weissmeister.
do
Real
that.
cool.
Let's do that.
The Weiss Ranger, if you will.
What? What Ranger?
Oh, Wisman.
I'm gonna leave now.
Pull it up on his Instagram.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Kill the quality on one of his joints.
Fuck you, Facebook.
Rick,
Breaking a heart.
what do you think so far of them? You got them in hand, right?
For Lightning Collection, I'm honestly disappointed that Marvel Legends isn't at this level.
Damn.
They are just absolutely phenomenal figures, top to bottom. Sculpt, articulation,
Other things.
glitter.
Things.
Yeah. All right, so I got the picture up. Boom, let's go. Yeah, these are crazy, man. I got
No, get the white on white one because you can see the White Ranger better. Even though this is a cool picture, but white on white.
Right here.
Yeah, there we go.
It's kind of blown out for my taste.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are crazy, man. Hold on. Maybe this black one is a little bit better. Hold on. This one right here.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There we go.
These are so good. I'm literally blown away by the articulation on these. Did you get all of them, Rick? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you last time.
I only got Zed and the White Ranger. I do plan on getting all of them, but I only got those two to start off with, and I was like, whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
I got everybody but the dog. because I have no attachment to the dog.
Oh, that thing is really funny looking.
And I got the Red Ranger because he's got a little Pacific Islander in him, so I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it.
He's doing it for all the Filipinos out there, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on over, gets Olympia for sure.
Oh yeah.
These are crazy.
What are these retailing at?
$20, man. That's it.
Wow.
It's insane. Like
And they give you the nice little sleek import-esque packaging too.
Yeah, I was just about to say they are coming for SH Figure Arts for sure.
Basically.
like guns out. They are really coming.
We're coming for you.
Exactly. the packaging looks just like like if you were to like 5 years ago, if you were to ask me to envision Hasbro's version of a SH Figure Arts style packaging, like this is it. Like it's subtle enough to know that they're competing in that market, but also it's their own thing. So it's really nice. The packaging from a designer perspective, it's really great. I love it.
These figures get you from every angle. When you see that package in hand, you're like, fuck.
It's great.
Yeah, My Lord Zed, it's a very attractive packaging too. So I mean, that's great marketing right there. You know, you see that and you want to buy it from the packaging alone. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Is it going to take us to complete Mighty Morphin Power Rangers though? Because I know they putting out like one version from each sort of crew.
Yeah, I mean, if like best case scenario. In the current climate, it'll take 6 waves if they just do one per wave to really because obviously the Power Rangers brand rests on the shoulders of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, obviously most recognizable team. So if they just did one per wave, and that'd be pretty tight, or they might just do one every other wave. Who knows?
How many figures were in this wave that just dropped?
4. So it's 4 figures per wave. So a little smaller, no bath. So I
think how long they could stretch it, because some of the villains, we already got Zed in this first wave, so we're gonna be getting Goldar. I know that.
Yep.
I guess at some point we'll see Rita.
Yeah. I don't know if Goldar is officially part of that first wave or not. He might just be like one, just out there. Who knows?
Oh no! I said at some point we'll get him. I didn't know when he was actually coming though.
Oh yeah,
but they did tease him, right? They did show.
Okay. He is coming for sure. I'm just wondering if waves are 4 figures, like if that's like officially the how many figures come in a wave.
It'd make more sense for them to stretch it, because I mean, look, if they did 6 figures in a wave, we'd be there with the main characters in no time. You know what I'm saying? So for them to really stretch it out and
for sure,
all the shit that they want to do while they in between waves and all of that. So
Goldar releases October 25th. He's on pre-order right now at GameStop. $22.99.
Boom.
Okay.
What a beast.
But yeah, another thing about these is the articulation is so on point. It's crazy. I a lot of people obviously are comparing them to SH Figure Arts, of course, but I would say the only thing that SH Figure Arts has above these is it's 2 things. It's a toe crunch, toe articulation, and the peg for the wrist being on like a swivel and hinge thing, where this is just a hinge. Because I was messing with my SH Figure Arts White Ranger alongside this new Hasbro one, and I was able to do a little bit more with the wrist on the SH Figure Arts than I was with the Hasbro. But I mean, that's literally the only thing, that and the toe articulation, and it's pound for pound just as good.
The sculpts on the Hasbro one is absolutely better.
Yeah, they're crazy.
That's what some people in the chat are saying too. It's getting to the point where I don't give a fuck about SH Figure Arts. The face tech is amazing. The sculpts are there, man. Thank you, Chop Man.
Yeah, For sure.
So just confirming, Goldar is GameStop exclusive, and then apparently there's a Kim in the next wave. Kimberly.
Hell
And
yeah.
there's also a Black Ranger armored up in the next wave as well.
Oh, that'd be dope.
So the Kimberly for the next wave is not the classic Pink Ranger Kimberly, I believe. I think it's Ranger Slayer Kimberly from the new comic book run. She looks sick though. Yeah, she looks sick. She has like a bow and arrow. Well, she's always had a bow and arrow, but like her helmet's more pointy, and she has she has her own armor and stuff. It's pretty sick. What were you saying, Bug?
Who's putting out the new comic book?
It's Dark Horse, I think. I could be wrong. But it's great. That comic book is so good. Like, even if you are remotely a fan of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, like, that comic book is crazy good. Like, it's you can definitely tell it's people who grew up watching the show and took it as seriously as they were trying to make us take it, honestly. And then with that knowledge, they make a really great storyline, and it interconnects with the established canon. It's really cool. It's very nice.
So what's the over and under on Lord Drake and fucking San Diego Comic-Con?
What do you mean by that? I'm having a brain fart.
Like a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive of Lord Drake.
I don't know. I almost hope and don't hope that they do that, just because of the availability of it if it's an exclusive. I mean, but Draken isn't like, he's not that widely known of a character, so I feel like it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if he was an exclusive for SDC. Because he's just popular enough for people to, but I don't know, man. If a Draken was only available at a SDCC or a con exclusive, that piss a lot of people off for sure. Boom does the comic book. My bad.
Boom Studios. Boom.
Okay.
Yeah. They do good stuff.
I didn't even think about that. For Comic-Con, now Hasbro's going to have quite a few exclusives. They got the Rangers line, they got Black Series, they got Legends, and then they got all of their other shit too.
You do it all.
Shout out to My Little Pony.
But one thing I did want to mention is the articulation on these. It's so great because, like, especially the ab crunch area, like, they have an ab crunch and then a swivel on top of that, very similar to that Jane Solo, right? Was that who it was for
Jane Solo? Yeah, the female from Black Series. Does the vest come off?
You can take the vest off, yeah, but like there's no, but like it's but you'd have to cut it up.
Got you. Okay.
And there's also like no reason to.
Yeah, there really is. It, unless you want to do like, if you want to do like a recreation of when he gave his shield to Jason, like, once, and he appeared without his shield on once. Like, if you want to fuck up your Tommy, go ahead. But then again, it's only $20, so whatever, do it.
Go for it.
Yeah, cut it off.
Yeah, this is an SHF. You can fuck it up and not be saddened by it.
For sure.
True.
And yeah, it's just great, man. The amount of the range of movement you can get out of these guys is crazy. So like, forever, like, people have always been saying, like, especially when SH Figure Arts will put out a character that Hasbro's already done, they'll always say, like, oh, I'll stick to my Hasbro. I'll stick to my Hasbro version. I'll stick to my Marvel Legend. It's fine. I can do just as much. And like, every single time I've been like, can you though? Can you really do just as much? I mean, like, there's like, so objectively, you can look at the two figures and you can see the difference in one being $20 and one being $60, and it's just more articulation, better range of movement, especially with like the MCU figures that come out. Like, yeah, the Legends are great, but there's a reason the SH Figure Arts are like $60, like $70, just because of the amount, the more movement you can get out of them. But with this, it's literally the exact same. Except for maybe, like I said, the wrist and the toe. And like, but for those two joints having a difference of $40, it's a no-brainer. These are like super great. They're super nice. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say. And then The Lord Zed's great. I just don't like his fucking ankles. He's got like cankles. I hate it. But whatever. I'll deal with it.
He's a thickie, my guy. He's a thickie.
Yeah, for sure. We'll go with that. But yeah.
I might go back and pick up the White Ranger and just pick up and keep it on ice and get the full team.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Honestly.
Yeah, get that whole team on ice. That'll sell nicely.
I would do the Lord Zed too if I were you, Bug.
That Lord Zed.
Oh yeah, man. Of course, yeah. Especially when they put out Arita and Goldar. Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
God damn you
I've
to
seen some people do a
hell.
nice. I've seen some people do a nice black wash to that Zed, and wow.
Well, don't forget to go pre-order. Don't forget to go pre-order your Goldars right now on GameStop.com. It comes out October 25th.
And GameStop, if you're listening, we are accepting sponsors.
That's it.
That's right.
Well, you got the CEO right here, so.
Basically.
We bring out surprise guests all the time. You didn't even know we were bringing Shardon this last time.
Oh, I'll grease some palms and I'll make it happen.
Man, if anyone's the one to do it, it's you, Poncho.
Yeah, I got the most pull, being my company and all. Yeah, let's do it. Whatever. Fuck it. Officially, let's do it.
Just send a letter up to corporate and say you're, Karen something or other, and then they'll have to respond to you.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Just leave the subject at I'd like to speak to the manager.
Exactly.
Oh man. All right, yeah.
It's ma'am.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Stupid.
Yeah, these look great. I guess that's it for Hasbro. The next thing I wanted to talk about was Mafex. I put Mafex on here for a reason. I can't remember off the top of my head. Do you know?
Well, the Mafex Ra's al Ghul
that's right.
Just dropped. I reviewed it, but my figure fell apart.
Uh-oh.
That's right. I saw that review, man. That was crazy.
It wasn't like broken. I know that I could just put a dab of glue and put that back together, but I shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
What's the 411? Yeah, what's going on? What do you think?
I'll tell you what, the Ra's al Ghul head sculpt is okay. I think his hair could have been a little darker, but you can definitely swap that head onto the Mafex John Wick body and have your suited Ra's al Ghul. So
very nice.
That is cool. And then you can kind of just use the ninja body as like a goon beside him or something. So if you got like 3 of these, that would be cool, but that's kind of expensive. And the other thing that I didn't like was that on the packaging there, you can see that the masked head looks like it's all one into the top of the torso and all of that. But with the actual figure, his neckline is out. So that looks really weird. So it's just the head, but you can see his white neck. So I don't know why they did that or what happened. I'm looking through the package for like maybe some other neck thing to put around or something, and no.
A scarf.
So
what that
false advertising.
Yeah, what? Not much apparently.
So yeah, that is disappointing. So I had a
John P with the Mafex.
What'd John say?
Mafex.
What do you like better, this one or the
Mafex. Yep.
Bo, you like this one more? I mean, QC issues aside, do you like this one more or the Soap Studios?
I still like the Mafex one more than Soap Studios, though.
Damn, shout out to Soap Studios.
But the Soap Studio one is it's cool for a stand-in with your Mezco stuff for just some like ninja dude if you take the chest armor off or even if you leave it on.
Mm-hmm.
You could finagle it or whatever you want to do, Wolverine. But again, I feel like for either company, you need at least 2 to really like do something, display-wise, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And,
this would be a very expensive army build with either company. So
the Soap one is a 2-pack though, isn't it?
Yeah, and that one's in a 2-pack. Yep.
That's it. You gotta offload that
a bunch of
you technically
Bruce Waynes.
ninjas, but They're different
It
colors.
wouldn't be two ninjas though. You'd have a ninja and Bruce Wayne.
But Bruce Wayne is in that kind of brown ninja suit, right?
Yes, yeah. So, and it's not much salvageable from that too to like Kid Bash. You'd have to take off the brown thing and like I don't know, man.
You'd have to clean it up
It's,
from
you
Soap
got to be like
Studios.
a diehard The Dark Knight trilogy dude to want to pick this up from Aphex, basically.
I had 2 on pre-order because I was thinking like, yeah, I'll just have 2 ninjas at the least. I'll have 2 ninjas, and then like it came time, and I just let him lapse. I was like,
You let him go,
yeah. I was like, I don't even really like this movie, honestly. Yeah.
It's such a funny feeling when it comes up and you're like, I'm gonna just let this one go.
Right.
You really
That
start
happened to me with
questioning.
Kickstarters.
Yeah,
That
like
shit's funny.
I like this guy, but $160 plus shipping. I don't know. maybe
You just bury your head in the sands. You just erase the email, all of that shit.
Hey man, this guy, he said some racist shit not that long ago, so maybe I'll just drop it.
No, he didn't say some racist shit. He said that he once had racist thoughts.
God.
Oh man, that
a little
clip
more than that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, racist intentions, I
No,
guess.
Go out and just kill a black bastard. That's what the fuck.
Right.
That's it. Damn.
verbatim.
Real good.
Oh my God. What?
That actually would have been a great. Defense. So Ami wouldn't get mad at you if you actually said, like, I'm offended by this guy. His real life persona. I was a big fan. I gotta let this one go.
Yeah,
At one
exactly.
point in time, he had the intention to do something that I don't agree with.
That's it. How could they
Sir.
say no? How could they
Sir,
say
I
no?
may not be black, but I'm standing in solidarity.
That's it.
A lot of
my
friends that are black though.
God. What
I have many
movie?
of black comrades.
What movie was he promoting when he said that?
Damn, that shit that just dropped. I mean, he was literally on the promo, on the
Yeah.
press tour for it. His most recent movie was, but
Can you imagine?
Channeling my anger.
Taken 4.
Taking
This is getting ridiculous.
yeah, I know the producers or the people must have been livid. Like,
Yeah.
this guy, what are you doing, bro?
That's probably why we don't know the movie, because it probably didn't even come out after that.
You know what's funny
But,
is that the movie has to do with somebody being taken too. Like
Of
it's not a
course.
taken movie.
They were taken too
Oh God.
Oh my god!
at this point.
All of
is
his
it the
shit is
commu-
taken. All of his shit is
Right.
taken.
Was it
After
the-
I mean, we all know that action movies as a whole can just be done with after Hobbs and Shaw.
Okay, it was
God.
It's not getting any better than that.
Pursuit.
Pursuit.
Cold Pursuit.
Because I remember hearing that, I could be wrong. His defense for that was like, I was doing the press junket, and let me share a story about me pursuing somebody. Why would you pick that story?
The question that they asked him was like, how did you channel?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my god.
And he was like, well, let me tell you a story.
No, don't. Please don't.
Oh, what a bad idea, bro.
Is a grieving snowplow driver seeks out revenge against the drug dealer who killed his son.
Sadly sings Mr. Plow.
Wow.
Christ.
Hey man, based on a 2014 Norwegian film.
Of course.
Damn.
All right.
Shout out to
Get more
Norway.
white than that.
There you go. Well, that does it for Mayfex.
It's a good thing these were only, yeah. That's about as good out as we're gonna get.
Yeah. Next
At
up,
the very least, you can do a Taken custom though, right? Put that on a John Wick body.
okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Ben said that, Fabian.
All right. I sent you that link though. There's another Mayfex news that I wanted to get to. That's what I was confusing the SHF stuff for earlier.
What the
Mayfex is doing their own video game Spider-Man and a 1.5 Homecoming.
Well, let's take a look. It's in a book.
Take a little look-see. Take a little gander. And tell me what you think.
Oh wait, hold on. That's SH figure. Oh, okay, okay.
No, that's Mafex.
So the Mafex
Oh wait,
Homecoming is
Oh
this.
wait.
So yeah, this PS4 Spider-Man is SH Figure Arts.
Okay, so but the Mafex is doing an updated tech suit Spider-Man with
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
the
that's what I'm
kill
looking at.
mode shit. Okay,
It's
yeah,
at the
yeah.
top of that
Yeah.
article. My bad.
Okay. So
I
I
would
guess
highly recommend this though because, like I said, this tech suit Mafex Spider-Man was one of my favorites of all time. Man, they did a great job on that figure.
quick correction, like we were thinking of this version when we were talking about kill mode eyes, because I don't think the SH Figure Arts version comes with kill mode eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It comes with the shape of the eyes like that, but not
Yes.
the official like color
There
scheme,
you
I
go.
guess.
Tight. Well, yeah, this
Yeah.
this
So
looks
this is a
good.
Mafex release, and I
Yeah,
think
look like
Mafex
they
people say
updated
has.
the unmasked head sculpt too. Because wait, no, did the yeah, the original Mafex had the unmasked Tom Holland head, but this one looks like it's updated.
Yes. What were we gonna say, Fabio?
I think no, I was just gonna say about the head too. That it probably looks better than the first version.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one was kind of soft.
Yeah, this looks good, man.
Has
2020?
SHF done an unmasked head?
No, not that I can think of.
I was I've used the Mafex head on the SHF body.
Okay.
Yeah, this is coming out in 2020. Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Who
Yay!
cares?
A year ago, I couldn't even imagine the year 2020. Jesus Christ! Now I'm looking forward to figures coming out in that year. That's nuts.
Man, I want some Hobbs and Shaw figures.
Can you imagine?
Boy, I'm a super soldier, yeah?
I'm
Not
not Superman.
Oh my
I need a soundbite of that, please, Poncho. I can't wait for the sequel though. 2 Hobbs, 2 Shaw.
Jesus, can you can you imagine if that was it?
Hobbs and Shaw, Tokyo Drift.
That would be the worst. Or the best,
I-
depending on who you ask. So
7 times.
so the only thing I wanted to bring up for Storm was they showed off Sagat for Storm, and this guy's about to be a big bitch for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks massive from Street Fighter 2.
This
Ultra
guy
Street
looks-
Fighter.
SOB.
This guy looks like a fucking specimen. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean they've been putting out a lot of big ass figures too. So yeah,
They really.
this is what they do, man.
Is this the first figure in specifically from Ultra Street Fighter 2 Final Challengers?
No, they've done Evil Ken and Violent Ryu.
Oh, they have. But those didn't come with like the continue screen faces, did they? It was just like recolors of the old ones, same sculpt. I think this is like, I really love that it comes with this face, but that just makes me wish that every single other one came with a continue screen face.
Yeah,
It's like they barely thought about it. They were like, "Oh fuck, we should have been doing continuous screen."
You know what that means? Reissues, baby.
Yeah, for sure.
I wish they would do that for Mortal Kombat in some way too, because I mean, Scorpion and Sub-Zero are impossible to get now.
Yeah, good lord. I can't even. I remember it was like a couple of months ago I wanted to get a Sub-Zero because I slept on a Sub-Zero, and I was like, all right, cool, I'm prepared to pay $50 over retail. Hell no. That was
everybody.
not the case. Damn, because I have Scorpion, Reptile, I have fucking Ermac. Got, I got like ninjas, but like no Sub-Zero. I'm about to just buy like the next ninja that comes out. I'm gonna buy 2 and just paint him at this point. Like I don't even give a shit. I've seen somebody do that. Like somebody just repainted like their Rain, just blue, and it looked great. Like I mean, at this point, what the fuck? Like, duh. Why would you not? I'd rather like just get one on a sale for like $50 or something, and then just paint it. Whatever. Just
Or
do
even
it.
one of the the bloody versions.
Yeah, even that. Yeah.
Those are easier to find.
I just remember like a couple of months after Scorpion dropped and all those guys dropped, and people couldn't even get rid of the bloody versions, and now any version of that goes for mad money. It's crazy. Unbelievable. But yeah, the Sagat looks great. He's gonna be tall as fuck. He just looks really cool. Hopefully they just do some weirdo recolors of other past figures with beat up faces. That's all I really want.
Yeah.
But that would be it.
I'm trying to get a
beat
lump
up faces back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get these figures up.
Sorry, Rick, you broke up. What were you saying?
I'm trying to get these figures lumped up.
Of course. So, next up is third party.
I sent a quick link while we're just still on this page here. For
oh yeah, shit.
Which we have not talked about yet.
We have not. All right, so let's talk about that. That's not on the docket, but I just forgot to pop it on there. So yeah, Mezco revealed they got a Moon Knight in the mix. What thoughts?
He's a little
revealed that they were gonna drop it when we got that little booklet from was it Toy Fair or Comic-Con?
Yeah, I think it was
Toy
Fair.
Toy Fair,
yes.
Yeah.
That was the only time we'd actually seen it. It was just a picture and accessory spread in the booklet. It wasn't actually shown at the show, and the figures actually changed since then. They changed how they do the hood and a bunch of other stuff, and it looks great. Honestly, pretty.
It looks pretty good to me too.
I like the mix of the armor and the clothing and I mean the stark white color of it. You're gonna need some fucking gloves to handle this thing.
No question. Yeah.
And a black variant would be dope too, or like a black and white variant. Where the armor is maybe black or maybe
to the cookie lane.
Exactly, a little Oreo Moon Knight.
It comes with that little unmasked head too, or like half mask, but looks like he's pulled up his mask and it's just sitting on his head.
Right, and I like how they've tried to match the texture of the hood with the actual cloth tape.
That's what's standing out the most to me, honestly.
Yeah,
they matched it so well. It looks very good,
and I'm sure it'll look even better at some point. Trying to find the accessory spread. Yeah, so it's a down hood, or it's a removable hood, so you can have it up or down with the mask or maskless heads. You get a staff, a crescent blade, grappling hook baton, nunchucks, the heads and the hoods, 8 interchangeable hands, and then the display stand. I mean, this is a lot of figure, and it's only $80, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a regular retail release price. This was due in October, maybe. So
September and November.
January.
$80. I mean, this is the kind of thing where if this is what lets you know that they're not really creeping up the price overall on the brand, because you can still get something like this that's kind of more in the standard range of Mezco. It's still that standard price of $80, but doing that kind of justifies having the more expensive releases like your Cyclops and your Cable and I guess even Pennywise.
Gee.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't think the pre-orders have sold out yet either.
No, it's not a Mezco exclusive, so obviously it's going to stay up on their site for a while, but you can pre-order it just about anywhere. It looks great, man. I wonder what the chat's thinking on this. Is this better than the Toy Biz Moon Knight?
Oh, man, let's bring that guy back that said that the Toy Biz one was better than ML1.
Right, now he was trolling, but...
Yeah, he's just fucking around.
Right. Although, to Book's point, you could probably take some of the accessories from the Toy Biz one that's still holding... No, you can't. This one has that.
Hey, that staff, it was decent.
I'm noticing that this Moon Knight doesn't come with a horribly warped staff, so I'm going to have to fish out my Toy Biz one and salvage that part.
I got to take the Toy Biz hands and put them on this figure.
For a variety of expression. I mean, you can't do a middle finger on this one. I mean, 0 out of 10 figure.
What if I want him loosely grasping something and then slightly less loose?
While we talking about Mezco, we should mention that the Ghostbusters set started shipping.
No
Yeah,
Some
shit.
some
people got it in hand
got it
already.
in. The
Billy
$300 set, 4 figures plus Slimer. I mean, it's a good
It's a good
set.
value.
Billy seems pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
It looked
I
like he
ordered
couldn't-
one for Danny. It should be here on Monday.
You gonna mess with it, review it before you send it to him?
I might look at it actually, but yeah, I didn't want it, but
Sprinkle little crumbs in the packaging.
that's his shit though.
Yeah, Danny loves Ghostbusters. For sure. Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, I'm interested to see how they look in hand though.
Yeah.
What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
Fabi, are you getting the Ghostbusters set or no?
I want them. I don't know if I'm gonna pay $300. I'm gonna try to get them a little cheaper. I've noticed that. I mean, Ghostbusters might be an exception, but a lot of those like kind of one-off releases from Mezco tend to float in the lower range for a little bit, like your Ash Evil Dead and your Jasons, and I don't, I think the exception is probably Michael Myers, but even now you could probably still find him for retail.
Darkseid is going for crazy cheap now too. Good lord.
Yeah,
Is he? What's crazy?
He's
$80.
like 50%.
Yeah, he's like almost 50% off at some places.
Yo, he's down to 80. Show me that.
I think there was I think there was a sale somewhere and he was 80, but usually it's like 115 or something like that. But
yeah, I keep seeing it for around that range.
Amazon,
like closer to 100, I'm gonna pull the trigger.
yeah.
Amazon was 80 for like a few hours, and then it was 90 again like a couple of days ago for like a couple hours.
As
soon as the stock starts to
Where's the honey
disappear,
alert? Come on now.
yeah, they raised the price.
He dropped.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that with Ghostbusters, I mean, it might kind of get into that range. I don't know if anyone's gonna really, besides
It
Ghostbusters.
ain't gonna get into the $80 range. You can forget
No,
about
definitely
that
not.
shit.
But I'm thinking, closer to 2.
Yeah, if you could get it for 2, that's still a good deal.
For sure.
Yeah, I would buy it at 2, even though I'm not a big fan of Ghostbusters like that at 200. I mean,
yeah, I mean at 200, you don't need any Ghostbusters ever again.
exactly.
Basically.
At 200, I don't need to watch Ghostbusters ever again.
Right.
I mean,
at 200, you got 100 left over to find a fucking Diamond Select backdrop.
per figure, basically, for a Mezco style figure, plus 1 bonus figure. So.
Right. And even at 300, it's like 75 per.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a steal!
Whatevs.
I mean, you could buy 1 Hot Toys for that price. You get 5 figures, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are selling the shit out of Mezco shit with no sponsorship.
Oh my god!
God, yeah. He says if we'll see any Dead or Alive Storm collectibles, if we're talking about fighting games.
Oh, we probably will. It seems like they want to do every fighting game property that they can.
That's right.
Are they gonna do some seamless bodies for those women?
Christ.
We need Dead or Alive factor. Beach volleyball, or we don't want them at all.
Right. We've got it. I mean, I'm not mad if they give us the male versions as long as they reuse the females for extreme beach volleyball too.
They're gonna give us Streets of Rage. They're gonna give us Final Fight. Yeah. Giving us everything.
Streets of Rage would be dope.
If they did Dead or Alive, like that Ryu Hayabusa is like your probably top tier ninja goon. But like,
oh man, yeah, that would probably be the one they start with, huh?
Yeah, that would be sick. But
they love their ninjas. They love their fighting games. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Yeah.
Match made in heaven. Honestly.
I'm just sitting here counting.
I'd love to see Ninja Scroll, not Ninja Scroll. What's the one with Strider Hiryu?
Oh, that's fuck. It's Strider. Isn't it? Yeah, it's Strider. Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
I'm just here counting down the days until we get to a fucking Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Where we at on that? King and Yoshimitsu. That's all I need in this life of sin.
Oh man.
Well, they have Tekken, do they not? They have the license. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Matter of time, baby.
Real quick before we move on from Mezco, we always do this. What other variants could we get of this Moon Knight?
I was about to say the same thing. Like I don't know. I'm not
PX
super
version,
familiar. I'm not super
PX
familiar with the
is going to be the
character.
stealth
So.
version of some kind, so all black or black and white.
Let's go metallic. Let's go metallic silver. You know,
That'd be dope.
let's get real Toy Biz with it, huh? Let's get real Toy Biz. You guys want Toy Biz? Get real Toy Biz with it, right?
Maybe they could do a version where the cape was a little more extravagant.
Yeah, interesting.
Big flow to the cape, big flow only.
But yeah, there is the black and white version similar to the Legends version.
Right. And then I could see an all black one too. I'm trying to think of like what are his costumes in Marvel Ultimate Alliance too.
Moon Knight hasn't changed too much though. Oh, there's the there's the suit version with him with the suit and shit.
I could see that being a completely separate figure though.
Gomez style suit.
Yeah, Mr. Knight.
You got a call on line 4.
What happened?
Carlos Arhan.
That what?
The Mr. Knight figure. But Vanderpike mentions the Fist of Khonshu with the golden accessories. Oh, that looks interesting. Yeah, I mean, I hopefully this one does well and we get other versions because I'd like to see a black and white one just because this one is just like, I mean, you need some serious care for this. You're gonna need to clean it with shoe cleaner.
Just buy some latex gloves.
Right.
Tell you what, the real diehard Mezco fans have nothing to worry about because it'll never come out the fucking box. So.
That's true. It won't come out the shipper.
I find it ridiculous that like every week there's like a collector that has like just the boxes wrapped in plastic sitting in a detailing. Like, does anybody else think it's okay to display like this?
Oh man,
You
You're not
weirdo!
displaying, you're storing.
You're son of a bitch. Nobody fucking thinks that's cool.
hot take! Holy fuck!
I missed it. Say it again.
Is anybody else- Okay.
Kind of a weird son of a bitch. Oh fuck! Oh man.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
That is some real clown shit.
it's so funny you mentioned that because like when I first got into figures, like I just recently moved, and my friends from my old hometown are just like super casual. They know nothing about figures, and like they had them. Yeah, filthy casuals. Yeah, and they like I would post like all my shit and my displays and stuff, and they're all like, "Why are you taking it out of the box? Why are you opening these things? It ruins the value." And I was like, "Who the fuck are you talking to? What are you talking about? Why would I not?"
Shit to me all the time when they see me opening a figure. Like, dude, you just totally threw away the value. Like, what? Fuck value? What are you talking about?
I'll throw the box away too. Watch me.
Yeah, so you want to bet? I'll throw this son of a bitch away.
There was it was I can't remember who did it and with what figure. I want to say it was a Goku Black. It was like last year. Everybody was freaking out about how to open a figure on I think SH Figure Arts USA, and some guy, I can't remember if it was a Goku Black or not, but I distinctly remember some guy was all he posted a video like how to open this figure, and he literally ripped that shit open. He tore like the whole box open and shit. It's so funny.
That's savage. The savagery on display.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, were you trying to be funny? Because this is not funny.
Am I a joke to you?
I can just imagine the comments.
Yeah, a lot of
funny.
heated people. Yeah.
All for a joke. You messed up that box. Wow, I know some people who would really enjoy that box.
Yeah. You could give it to somebody who really needs it.
There's some
Really
starving
neat.
children in Africa that could do a lot with that box.
Yeah, they could sell
Give
that
that
shipper for
box
$10. Buy a meal. God.
Wow, did you use that shipper to ship another package out? You're a dick.
You know what's similar but crazy though? I mean, I don't keep them, but I have them stored in like a container. That's just where I put them after I take them off. But I have all the plastic wraps from Mezco.
Oh, fuck off!
I have all the plastic boxes, all the plastic bags that they come in.
Jesus Christ, this is Fabio's confession right now.
I don't know. I figured like it's like dog poop bags or something. I don't know. I could reuse them. You just
No.
throw away.
From the
It's the same
fucking
reason you don't throw away like grocery bags. You just have a grocery bag filled with more grocery bags.
Yeah, I guess so.
Somebody got some, everyone's got that drawer in the house.
I feel like if
I know Hook does.
if you think one day that you might try and sell them or something like that, not even for a profit, but just selling, just like getting rid of your figures, it makes sense to keep all that shit just so you can sell it back to another collector in the most like new condition you could possibly give it to him. So
Right.
yeah. I'm the same way with even though we were just like collectively roasting you, I'm the same way with Comic-Con exclusives with SH Figure Arts. I like carefully take the fucking tissue paper off and stuff, and I save the tissue paper. And if I ever want to sell, I sold like a SDCC Goku, not like the crazy one, but like the powered down one, and I still had the tissue. And I was like, "Yo, you want this tissue?" And they're all like, "Fuck you talking about?" No. And I was like, "All right, just thought I'd ask." If you want the tissue, if you don't want the tissue, there's no issue, man. Jesus Christ.
I'm a pack of Kleenex and shit.
I wipe my ass with tissue, guy. I don't want it on my.
Exactly. What kind of tissue are we talking? You talking Charmin? Quilted Northern? What are we talking?
Fucking ultra soft.
Yeah. How many layers? For sure.
What's the ply count?
Yeah, what's the ply count? Good Lord. I tried taking some toilet paper from work the other week, and it was 1 ply, and I just left that shit there. I was like, I don't even want this. Oh God!
You can keep this sandpaper. I'm not trying to bleed out of my ass tonight.
Gotta fold that shit 10 times.
Oh shit! All right, really on topic here, I guess. Yeah, do you want to move on to third party, or any final thoughts for this Moon Knight, or what's going on?
Threat level midnight.
Threat level midnight. Yo, if we get a suited version of this, somebody please do a threat level Moon Knight shot and just
Threat level.
I'm gonna put a purple bandana on mine, and he'll be Prison Moon.
Prison Moon. Oh fuck!
We need a golden face to accompany this threat level.
Golden face.
Yo, Dallas in the comments, if you're not protecting the integrity of your figures by completely wrapping your Mezco boxes in duct tape, you're doing it wrong. Fucking stupid.
That's real protection.
That's crazy. Yeah. One last thing I'll say is, there's some. I was part of one community somewhere, and somebody shared that they're like they like collect figures in the shipment boxes, like how they show up at the store, like at Walmart and shit.
They're collecting an inventory.
Yeah, they
boy,
collect
that's
cases.
sad.
Yeah, they had cases of, I want to say Marvel Legends or something.
Where are you putting all that shit?
Yeah, how do you display that?
Maybe part of the architecture of his house.
Yeah,
His house looks like a box fort.
yeah,
What's
part
up,
of the
guys? These are
structural
my
integrity.
boxes.
Yeah, peep them.
It's a lot bigger on the inside.
I mean, really, at the end of the day, when you do shit like that, can you really even consider yourself a toy collector? Like, what are you're collecting boxes, bro? You're not. I figures you're not looking at the, how artistically
You're not even getting
cool they
utilitarian
are.
value out of them.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you doing?
And check out the way that they printed the label on this cardboard box. Wow.
Okay. You see, right around 2017, they started changing the font.
See that? See that right there? That says case count. Wow.
You buying your shit and you putting it directly in your display case, or you got your figure room or whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's typical regular collector stuff. I don't expect everybody to be doing A.C.B.A. and taking pictures and stuff like that. But if you're not even taking it out of the package, out of the shipper box, get out of here, man.
Yeah,
That's
like
insane.
The case that gets shipped to the store so that they can stock the shelves with what's inside.
Yeah,
That's
it.
just crazy.
What's the next level? Like just the pallet, huh?
No, they're
Right.
collecting the whole shipping container from China.
Basically.
You got a couple of guys from the fucking factory rooming with you. That's the next level. Jesus.
Next level's owning the factory.
Foreign men.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Real men.
Yeah.
This is my boy Ji Hyun. He worked on SHF for the past 7 years. Now he lives with me.
I just, I let him shack up with me. I feed him and shit. It's crazy.
Hey, what's up to the camera, Ji Hyun?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you see him. He's waving. Okay.
He's put the sign down. I can't read that. I don't know. All right.
I don't speak Spanish.
Jesus. All right. Okay. So,
I mean, even that wrestling hound says he's a box collector. That's fine. I mean, we're not knocking box collectors, but it's like there comes a level where you're not enjoying the figure anymore, or even looking at it
At all?
in the shipper. Where the case comes in, where there's like two of the 6-armed Spider-Man that everybody hates inside the case. But you're not opening that part. You're just keeping it on the level of in the case. So at that point, you're not even collecting figures. You're just collecting the idea of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's collecting them just in case.
Jesus.
Oh, God. It's done.
Very good. Very good.
It's
You
over.
2 for 2, bro.
Yeah, let's move on. It's just not going to get better than that.
It really won't. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
That's Dave Chappelle level, bro. That was
Very
great.
true. Very good. All right, Rick.
All right.
Your time to shine again. We're talking third party.
We're talking 3P.
That's it.
Oh my!
Demonic.
I mean,
Go ahead. Let it out.
I think we were all by the fact that they were even fucking looking at Naruto. Like they never even kind of alluded to like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, out of nowhere, man. Literally out of nowhere.
And this wasn't just like a graphic; it was just a straight up fucking model render,
Yeah.
articulated. My God. to start with Kakashi and not just straight up do Naruto or Sasuke.
Yeah.
It's what a fucking move. What a power move.
Yeah, to me, like if you weren't already convinced that this company has their fucking finger on the pulse, this is it, man. Like they could have easily gone the route of just putting out a Naruto, which is guaranteed to sell. But the fact that they know that the collectors that want this probably almost 100% already have a Naruto or a Sasuke, and just to go with something that they know that we want and we don't have, that's so great. The same shit that they pulled with Dragon Ball, they're pulling here. It's great.
Yeah, this is fucking dope, man. I don't. If you told me $30,000, you could tell me what's the first figure they're gonna fucking make, I would have not said Kakashi.
Yeah.
Lost. I would have lost, man. These dudes, they got balls.
They sure do. It's very nice.
Yeah, it looks dope. I mean, look at this shit. It looks so streamlined. And the articulation looks fantastic just from this render. It looks so good.
Yeah, and it's a work in progress because they haven't even cut the articulation for the shoulders yet. But it looks like it's everything but the shoulders at this point.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That's what I was about to say. Besides the shoulders, everything else is looking like it has like a line already drawn through. You can see the legs, see the arms.
yeah, this looks killer, super great.
God.
What would you say after this? What would be the next choice if it were up to you for a Naruto line?
I mean, I personally was someone that was not happy with any of the Sasuke's that Bandai made. I thought they both fucking sucked.
Damn.
So that's why, honestly, that's what's even more shocking was that I think universally a lot of people didn't like either of the Sasuke's that they did. I mean, they were just kind of weird looking. There was something up with both of them, and he's such a popular character. He's almost on par with Naruto himself.
Mm-hmm.
We got the big belt. We got the weird skirt. You know. Looks wise, it looks fine, but obviously when it's posed, it looks like shit.
Yeah.
So if we get a fabric skirt out of them
Woo!
for that sauce, and we get a real fucking rope,
Let's go.
man, fucking throw out the SHF, man. Donate them to Goodwill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was.
I would Sasuke next.
Yeah, the soft goods on Sasuke is well within the realm of possibilities, especially for this company. So that's it. You know what I'd really like? I'd like for them to actually go back and like properly do some like original Naruto Team 7 stuff.
Yeah, Team 7. Yeah, let's go original Team 7. You know, let's get a Kid Naruto, the Sasuke, the Sakura. You know, I'm with it, man. Hit me with that heat.
Yeah, and then they could honestly just and they could just reuse this mold and just do like a Kakashi from that era as well. Boom.
Yeah, I'm fucking with it, man.
That's one that they dropping. They're dropping
this one right here. Who knows? 2 weeks? Fuck, they just move so fast.
No, I said, what is the first one that they're dropping?
Presumably it's this one.
Yep.
And this is like the only thing that they've talked about regarding Naruto for their line.
With the heat.
But yeah, so how many lines is Demoniacal fit in now? Dragon Ball and Naruto, right? Or is there another one they do? I think that's it. I'm getting it confused with Dasen.
Yeah. No, that's why. Wait, when you said they could totally do fabric, I was like, oh, I don't think they've done fabric, but fuck it.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. Quick correction. No, they couldn't do fabric.
I mean, they could. Will they? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's true. That's my bad.
They could. I don't think they will.
Yo, speaking of Dasen. Uh-oh. Boom.
Hit us with it.
Let's go.
Ladies. Whoa. Ayako, Haruko. Whoa. Fucking slam dunk.
These are nuts, man.
Are these actual characters from the show?
Fuck yeah, they are. You bet your ass they are. Whoa.
Okay.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
These I'm seeing the male figures show up in a lot of pictures, man.
Let's it's a sausage fest. Let's get to the bun. You know what I mean?
let's get the waifus in the mix for sure.
Yeah, let's get boo things in here, man.
Yeah.
Where they at?
Classic 90s anime babes for sure. Right here.
Just with those vaporwave vibes. You know?
I want to see cover art with Greek statues. I want it all, baby.
Yeah, I want to get like digitized Macintoshes. Like, you know, where
oh fuck! Yeah, these look great.
Look at those accessories. We got different head sculpts, my guy. Look at those head sculpts that they come with. Jesus.
The best thing about these is circled right here. They're gonna come with like the hyper like chibi like characterized versions of the head sculpts. That's so great, dude.
And look at that fabric clothing. My God.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
How is that connecting? What's going on there? Or is that you literally just putting it on like it's all fabric?
Yeah, that's all fabric, man.
Yeah.
All fabric.
It's probably just gonna come on it.
What's really crazy about this is the fact that they come. At least fucking Ayako comes with 2 different types of uniforms. She not only comes with the long, she comes with the summer uniform with the sleeves off.
Boom.
So they're really fucking balls to the wall. Whoever owns Dawson, I said this in our group chat. Slam Dunk. They fucking love Slam Dunk more than possibly anybody else on this fucking.
Yeah, for sure.
I would have never guessed this. Like, not even a little. Not even kind of. I would have just thought more teams.
Yeah, this is great, man. And like even if you're even if you're not even remotely familiar with Slam Dunk, this appeals to everybody just based on civilian possibilities.
Yeah, well, I think, is there another female figure where we got her wearing a fucking backwards cap?
Yeah, right there.
Nope,
That's
There he is.
crazy.
never. The backward snapback.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Man. She's out here rocking the old pro line snapback. Got fucking sneakers on. We got her
What's the
without
sneakers
the
gonna
hat.
look like? What are they gonna be? Because I know they've been like really official with the Jordans with the male figures.
Let me look up their anime in shoes.
Uh-oh.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. Off the top of my head, I cannot remember.
They're gonna be official though, for
Okay,
sure.
so Haruko.
And I mean, just the idea of having, like you said, civilians and stuff, but schoolgirls, with the schoolgirl outfit or
Yeah.
Mhm.
more casual thing here. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Say.
I cannot picture of Ayako's feet. Okay, here we go.
That's a rabbit hole
Yeah,
you
it
might
just
not want to
looks
go down, Rick.
Basically.
Oh my god!
You're about to get the OD footage videos right now.
It just
I mean,
looks
fetish.
like
I said
basic.
footage.
Yeah.
They just look like very basic high tops. Just looking at like her character model.
Tight.
But shit, this looks like it might be. Damn, this is really tough. That actually looks like it was just somebody's like independent. Find a picture of her feet, and I'm not about to type that into Google.
You don't want to fuck up your searches.
And y'all got me shook that next time I like go on YouTube, I'm gonna get like recommend for like feats.
It's gonna be in all your ads now.
Up on your phone because the phone's listening to you.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to have to guess, I would say like something that looks like an Air Force One high, basically.
Okay.
I cannot wait. Yeah, so Ayako, I don't know. They look like they could be like Air Force One highs, basically, but
Does
it's
it have
dope,
the
man.
strap around the
Look like they could like they get cut off slightly. Like I only see like the top half of the shoe, kind of.
Yeah.
Fucking dope, man. Haruko and the schoolgirl. Fucking Ayako with the cap back. Get out of here. This is dope.
And they're cheap too. They're mad cheap. $42.
$42 cloth goods,
Yeah.
extra head, sneakers.
That's unprecedented. This is arguably right. This is arguably the best value for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just this line. I mean, it's not even this company shouldn't even exist, and it's killing everything right now.
Very true.
You'd be hard pressed to convince me otherwise. There's no other company pumping shit out, but just the diversity of things too.
I like how he says SH figures, action figures.
SH figures. That's so great.
It's just fucking dope. Nobody is doing shit like this in the industry right now. So quickly and not at such great quality. So this is fucking dope.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that's missing is that Ayako it's dope when she wears like the player's jacket sometimes.
Ooh, yeah.
We don't get that. Yeah, we don't get that here. Sometimes she's wearing like a big like player's jacket, but it's all right. I mean, I can't even complain. Look at this. Do you see this right now?
Well, it wouldn't be so hard to imagine that if they just put out an accessory pack of every single jacket from the players just by itself.
Yeah, Punker Mike just sent me a picture, and they look like they're kind of like Air Force One highs almost, or like maybe it looks like an old Reebok high. I don't know. They're high top white sneakers. It looks like they're going to be pretty plain on the scopes. They're not going to be branded like they are with the other guys.
Hell yeah. Oh, you sent a
I
photo.
see. Yeah, they do look like Reeboks.
You know what? That was my initial thought that they were Reeboks.
Yeah, they look kind of like Reebok-ish.
I've seen those new Adidas that look like Reeboks. Ugh.
This is fucking dope. I can't
Frozen
wait.
yellows are dope though.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, that's tight. I'm super excited for these to come out and I don't know, 2 days. Fuck.
Yeah.
2 days.
I mean, we should really try to get in touch with this company and try to get these early, Pancho.
I think these figures start shipping out like within a month.
Yeah.
So that's dope.
They're up they're up on China Model Store already, or China Model Toys.
John P is out here blowing people's minds. Turn Haruko into Penny Parker. My God, you son of a bitch!
You son of a bitch!
Now we got a stew going.
Couple of head swaps. There's plenty of meat on that bone, for sure.
There's plenty of meat on that bone.
Hell yeah! So super stoked for these. That really does it for a third party. The only other thing for third party is Demoniacal Fit Jace shipping. So a couple of people already have their hands on them for sure. I've heard that. Well, some U.S. guys have some U.S. like independent toy resellers like on Facebook groups and stuff have gotten theirs already. And from what I've been hearing is like all the things that plague Ginyu and Banan aren't present on Jace at all, which is really great. So no loose joints or anything like that. The only downside from what I hear is his hair hinders the articulation, just hinders the articulation.
Be expected because that hair is voluminous.
It's crazy.
Great SAT word.
Yeah. I would as soon as I get it, I'm just gonna cut it and put a joint in there. Just put a Figma joint or something, maybe a Revo joint.
That's a power move right there. That's a power move.
Yeah, who's gonna stop me?
As soon as I get it, I'm gonna cut it.
Yeah. Fuck it.
He's balling out here on these bitches.
But that does it for the main show. Goodbye. Hello,
Bye.
welcome to the after show.
Whoa, back already, huh?
Yeah, crazy, right?
Officially back at it.
Yeah. So let's stop this. All right, so you guys want to talk pickups? Did you guys get a lot of stuff over the last 2 weeks, or?
Yeah, I got those Lightning Series figures. A local collector who I didn't.
Did you? I
didn't even know was local. Wade Merrick lives just like 10 miles away. And literally the 2 days after I like officially met the guy, picked me up a Lord Zed. What a fucking guy.
Wade Merrick of Unparalleled Universe fame.
Boom. There we go.
Man, that guy's he's become very quickly one of my new favorite reviewers. He's really good.
Oh yeah, he's
cool
really
guy,
good.
too.
He's a real good dude, man. We met up at a as shady as it sounds, we met up at a local gas station.
All right.
Yeah, Bay Area traffic is really bad, so he's just like, "Hey, man, let's meet like at this fucking gas station." So we met up. We talked about the local collecting scene. You know, threw me the Lord Zed. Got home immediately. I opened that son of a bitch up. Wow.
Just wow.
Oh wow. It pissed people off, but I did the little trick for the White Ranger. They refused to sell it to me early, so I took another Power Rangers figure that was like kind of in the same price range. I fucking scanned that, and then I took the White Ranger.
Nice.
Damn. Wow, you're just fucking up the inventory, huh? Psych.
Oh,
Just go through self-checkout. That's what I do.
I hope you know that you fucked up the inventory now.
Yeah,
I could self-check, but they
okay.
denied me, so I went back and got another one.
Mm.
Yeah, even self-checkout hits you with this item cannot be sold.
Just like Pancho said, these companies are going to be perfectly fine. Let's not cry for fucking Target and Walmart. Target and Walmart are going to be fine. The store gets fined. Oh no, not like a few $1,000s to a store that probably makes millions a year. Oh Jesus.
You'll be okay. The best thing to do, honestly, is if you the best situation is if you have a rapport with some of these guys, and just like then just let them know, like, because like, so if there's street dated stuff in retail, what some people will do is they will just scan in another another item that's the exact same price that's not street dated, and they'll just fix it in the inventory later. That happens literally all the time. I'm not saying that you should go and like beg people to do that for you, but if you're cool with some of your local whatever, if you're an ambassador and you got an in, psych. But yeah, if you're cool with people and they're cool people, there's always a way around.
I know the ways.
I don't know. Be nice to people. It might be nice to you. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was funny. In collection, those are the only two I bought from Lightning Collection. I do want to buy that Red Ranger that Poncho was talking about. I just I wasn't in a hurry to have to do that trick twice, so I was like, you know what? I'll buy the Red Ranger normal stock. I'm gonna pull a fast one on him. Buy that at some point. I got Beast. Not only do I have Beast, I have like 3 Beast.
Whoa.
I sold one to David Walton. Shout out to David Walton, the family man. He's busy, so I gave him one of those. I just got them Amazon. My order just came in. Before that, like a week before that, I went into Best Buy and there was literally nothing on the shelf but that Beast.
Wow.
I was like, you guys got more in back? And he's like,
meaning to mention that earlier too, the fact that Best Buy is starting to get shit in like that too. I checked my Best Buy by my job, and they had the placard up for the Wave or whatever, but they didn't have them. And homeboy even went in the back and checked for me. He was actually mad cool, but yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Best Buy is crazy. They're kind of like, I don't know if GameStop works this way. Hyper specific, and not only can you find out when that figure is gonna show up to that Best Buy, he can fucking tell you the exact truck and what time it's gonna show up.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what my dude did for me. He was like, yo, it's coming in on the truck on Tuesday, and it's in the afternoon truck, so come at this time. That's when it's going to be here, and there's only one.
A little
and that one turned out to be
a little GameStop inside information real quick.
Here we go.
You can, the GameStop POS lets you know within 3 days if something is on a truck to come to the store. So like if that's like the best way to check. Like, so just call one if you're like really hounding for something. You don't have to call like every single day. You can just call like every other day or every 3 days, and then you should be able to see in the system if it's coming on a truck. It'll tell you which box it's coming in and stuff like that too.
See that? Yeah, exactly the same with Best Buy. The guy told me a week ahead of time. He's like, "Yo, man, we got one coming in on the Tuesday truck. Come in at this time and come pick it up." And I was like, "Okay." I get down there. There's only one figure, and it was Beast, and there was literally nothing else. I ended up picking that up, and then like a week later, like I said, my Amazon order came in. I don't know what's going on with Hasbro, but maybe they just like purposely produced Beast first, because on Amazon I have the entire wave ordered. My 2 Beasts that I ordered. So
Interesting.
Crazy. I was gonna give one.
They'll do it like with a few Deadpools, where they just did a full case of Deadpools at one point.
And maybe it was full cases of Beast. I was gonna give Wade Merrick one, but I saw that his wife ended up picking him up one. He didn't end up needing that.
I thought that guy was local to me because I've seen him, his videos at LA Comic Con and stuff.
He's in Cali, so maybe he just likes to travel. He lives in a town and like a couple towns over. I also picked up the Blink. That's a terrible figure. Prepared, it's a terrible figure with a beautiful head sculpt. The head sculpt is gorgeous, but the figure is absolute shit. My Gambit broke at the foot. That fucking sucked.
Yeah, there's been some QC issues actually, man.
Yeah, somebody in chat was asking about our hot takes on Gambit as well. If you guys have any,
I don't have it in hand yet.
It's coming, baby.
I only got 3 of them. I was walking around from. Sometimes when I leave work, I'll just walk uptown for a while, get a little exercise and see the sights if it's a nice day or whatever. And I just hit up Walgreens and Dwayne Reed's and CVS's on my way uptown yesterday, and I was able to pick up Blink, Skullbuster, and Forge. That's all I found.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you got 3 Gambits when you said you only got 3 of them.
Somebody is sending me Gambit, and Gambit doesn't even have a Build-A-Figure part. I didn't realize that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He has no Build-A-Figure part. I walked into my Walmart and all that was left was a Gambit, a Blink, and a Skullbuster. Oh, and that Wolverine. The Blink and Gambit, I left everything else. And as soon as I got home, I felt that Gambit foot was gonna break, and I was like, "Shit, let me put this in the freezer. Do the old freezer trick." I put it in the freezer for like an hour, and I did the spin. The shit just broke. It was gonna break no matter what.
Describe the freezer trick to people who may not know.
Yeah, the freezer trick when you have a seized up joint, I wouldn't recommend this on NECA figures. Not any shade, but they're harder plastic. They're more rigid plastic.
It's a different plastic, yeah.
For that, but things like Marvel Legends, DCUC, when you have a figure and the joint feels like you just know when you're gonna move a joint that it's gonna rip the plastic out. Sometimes you can just put it in the freezer, and what the freezer is gonna do is that it's gonna make the plastic not only really a lot stronger and tighten up, it's also gonna get it kind of moistish because it's frozen. So when you pop the joint and you force the movement, it's going to be all right. It's going to be strong enough to not soft and rip on you like it normally does. But sadly, that wasn't the case with this Gambit. I've never had a problem with the freezer trick at all before this time. Any line that I've ever done it in, I've never had the issue. This is the first time the freezer trick just didn't work, and it seemed like it was just because it was just something was wrong when they put it together. It had a stupid angle. The plastic must have just been warped and it was gonna rip no matter what I did.
Yeah, my Skullbuster's left arm is like the hinge on the. You know how sometimes that peg is like, the actual hinge is loose, like the forearm part is sticking out from the hinge a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. It's not all the way in. It's like it's kind of dropped.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that, and then I don't like the way the paint on my Forge's upper shoulders looks either.
Yeah,
real quick, just because somebody was talking about it in the chat, Pledge floor cleaner is supposed to tighten joints.
Yeah, Pledge floor cleaner or also clear nail polish. I like using clear nail polish more. I know a lot of people like to use super glue, but no offense, but that's playing a little too fast and loose for me. I'm not about fucking super glue. No.
Yeah.
Anybody that uses it just fine, but I have no fucking trust in myself. Something and forget, and it'll just fuck it up. I'd rather just use clear nail polish. There's absolutely no way it's gonna stick like super glue does. What I think as far as pickups, in my fucking Goodwill, and I kid you not, man, I found an entire bag of 6-inch scaled accessories, figures anywhere in sight. Like there was
interesting.
A bunch of fucking guns and like military shit, and like I spent an entire day sorting the bag. Some of them were like 12-inch stuff, but some of them were 6-inch. It was pretty wild, man. Like I got a sick new DSLR camera prop. I have no idea where it came from. Just randomly in that bag. There was a bunch of other cool shit in that bag, and
that shit was probably from WWE or something, man.
Yeah, could they were really they were detailed but unpainted. It was really weird. Like I don't the fuck these accessories came from, but there was a shitload of guns, like glasses, and like a fucking camera. It was fucking weird. Like I don't know where the fuck this all came from, but it was
like it was like a product, or it was just something on the shelves.
No, it was literally. I don't know if people know this, but when Goodwill gets like a bunch of like let's say you take all of your kids' old figures like and put them in like a fucking Kroger bag, like a Ralph's bag, and give it to Goodwill. Goodwill is going to take large 1-gallon sandwich bags, everything that they can in it, and then ziplock it closed, tape the ziplock, and then put it on the shelf for $5.99.
Uh-huh.
What happened? I bought 2 of those bags. They weren't gallon ones, but they were like half-gallon ones. I bought 2 half-gallon ones. There's a bunch of Sigma 6 stuff in there, but then there was a bunch of 6-inch scaled stuff. It was really, really bizarre. Yeah, so I bought that, and then I went down to a local store that's like in most people's malls, at least here in California. It's called Tokyo Lifestyle. It's like a Tokyo, like a Japanese store. They sell candy and they sell like a bunch of SH figure arts and like 1/12 scale accessories from Japan. And I bought like a designer chair. It's like super modern looking. It looks like something Tony Stark would have.
Huh.
That was pretty dope too. Yeah, if anybody has a Tokyo Lifestyle at their local mall, should be here in California. Go peep it out.
Yeah,
There's a
that
lot
chair
of
look
112.
when you get a chance.
When you get a chance, peep it out. There's a lot of dope 1/12 scale accessories there. I wouldn't. It's dope, and sometimes they're overpriced, but this one happened not to be. I just sent a picture to the group chat.
Okay.
Kun, the chair,
Oh, okay.
black
That's
chair.
Oh, I think I've seen something like that.
Yeah, it was $13.99. It's dope.
They have they don't have that particular chain, but they have like Mitsuwa markets down here, and they have similar stuff.
Oh yeah, Mitsuwa, especially when they have a Kinokuniya. Kinokuniya is like a bookstore, figure store. The biggest one I think is in New York. The Kinokuniya in New York and in LA are like the 2 biggest ones, I think. So
Yeah, it's like 3 stories or 3 levels, I would say.
3. Oh wow. Then New York is the biggest one. SF is just 2 levels.
Yeah, the one in New York has like the basement level with like the art supplies and the magazines and stuff, and then the main level with just regular ass books, and then upstairs is like comics and shit, and then the cafe's upstairs too.
Oh yeah, the cafe. My God.
Man, I love that fucking store, man.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Kinokuniya. Shout out to fucking Kino.
Dissy.
Pancho, what'd you get, man?
I got a couple of things. I got those Power Ranger figures. I got a Beast as well. I just haven't really fucked with him. I got him. My wife was driving me back home from work, and she had him in the car all day. So like when I took him out of the package, he was like really like rubbery and loose and stuff, and I'm like, I better not fuck with this anymore. So I put him right back. And I've just had him just chilling out in my room for a little bit. Haven't got a chance to mess with him. I got those Overwatch figures too from Hasbro. And
nice.
Those are pretty nice as well. The scale is a little weird.
Somebody else told me that.
Yeah, they're small, but they fit in quite nice with the Figma, which is honestly pretty nice of them to do. Like,
I'm almost certain it was purposeful.
It has to be. There's no reason for them to be scaled so small. Like they don't really link up with Legends. Like you could fudge the Soldier 76 to match up with Legends, but the Lucio is like very small. That the Ana is small too. So I got Lucio, Ana, and the Ana came in a 2-pack with Soldier 76, and then I was lucky enough to find a Reinhardt as well. This guy is a big motherfucker. He is huge.
And that's what I fucking want from this series, pretty much, because I kind of want to finagle them into Doombots.
Oh shit! Yeah. Let me.
That's not a bad idea.
I can take a picture real quick.
I wonder what made them go with the smaller scale, though.
Like Rick was saying earlier, it's almost like they purposefully did it to mix in with the Figma stuff, because they are aside from the Mercy and the Farah, every other figure they've done does not have a Figma counterpart. and they did a Reaper, but they specifically did not do the skin that Figma did. They did another skin, like an alternative skin, which is interesting because that's like the only figure so far from Hasbro that's not the default skin. But Figma has already done the default skin, so like I said, it's really nice that they aren't really like mixing with that stuff. It's almost like the perfect companion line, honestly.
Yeah, they complementing each other. Yeah, I got you.
Very
Well, that
true.
makes sense. So people don't feel like they're torn between both of them,
Yeah,
or people who already bought the Figmas don't feel like they've kind of wasted it.
exactly.
Yeah, and it's just, and Figma more so than Bondi just takes forever to do shit.
Yeah, they really do.
Yep.
They get annoying sometimes with how long you wait. I mean, look at us waiting on a fucking
On who?
on anything One Punch Man,
Oh yeah, God.
My Hero stuff. Like they just take forever. We don't even have Genos, man. Fuck.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
But I'm about to send a picture of the Reinhardt. So I got the Reinhardt. He's huge. And yeah, they're really nice. The Reinhardt shockingly has great articulation. This guy's got fucking double jointed knees, I think. No,
Damn.
there's
He's a single pack, right?
he what? Yeah, he's by himself. Yeah, his knees are technically double jointed. It's crazy. And then his arms are single jointed, but they have a really nice range of movement. They get 90 degrees. It's just really nice. He has like a swivel, like a torso swivel, and then his shield, like obviously Reinhardt has like that big ass shield, and this thing is fucking huge. It's the size of the actual package. That's why the package is so big, because it's the whole shield. It's nuts. But overall, these are really nice. Sometimes the paint can be a little hit or miss in some figures in some spots, but you know, I never would have thought we would have had Hasbro Overwatch figures. So
A year ago we didn't, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. So these are in fact very nice.
Yeah, you can go to the store and just start a really good Overwatch collection right off the bat.
Yeah. 100%.
It's always appreciated.
Aside from that, what else did I get? Let's see.
Jesus Christ, this Reinhardt is huge.
Yeah, I'm about to screen share it real quick.
My God.
Oh man, this is Doombot right here. Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't know the color of him, but yeah, looking like that, he could definitely be a Doombot. Maybe hit it with a little green.
Yeah, hit it with a little green. This is game over. But yeah, this is an army builder right here.
Yeah, he's huge. Aside from that, I finally got my Ebony Maw. I got him today. I also got Jubilee today. And then my GameStop also had a Ronin, so I grabbed him too. And then I got my Majin Buu today also from SH Figuarts. This figure is fucking crazy. Does Bug? Do you have a Majin Buu yet or no?
No, it's on my pile of loot. I didn't get him in hand yet.
This thing is crazy.
You opened yours?
Yeah, I've been fucking with him this whole time.
Looks nice, man.
He's very nice. The only thing that I don't like is his legs only get 90 degrees. His knees, which I would have liked more, but to keep the art style intact, I get why it's only 90 degrees, because Boo has notoriously baggy pants. So like, to keep that same style, I get it. It makes sense. So it is what it is, man. It's great though. This figure is so great, and I think that's really it that I got. I think it's been a weird 2 weeks, so I can't really think of anything else off the top of what I got. Yeah, if I can remember anything else, I'll let you know. But yeah, what did you get anything cool, Bug?
Yeah, like I mentioned, I just got those 3 legends from the Caliban wave. I'm still looking for the others. Ed had hit me up today and told me that he found the Wolverine in our like area. Like, his dorm is in the area of my job, so we pretty much lay claim over all of the Walgreens and Dwayne Reeds and shit in that area. But he had hit up one of the other Dwayne Reeds and said that he had found Wolverine by itself in a Dwayne Reed that I was in just yesterday or the day before searching too. So I don't know what happened. Maybe they got a shipment in and Wolverine was the only thing left. But yeah, I got that, and I got the Higher Toys APC, which I reviewed, which is actually really cool.
Oh
I
yeah,
spent that type of money for
Yeah,
it,
that thing was 300 too, right?
$100. So
It's crazy.
oh, that's a
I don't
molly.
think I would have spent that money. I'm not a crazy aliens head like that. I do have my one detolf dedicated to the alien shit, one with the power loader and the alien queen and Ripley and Newt and shit like that. But and some of the eggs or whatever you call them. This joint is 1/18 scale, it's 3/4 inch scale, and it's cool, man. It's got some cool light up features. You can seat like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 14 soldiers in there, Colonial Marines or whatever. And it looks very accurate to the movie. Some extra lights in the headlights. They have headlights, but I feel like on a movie version there was like double headlights. That's not on this toy version, but it's really cool, man. If you like a diehard sort of aliens person, I would highly recommend it because it is very cool and great fun factor.
Well,
And then
it's
I
worth
got
noting too. I was going to comment it on your video, but I figured I'd just tell you here that the highest stuff is actually based on Aliens Colonial Marines, which is the video game
the
that was
video game, right? Okay, yeah,
like horrible. But they had a lot of like original designs for the aliens and
hmm
some original Marines and everything. So there's like it acts like an unofficial sequel to Aliens.
got you.
So I mean, it's cool, but yeah, it's definitely not like a necessary piece of alien lore.
hmm
Kind of lives
Um,
on its own.
was cool, and then I had totally forgot that I had a couple of the actual alien figures from Haya that I had never opened for whatever reason, and and even that was actually pretty damn cool. The articulation scheme was really nice. And then yeah, I said I got Ra's al Ghul. That was it. I haven't really got too much stuff. I don't know. I had a bunch of shit on the table for. Oh, I got those little static baby figures.
Interesting.
Uh,
I don't know what that is.
I saw your man Hot Kenobi baby figures and some of his shots or whatever, and mad likes and comments or whatever. So I wasn't about to comment on that shit, but I saw somebody else comment and ask where he got them, and he told them, and I went and looked it up and I ordered them. Um, I ordered
Interesting.
a couple. Basically, you get 5 little static babies for in one order or whatever. So I ordered two orders basically. So there's one that's like laying flat on his tummy. There's one in like a little like nightgown thing laying on his back with his eyes closed. There's one kind of standing
Yeah.
upright, one sitting upright.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. These are nice.
Actually pretty cool, and they scale well with 112 scale stuff. Um
Shout out to all the babies out there.
yeah, so yeah. But yeah, that was it. That was everything that I got, I guess, over the past couple weeks. I didn't. I've been searching literally every day for the X-Men wave in different places, but that's the main thing I've been looking for. But yeah, that's it for me. What about you, Rick?
No, I think it'd be.
Rick
Rick went
went
first.
already. I'm sorry.
I think it's me. I don't think I actually got anything in the last 2 weeks. I'm still waiting on some stuff. Like I had stuff I paid for, but I haven't like received it. You know what I mean? So I'm still waiting on my Blade from Mezco, my Homecoming Spider-Man. I'm gonna try to get those Ghostbusters. I'm gonna see if my guy will have them a little cheaper, you know. And actually, just yesterday I bought Asher's Evil Dead from Amazon because it was down to like $65.
I'm sure you know what that means, Fabio.
What?
For the end game.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think it's time. I think it really is time, huh? I think people have been waiting. Actually, can we talk full spoilers about Endgame? Is the chat okay with that? I think we're gonna lose some people, but that is kind of the main thing that I would like to talk about with you boys.
So that's the next thing on the docket right now is Endgame thoughts. That might honestly be because we will probably talk about this for a very long time. So that might be the next thing, the last thing we do. We'll try to get to calls. We might try and get to what to grind on, but it's already 10:00. So I know we're gonna talk about Endgame forever.
We got to talk about this though. I mean, this is
hot.
Everyone's talking about it.
So let me grab a spoiler image real quick.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then we'll get it. We'll get into it, man.
We'll get it right, and we'll get it tight.
Exactly. So you ready
now?
So, when did everybody see it? I still haven't put it up yet, but did everybody see it day one, or what's going on?
Oh yeah,
I went Thursday night.
Very nice, very nice.
It was not difficult for me to get tickets at all.
I was about to say, tell us how that went really quick.
I went online like I don't know, the day before, and I bought tickets.
That's fucking nuts.
I got great seats.
I wish I could do a GIF of Ron Burgundy right now where he says, "I don't believe you."
It was that easy. I don't know. There's a lot of theaters in LA. I think I was fine.
I was about to say, like, you probably have a lot of theaters in your area, do you not?
And I do. And then I bought a ticket for myself and my friend, and then a friend of his wanted to tag along and come to our screening, and he got a seat like right behind us. So like, it wasn't even a problem.
Oh wow! And these are assigned seats?
Yeah.
Very nice.
That's how we do it here now. It's stadium seating and assigned seats, reserved seating.
Yeah, we switched over to assigned seats too. Thank God.
It's the best.
Funny thing, I was looking at like my time hop today, and today's the day that the first Avengers came out.
Today's the day that I think Iron Man came out back in the day too.
Oh shit! No way.
Because a lot of those movies would come out that first weekend of May.
Yeah,
it's
gonna be May. Yeah, tired ass.
But we didn't open with that. It's over. We've moved on.
But yeah, I was looking at it and I had like I had the first time I saw Avengers, I had the worst seats, like second row all the way to the left in an IMAX theater, and I was like, God, fuck this. And I have I've been very open about like Avengers 1. I don't think it's that great. I mean, it's great, but I don't think it's the greatest. To the point where so many people like thought Avengers 1 was like the greatest the greatest movie of all time, and I was like, I don't know, I don't really like it, and I think it has a lot to do with the seats I got the first time I saw it. I was in such a bad mood, and like it's because I saw it with my best friend, and notoriously every single time we see a movie together, it's always fucked up because this guy thinks he can just show up 10 minutes before the movie starts. And I'm all like, no, it doesn't work that way. But yeah, so we are talking Endgame. Heavy spoilers. I mean, you've had a week at this point. The movie, it made literally over $1 billion. So if you haven't bought a ticket yet, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah,
the movie has made enough money to account for every man, woman, and child in America. Everybody should have.
Yeah, that's very true. All right, so let's get into it. Endgame thoughts. Who wants to kick it off?
Why don't you do it, Pancho? Let's hear it.
Whoa!
You already segued in with how much you didn't like the first one, but what do you think of this one?
So
your seats better?
My seats were better. I actually didn't get tickets for my IMAX theater day one, but I went to a theater that I've never been to, called the Terrace Theater here in Charleston. And Charleston is like
Terrorist theater.
The Terrace Theater. No, not terrorist theater. The Terrace Theater. And like Charleston is such like a southern like city and town, like, and it's full of like fucking hipsters and like weirdos and shit, and like the Terrace Theater is so on brand for Charleston. It's just like a little ass theater that serves like locally brewed beer and shit, and like wine and all that stuff, and like they show like little indie films and stuff like that. To put it in perspective, when that Vincent Van Gogh movie came out, it was the only theater that was showing it for like 100 miles. Like all these like weird art house movies come to this theater, and I'd never been to it. And I went to it for the first time to see Avengers, and it was incredible. Like the seats were really nice, not as good as IMAX. They weren't like recliner, like nice seats, but they were like nice, comfortable seats. But the theaters themselves seated like 50 at max, so it was like an incredibly intimate space with everybody there.
Yeah.
And like luckily there were no assholes in my theater. There were no like weirdos or like guys that, you know, try and make funny comments and shit. It literally felt like I was watching it with like a bunch of friends, because like, you know, all like the jokes and everything, like it got like big laughs and stuff, and because everybody was such a small theater, it just amplified everything. So that's the stage is set for my.
And that was on what night?
That was Thursday. And
yeah, I'm asking you because, and I want to know from all of you guys what the reception was like, what the crowd was like, because I saw it 3 times and I had 3 totally different crowds. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I saw it twice in theaters. The first time was really great. Everybody's very vocal, but like respectively vocal. Like I think at this point, you know, like the beat of like Marvel jokes and like storytelling and stuff. So, you know, like they kind of allot like a certain like 2 or 3 seconds of like time for a joke to land and the audience laugh, and they go to the next line and stuff. So I think everybody at this point knows and is familiar with that rhythm of Marvel movies. So it was really great. Like everything got big laughs. Even smaller jokes got big laughs, and the more emotional stuff got like gasps and stuff like that. And that was in the Terrace Theater, the very small theater. When I saw an IMAX, nobody fucking said anything. It was crazy, which is usually like the preferred method of watching a film, like especially in IMAX. Like it could have also been because it's so huge and like it's so loud, but like but usually when I see a movie, I just want everybody to shut the fuck up, and I just want to watch the movie. But seeing it in such a small theater with everybody that knew the rhythm and stuff, it was really great. It was like watching 50 YouTube reaction videos at once. It was nuts. But overall, I really enjoyed it. The first time I saw it, there was like some stuff happening in the background personal wise, and I think that really like hindered like my overall enjoyment, and like I was kind of like nitpicking about it and like picking it apart and like focusing on stuff that I didn't really like about it. And I know we had a big discussion about that earlier, but I saw it the second time and I really, really enjoyed it the second time. And then I saw it a third time on bootleg, of course. And like the more and more I watch it, the more and more I love it. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. But yeah, overall, I think it was great. I've been saying for the last week that, a lot of people are saying that it's the greatest Marvel. It's very black and white. It's either the greatest Marvel movie of all time or it wasn't that good. And I think like it's almost unfair to really try and describe it that way, because this movie has nothing to stand on if it weren't for the first 22 films. So
yeah, pretty much.
This
is the cake topper right here. No
exactly.
doubt.
You can't just watch this movie and almost like you can't judge it on its own.
Right.
Like,
yeah, this movie isn't made with the intention of being kind of a standalone piece. You know what I mean? Like a lot of movies, you can describe them like that. Like, yeah, it's a good movie and it ties into the universe, but it's also a good standalone piece. You know, just as a single movie, it's really good. This is, I mean, it's a good movie, but it's very dependent on everything that's coming forward.
You know what? This movie was like. This movie was the Build-A-Figure, man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
Boom. There it is. Have to bring it back.
So that's what it was. But yeah, I want everybody to just give their initial before we go into specifics, though. So, Fabio, what you saw it? How many times would you see it?
Well, let me set my stage a little bit too. So,
Let's go.
on the side, I host this like VR gaming competition thing where we do like VR racing and everything. So I had one of those events on that Thursday. Based on like how past events have gone, I figured I'd be able to make a 10:45 showing nearby. I get out of there at 10, and I met up with my buddy Kenji, who's crashed the show, I'm sure, a couple times in the past. And this motherfucker is dressed top to bottom like Captain America in Age of Ultron. So he's got the helmet, he's got the shield, he's got the full outfit. It looks legit. So I think he works for like a birthday party company. So they have these like pretty damn good costumes.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes dressed in that, and like I said, a friend of his was able to buy a ticket for the same showing, and the three of us went. And we roll into the theater. We're like coming in right on time, barely enough time to get concessions, which you always got to make time for concessions. Come on now. And so we get in, and we're about to step into the movie, and the security guard stops Kenji, and he's like, "Excuse me, sir, you need to put your shield and your helmet back in your car."
Jeez.
Kenji's not like confrontational, but he's also kind of like he oversteps himself sometimes. So he's like, "Excuse me, why?" And he's like, the security guard gets all real serious. He's like, "Excuse me, why?" "For safety reasons, that's why." And it's just, excuse me, this guy he's Captain America. I feel safer with him in the theater with his shield and shit. A shield is a defensive weapon, sir. It is not, here to save lives. So he had to go back to the car and put his shit away, and we made it into the movie. And another thing is that he reacts to himself a lot. So he'd been talking through like a few moments where he was like verbalizing his feelings or his thoughts to the point where I had to be like, "Man, shut the fuck up." Like, Tony Stark comes down off the spaceship, and he's just like, "He's so thin." Like, to himself. He's right next to me, and I can hear him. So I had to nudge him and be like, "Yo, shut the fuck up." Even I'm not like crunching on my nachos in the middle of these serious dialogue scenes. We save it for the establishing shots. Come on.
That reminds me so.
That was he was thin though. That did look pretty authentic.
Yeah, for sure.
Your friend reminds me so much of my best friend Justin, because he does the same shit, but he'll even do it with movies that he's seen 1,000 times. It's the most annoying shit ever. Like, we'll be watching, like I know for sure, like in like 5 or 10 years, we'll be watching fucking Endgame with like we'll be watching Endgame. Tony Stark is gonna come off that ship, and Justin will go, "Oh my god, he's so thin. What do you think happened to him out there?"
Right.
Shut the fuck up. You've seen this shit, man.
You knew 10 years ago what happened.
That would be like me watching it with my girlfriend and like telling her what she's supposed to be thinking about it.
Yeah.
Right. Like, she's already not liking it. I'm like coaching her through an enjoyable experience. Like, no one's in for a good time. But anyway, yeah, we got decent seats. We were I guess the last little anecdote is that my theater was actually pretty like good with reactions. Everyone, it started tepidly at first. A few people react audibly here and there, and then obviously towards the big sweeping moments at the end of the movie, everyone's going, gasping, and even I would go like, "Yes," like during those triumphant moments. So it loosened up towards the end. My favorite person in the theater was the guy sitting right in front of me, though, because we were in the row right behind where where the wheelchair accessible areas are. Mm-hmm. So there's like the 2 seat space next to them for a wheelchair, but there's just one guy, huge guy, taking up both seats basically. And he's pretty quiet throughout the movie, except until the A-Force moment, I guess we'll call it, where he's just the only thing he says throughout the whole movie is, "It's the girls." Like, he's just that kind of guy,
Oh my god!
The guy's gonna complain about that moment on the internet later. But overall, it was a good experience. I think everyone was having a good time.
Girl.
Rick, what about you? What was your experience like, man?
Oh man. Um I mean, I hate to seem like I'm exaggerating. I think I went to the best showing you could imagine. Maybe the best showing you could imagine for my personal taste. Everybody in my theater lost their minds at exactly the moments they're supposed to lose their minds, gasp at every moment they're supposed to gasp, were crying at every moment that they were supposed to cry. It
Hell
was
yeah.
the most interactive group of people I've ever fucking seen.
So you were at a
And
test
it was
audience.
like they were all like they were all like they were all huge fans of Marvel. Nobody was asking too many questions. Nobody was like offbeat. There was no late laughs. It was wild. It was like I was watching a fucking sitcom where everybody was laughing when they were supposed to laugh and everything. It was crazy. Ahead of time, just like most people, I bought mine super ahead of time. My shit was one of those websites where it was loading for forever.
Oh
On,
yeah.
I had to fucking sit in the handicap section.
Yikes.
My brother was sitting there, and I was like, "Oh my god, I hope nobody handicap shows up." And it's like, "You move, because I'm not gonna fucking move."
You could have switched.
I'm
You,
gonna,
you should have switched seats with them because you know for damn sure they didn't have your
I'm gonna,
fucking seat.
I would have stood up with a limp. I'd have stood up and real
Christ.
crazy. Like, sir, I just got into a fucking biking accident the other day. Struggle. Yeah, man. What a fucking incredible film. Come on. What an incredible film. Just I fucking loved it. Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, let's hear it. Tell us about your 3 different experiences.
So I got tickets pretty far in advance because Ed had hooked me up with some tickets because he overbooked tickets and he was trying to go with his roommates. 3, because I think he booked them at one theater, and then I guess he was like in a frantic moment and hurried up and went to another site to book 3 more tickets or whatever. So he had 6 tickets. I think initially he was going to try to sell them shit, or scalp them or what. I don't know what he was going to do. But 3 of them. I'll go with my drinking buddies from work or whatever. So yeah, I had the tickets well in advance, and it was a theater like just a few blocks away from our job or whatever. The movie was supposed to start at, and my one coworker was finishing his shift at 5, but we were just leisurely gonna stroll over there because we figured it'd be at least 20 minutes of previews. But when we got there, the movie had already fucking started, so I was kind of pissed about that.
Damn.
But the theater I was in was sort of similar to P's, where it didn't seat a lot of people. It was a pretty intimate setting too, and the guy I sat next to on my right, I was like, "Man, how much did we miss or whatever?" He was like, "Some," like
Damn.
kind of like yeah, you missed a little bit, like, you know what I mean? But he wasn't like a dick about it, but I understood, like I overstood what he meant or
Man,
whatever. But
I would have been such a dick to you. Like, if only you knew.
What scene? What scene did you walk into?
it wasn't that much because when I saw it the second time, I realized it was about maybe 8 to 12 minutes. I walked in right when they were right when Captain Marvel was acting like she was just gonna walk out and go fight Thanos by herself before they went
Right.
to confront him on the farm or wherever the fuck he was.
We're all
Okay.
So
about
yeah,
that.
Yeah. See, I thought my theater didn't have previews either, so that's why I was kind of in a rush, but I still had to get my concessions.
I would imagine. I think like a lot of those smaller theaters, like they just didn't. They were like, "Fuck the previews. Let's just roll the footage." Honestly,
Yeah.
but
I
you
mean,
know
with a movie
what?
this
It was
long, yeah.
I think that was also because it was like that Thursday, that first night thing too,
Yeah,
and it was
Mhm.
like supposed to be like a fan
yeah.
thing. They had to collect a coin and all of that, so they was like, "Fuck this, we're getting them out of here. We're giving them free popcorn and collector's coins, no previews."
They're trying to fit in as many viewings as possible in a
Exactly.
night.
Right.
Yeah. My like
Right.
the guy even came before the movie started, and he was all like, "Hey, uh, the movie's about to start." He's like, "We have a Dumbo trailer and an Aladdin trailer. We're only going to show one. What do you guys want to see?"
Nice.
Wow.
Okay, so that was your first showing, though, right, Boog? What about everything else?
Yeah. So the first showing, every it was similar to Rick. Great reactions. The guy that was next to me, we talked a few times through it and shit too. Uh, the guy in front of me was going nuts for if he was fucking my knees up, bro. Like, and the girls behind me were sobbing
Damn.
like I've never seen before, bro. Like
Like they were at a
it's
real
quite a
fucking
few
funeral.
people in it. Yeah, pretty much. It was quite a few people in there that were sobbing, and but the reactions were great. All of the moments where you were supposed to cheer and shit like that, they definitely were. So that Thursday night showing was great. The second time I saw it by myself, and the theater was relatively quiet. It was a lot of kids. They were all from school, so it was a lot of kids in there, and the kids behind me were probably, I'd say they were probably like in middle school or some shit like that. They were funny and loud and obnoxious, but still kind of funny. Some little white kids or whatever. But it wasn't a lot of screaming and hollering in that one. And then the third time I saw it with Pep and my daughter sick, who ended up getting me sick, but she was so sick that she didn't see any of the movie. She was like she slept throughout the whole thing. She fell asleep basically. So
Damn.
and that theater was mm, it wasn't a lot of I didn't see a lot of people catching a lot of stuff. I think that crowd was like a lot of casual fans because I don't feel like they even caught a lot of the Easter eggs and references and stuff like that. That first Thursday night crowd, those were die-hard
Yeah.
fans. Everybody knew what was going on, like so um,
Every single joke landed in my Thursday showing. We
yeah.
Mhm.
someone screamed Howard the Duck in the Thursday showing. I can't. I
So he
couldn't
caught that.
even.
I didn't even
Yeah,
catch that.
I couldn't
No
believe it.
way. Caught Howard the Duck at your Thursday showing?
Yeah, and I
I
didn't
didn't.
even. I thought that he was just saying like, "Where's Howard the Duck?" But like, yeah, lo and behold, there he is. It was
I didn't
crazy.
even
Isn't
catch
that
that
related
at
to another
all.
story about Howard the Duck that you've told?
Is there a related story to Howard the Duck? I don't know.
Never mind. Never mind.
Not me. Maybe another Poncho,
Perhaps.
But yeah, carry on, my bad.
Three different experiences, but I realized then the second viewing a downtime and like throughout the second act, like leading up to the third act. It wasn't a lot of action. Like, Infinity War was like fucking
Yeah.
that pacing was amazing. Um Bad pacing, but it just wasn't like action packed front to back or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
the payoffs, especially in the end, it was just so reminiscent of a climax in a great comic book and a great book that spanned a bunch of different books and brought everybody from the universe together, and you saw all of these cool cameos and shit. Just like it took me back to like I don't know, a teenager, a kid,
Mhm.
um, and like we said, I don't think that this movie was for us. It was for the people that have been sticking with this shit for the past 10 years. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
sure, a casual fan could come in and just enjoy it as some like sci-fi movie to the second part to a movie that they saw, a year ago. But this shit was like fan service, man. This was like a freaking word I'm looking for. It was like a tribute to the fans, really, man. I think they did a really good job. Now, I'm sure we all have our little our issues or whatever. So
Yeah.
lay it on me.
But overall, we all like the movie, though, right? I mean, that goes without saying.
Definitely like the movie, no question about it. Yep.
I mean, if we're talking little gripes, if we want to get into that before we, I mean, do we?
Yeah, I guess we could touch on shit that was that we didn't like.
Can we? Why don't we just move like through the movie and just kind of
Okay.
Yeah, that
through
sounds
each
good.
part, you know? So I mean, we start with Hawkeye and he's on his farm with his family, which I didn't know that they would open with that. We saw it in the trailers, but I think that was cool that they opened with that because it
Perfect.
answers every question about Infinity War in terms of where's Hawkeye right away.
Well, it was a perfect opening piece too.
Yeah, for sure. Poignant.
It was great that they cut to his ankle monitor and shit too. Like they were laying a lot of groundwork with quick.
Yeah. And
Very
then right off the bat we get the plan to it picks up a few days later with 22 days later with Tony coming back. Captain Marvel fishes him out of space and brings him back, and it's nice that he and Nebula had some bonding during that time, which we again saw in the trailers. But that actually will lead me into one of my little gripes, which is I wish they'd kind of paid off that relationship between the two of them a little more towards the end. Like maybe Tony and the past version of Nebula, evil Nebula, have a moment where Tony catches her and notices that it's not the same Nebula that he was in space with. That would have been a nice little payoff. But so the two of them, they come back, help care of Captain Marvel, and then
I like those little moments that they showed between them too, playing the football game and shit like that. And I thought homegirl who plays Nebula, her acting there was really funny and cool. I like that a lot. Go ahead.
And then the plan formulates to take down Thanos, and Tony Stark comes back and he's not like immediately happy with Cap, so it's cool that they didn't make up right away.
What's interesting about that scene that I really like is like you don't like when you see like Tony and like and Cap like interact for the first time off the ship, like you think like, oh great, these guys have made up, they're cool now, like Tony's reconciling with with Steve, like I lost Peter and stuff like that, so like you think that everything's okay, and then immediately in the next scene you realize that it doesn't really seem like that much time has passed, but like you notice right away that he has been holding that grudge against Steve for years at this point, because like between these Marvel movies you forget that like that he hasn't fucking talked to this dude since Civil War, and that was presumably in the timeline. I don't even know how many years ago that was. That was like probably 2 years at that point or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, that he just held that grudge so long.
Yeah, so Captain Marvel rescues them. They return, and then they figure out that Thanos has used the stones again, and so they find his energy signature, and using Nebula, they also are able to find him, and he's like on his garden whatever planet, just playing farmer, and then Captain Marvel just like busts through, and the rest of the Avengers just surround him, cut off his arm immediately with the glove on it, and restrain him, and then ask him where the fuck the stones are, and he says that he destroyed them. And as we know, Thanos is not a liar, so that's true. That's why he's all weak and everything.
I like in that scene where the only pot shots that people get in on Thanos is literally just Bruce in the Hulkbuster armor. He's just like punching him every time he gets punched. I think he's the only one that really gets pot shots in on him. Where he's like...
Yeah, I mean, Captain Marvel just lays on the assault and then she holds him in a fucking chokehold.
Yeah, and then Banner is just punching him for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Then, I mean, Thor gets the real pot shot in because he just decapitates him on the spot.
Crazy.
Walks out all broodingly.
That's it.
And then you're left wondering what the fuck's going to happen. They killed Thanos. And then 5 years later...
what was the reaction in your theater to...
Scott Lang from his quantum realm entrapment.
What was the reaction in your theater to the 5 years later appearing on
There were
screen?
some gasps.
Yeah.
There was some gas. There was I felt like everybody was even on the edge of their seat when they were going to Thanos so soon. Because I mean, this happened in the first
Right.
10 minutes of the
Yeah,
movie,
15
like
minutes, dude. They
15
killed the guy.
minutes. Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you're left wondering? Like, what? They killed him. What
It was
now?
And mind you, this is
Which is a great.
probably some of the most, I guess, graphic scenes that we've seen in, PG-13 Avengers, so.
I mean, someone always loses a limb, but
Right, but there was a
well,
decapitation, so that's a little different.
some guy like 3 rows back like told his girlfriend like because the place was totally quiet when Ant-Man went to his daughter when that's fucking stature.
oh,
When he rolled up to the door and he hugged his old daughter, that's fucking stature.
But yeah, there was
so yeah,
definitely
5 years later pass, and
some
it
gasp
cuts
for the
to,
5 years later. Yeah.
yeah, it cuts to the Ant-Man van is in a storage locker, and then Mickey Mouse rolls over the controls and frees him, which I think is
the storage
hilarious.
unit number on that locker is 616, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Pretty tight.
So yeah, Ant-Man comes out and he figures out that it's 5 years have passed, and he goes to this memorial and tries to figure out if he's lost any loved ones. But he sees his own name on there, not his daughter. So he goes to see her, and then, like you said, he's greeted by Stature, who is 5 years older than the last time he saw her, and she was sure that he was snapped away as well. So that was that was a nice moment.
That actress does
I
not
thought,
look like a teenager.
I know.
She was old as fuck. But
And I thought that
how
the girl
old was she? And I forgot that there was already. Was that right? So we had Ant-Man, then we had Ant-Man and the Wasp. How old was she in Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Probably like,
she was like 10 years old or something.
yeah, she's got to be like 10 or 11.
Let's be generous. Let's be generous and let's say 12.
Well, I don't even think so, because she was clearly in grade school, because he went and there's fucking cubbies in her classroom.
Yeah. No, she had to be in elementary still.
Damn.
Yeah.
So
But even
they fucked up with that.
They stay
I
fucking
thought that
up.
they were going to cast the girl from 13 Reasons Why as the daughter, because I heard that she had been cast in something in Marvel, and I thought that she was going to be the older Cassie Lang.
Yeah, that was one thing that stood out to me, that she was mad old. I'm like, nah, come on.
Yeah, I was
Right.
like, has
The rumor
it...
was
Well, girls develop faster than boys.
Jesus.
No, she was like
there's
30, bro.
Right.
going around that the scene that was cut was that that when Tony is there dying future to see Morgan, and it's 13 Reasons Why girl.
Oh, I see.
That was like Tony's last thing that he ever did was to go see her in the future and then die.
Interesting.
Why?
Just to make sure. I don't
Just
know.
some shit he's got
I mean,
to
he's
do.
got the gauntlet.
If you were a Stark, you probably would too.
Die. He's got the gauntlet in his hand. Like, yeah. There's rumors that was left on the cutting room floor, and that's why we never saw her.
Interesting. Anyway, so Scott Lang comes out, and he comes back to the Avengers compound, and he explains that, well, he was there for 5 hours. The 5 years had passed, and so he thinks that they can use that to somehow travel in time and do a time heist.
Time heist, baby.
The three of them go to Tony Stark, and they roll. There were some good reactions to when there's the shot of them. Tony Stark's doing the thing with his daughter, and then it sharply cuts to them coming out of the car. And there were some reactions like, damn, they look fucking badass in their Audi,
Audi's still making cars, huh? And
Seriously.
There was some very pronounced product placement in this
very
They
movie.
were Audi all over the place.
That's for
So
sure.
then they go to the Tony, and they're like, hey, so we got this time travel idea. What think? And he's like, no, man, I'm out. It's I got a family now. Tony, Pepper says it, that they got lucky, even though a lot of people didn't. So he doesn't really want to fuck that up. They can stay for dinner, but that's it.
You know what's interesting about that scene?
So-
At first, I thought that he didn't want to do the time travel thing because he thought that the timeline was just one timeline, and he's like, "Well, if we stop all this, then I don't have Morgan at all."
Right.
I was thinking that too, actually. Yep.
That's exactly it. But then the idea kind of stays nagging in his mind after the Avengers leave, and he's working out his model that I guess he's kind of already been working on, but this new information leads him to discover that, like you said, there's not one timeline that he could go back and fix things and things could continue.
Because Morgan is 5 years old, basically, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And that actually refers to a conversation from Infinity War where he had a dream about them having a daughter named Morgan.
Morgan.
Or they're just having a kid named Morgan. It's not actually specified. So anyway, he does something and turns it into a Mobius strip, and now boom, he's into the idea, and Gwyneth Paltrow's droning on about fucking what compost. And then he's just I figured out time travel. So I think Stark drives back to the compound, and he makes up with Steve and does that, and then in the meantime he gives him back the shield, and then in the meantime Banner and we meet Professor Hulk, which is great. There's a diner scene with do
you guys know any spoilers going? I knew Rick knew some shit, but what about you guys? Did you?
I didn't know anything.
All right, so that was a total surprise to you when you saw that.
I knew stuff from the the promo material. I figured they would be a Professor Hulk, but I haven't had any like specific scenes from the movie spoiled.
What I saw, I saw Professor Hulk do the whole supposed to go and destroy things, like when he's going back into Avengers 1, and he's like, oh my god, he acts like all embarrassed, and I saw a lot of Fat Thor.
Was that the footage that leaked?
That and Captain America with a shield and hammer.
Oh shit! Whoa, they really leaked
I saw like a leak montage that I went back and watched after I saw the movie because I was curious to see what the footage was that leaked, and it was like a bunch of screenshots all strung together and words popping up on the screen showing you what each thing is. So
mine
spoil the whole fucking movie.
Right. So
mine was full scenes with audio and everything. That also was the battle where everybody showed up, and I even thought even more so like fake. I was like, why is there like everybody back and like fucking Thanos, this whole crew, and the big like snake person thing?
That could have pissed you off. Damn, that pissed you off, I'm sure. Fuck
is happening? I was like, this can't be real. There's a Fat Thor. Everybody's fighting at once. This isn't real.
Yeah.
Show. I even said it in the show prior to the movie's release. I said, I don't think those leaks were real because I didn't think it was, but everything was real.
That's crazy.
Everything was 100%.
I was off social media.
I like that diner scene with Professor Hulk. That was funny. It went on a little long, but I thought it was funny.
I kept seeing myself like drawn into the CGI for Professor Hulk, for the face and everything. They did a really good job, man, with that. It looked very authentic to me. What was you gonna say, P?
I was gonna say that like I was off social media for other reasons prior to the movie coming out, so I missed that whole like dodging those spoilers and stuff like that. But the day before, no, like literally like 2 hours before the movie started, I got a message on Facebook. Something happened to where I had to open up Facebook, and the first thing on the top of my feed was some bumfuck from my old hometown, Sumter, South Carolina, and he was like, "Iron Man dies at the end of Infinity War." Shrug emoji. And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Wait, he texted you that?
No, it was the first status on my feed.
Wall.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
And like nobody believed him. Even I was like,
well, I mean that was honestly expected.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was like, okay, well, this may or may not happen, whatever. But like, I was like, yeah, I spent so much time and effort moving away from this town, and yet somehow it still comes back to haunt me. It's like fucking Derry from It.
Like Derry from fucking It. What a reference!
It's crazy, man. And like, it's whenever something fucked up is happening on my timeline, it's always someone from my old hometown. It's nuts. So like at this point, it's like my timeline is like 90% toy community guys, and then 10% people from that town, and it's just getting smaller and smaller. But yeah, that's it. I would say like, yeah, that Hulk scene did go on a little bit long. Like the joke, I get the joke with like the picture with Ant-Man and shit like that. Yeah,
I like that. I just felt, the whole dab thing was
the dab thing immediately dates this movie.
Right.
Immediately,
but I loved the whole like, just take the goddamn phone.
Yeah,
that was great. That was
yeah.
Paul Rudd. I guess I'll say I like Paul Rudd more in that scene than Hulk.
Yeah, for sure. I like the I get the dab scene, like, because it's like a meta joke. It plays on Banner like he's a dork. Like,
of
course, this dweeb would dab in the year 2022. Like, duh. But
and as Hulk, even though he's the Hulk now, basically, he's still just a dweeb.
Yeah, he's a dork. So like, so yeah, I like it, but I will say that the what do you call it? The improv. You could tell that the phone thing, the picture thing was improv. A lot of it was improv, and it did linger maybe like a second or two longer. But the ending of the joke, like just take the fucking phone, was like the best. Was like a very good cap to it.
Okay.
Right.
Lagged a little bit through the middle, but they finished up strong on that scene, no doubt.
Yeah. And then let's see. So we're going to Hulk, and then we went to Natasha goes to find Clint Barton, who's now Ronin, and just taking down Yakuza members and long single take shots.
Yeah, that was really impressive. That whole sword fight was very impressive. Yeah,
and when they revealed the Yakuza guy, there were some reactions in my theater too.
I lost my fucking mind. I was like, "Holy shit, it's that guy!"
Because I watched it, like I said, with Kenji, and he's done stunts on Westworld, and I think that dude was on Westworld.
Oh, cool!
Season 2.
No shit, that's awesome.
So that was cool. That was a good moment. That was a good scene. I wish we'd seen more of him. Like physically, like seen the costume more and everything, because it was just basically from behind. And we don't actually see him from the front with his mask on, ever.
That's true.
So,
Jeremy Renner
that's just one thing. It could have just been maybe a scene or two longer.
That's because Jeremy Renner has a whole no mask thing.
Does he really?
Okay.
Yeah, when he first did Avengers, everybody was all mad, and they were like, people kept asking him, Hawkeye's supposed to wear a mask, and he's like, well, I'm supposed to be promoting this movie. I'm supposed to have my face out there. I don't want to wear a mask.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, I think he ever wears glasses in the movie even, but there was some promotional material with him with the glasses on.
Whoa.
For Avengers 1.
Yeah, and he never wears them.
Yeah.
Oh, those whack glasses. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember the toy came with glasses, and everybody's like,
"Toy came with glasses."
He doesn't wear this.
Okay,
what was the deal with that haircut though? Like, what were they thinking with that? It just seems so out of character for him, though.
It wasn't
Captain Marvel.
It wasn't as visually offensive in the actual movie.
No, it wasn't. But you would think, come on, dude, the ex-soldier is gonna get a haircut like that? Nah, he would just get a buzz cut.
I see a lot of rockabilly, punk dads around here in SoCal that dress like that.
Nah, he would just get a buzz cut for all of that. He would just cut his shit low, like some styled shit. He don't got time to be styling his hair. He's a fucking assassin now. He lost his whole family. He lost everything. He lost the Avengers. I'm not thinking about getting a fucking hairstyle.
That's just him, just being edgy. Like, literally the whole reason was to make him look edgy.
Make me look cool,
right?
Barber.
The fuck
that was out of character, man. That was nuts.
So what I'm gonna do in these 5 years? Get tatted.
Get tatted. Word.
So then, after they recruit Professor Hulk, he and Rocket go to see Thor in New Asgard, which is, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's the same town as in Captain America: First Avenger, where Red Skull goes to get the Cosmic Cube.
It's the same place where the last time they saw their dad too.
Yeah, exactly. So that was nice. Connected. Right. So then they go see Thor, and he is depressed. He is, really let himself go. He's just playing Fortnite with his new roommate.
Did your theater recognize right away? Because I mean, there was that one half shot before they fully panned out and showed his whole body or whatever.
Yeah, that was the reaction. Was that
we got some right at that point.
I like that meme I saw. That's like, when you take your girlfriend to go see the movie or whatever, and she's only going to go see it for one reason. It's fucking
Stupid.
Too late. It's not going to happen. So that was cool. I thought that scene was great. I don't doesn't make any sense to me for them to be playing Fortnite 5 years after this whole thing happened, but cross promotion.
Obviously, yeah, like cross promotion, yeah, because they so heavily promoted Fortnite, so partnered with Marvel for Infinity War, and they had like that Thanos game mode, and then
they have promotion for Endgame now.
Oh, do they? I haven't played Fortnite in so long, so I don't know.
They're still partnered up with them.
Black Widow.
I think on the flip side, it does make sense for them to still be playing Fortnite. Like if everybody's gone, like who's making fucking video games? I know Audi is still producing cars, but
it's almost like well, I mean, it's the apocalypse. Culture doesn't really advance anymore, so that's basically it. It's like why in Fallout it's the future, but culture never really advanced past the 40s.
That's true. That's all there is. Can you imagine for the rest of time?
Okay, you sold it. I'm down.
Can you imagine?
Everybody still plays Fortnite.
Yeah, that's the worst timeline. God damn.
Right. Every day we stray further from the light of God.
Exactly.
So they recruit Thor by telling him that he's got beer in the ship. So cool. He's on board. So then the plan is to go back in time and retrieve each of the stones from a certain point in history, and they figure out that there's 3 at one point in New York in 2012 during the events of the first Avengers, and they go back to the events of Thor: The Dark World to get the red, the Reality Stone, and then they have to go back to Morag and Vormir respectively to get the Power and Mind and Soul Stones.
Mm-hmm.
So. I guess we'll go in order of Avengers, because that one had the 3 stones. That was probably one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. I mean, obviously the end just takes the cake.
Yeah.
But the whole Back to the Future 2-ization of this movie is so great. Because, like we said earlier, they explained that the whole timeline thing doesn't... Like, when you go back, it doesn't infringe on the current timeline. You're not going back into your current timeline. You're going back to the same point in a different timeline. And so... when you go back to your original timeline, you didn't affect it. That was horribly explained.
It does. Anything you do in time travel never affects the time you came from.
Right.
Basically.
Because those diverging points don't create a butterfly effect in that timeline. They just branch off and create a new timeline.
Yeah, it's Dragon Ball rules also.
Right.
I was going to say, it's Dragon Ball rules. It's like what happened with Trunks when he goes back in time and he's like, no, fucking everyone's still dead.
So they explain that basically by comparing it to other
Back
movie
to the
rules.
Future. Yeah.
So that was cool. So they go back to Avengers in 2012, and it's the Battle of New York, and this has just some of the most clever moments. Like with Hulk, having to pretend to be Rage Hulk again, and then Captain America sees all the Hydra guys coming to retrieve the scepter, and he gets into the elevator with them, and you think, oh no, man, they're gonna do the elevator fight again, and he just Hail Hydras them and gets out of there with the scepter. Just like brilliant. Only to then fight himself because they think the plan to get the Tesseract from the other guys goes awry, and Loki gets away. So the current or the past Captain America thinks that the future Captain America is Loki, so the two of them fight. And it looks great. It's a beautifully choreographed fight, and then it ends in that chokehold. And I love how he just tells past Cap that Bucky's alive and knocks him out.
That is America's ass.
America's ass, of course. How could I forget?
That whole scene was great. I really enjoyed that whole scene.
Right, and then Loki, things go wrong, and Loki gets the Space Stone and fucks off to his own TV show.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, my TV show
now on Disney Plus. Make sure you get that subscription. So he's gone. That fucks up that. So that Captain America and Tony have to go back even further using their second dose of Pym particles, which they only have one to go back and one to go forward. So they have to use their second dose to go back even further to get Pym particles from the 1970s Camp Lehigh, where they can also find the Space Stone in the care of S.H.I.E.L.D. So I thought that whole scene was great because it offered, a lot of emotional payoff for Tony and Steve. Tony gets to finally reunite with his dad and properly kind of say goodbye to him. And then Steve gets his like moment of yearning with Peggy that kind of like, reminds him, I guess, why he's fighting, and then gives him a moment to go back to in the end, because that is what he wants at the end of all this.
Yeah, and these were some of the slower, like non-action packed scenes, but still really brought everything together really nicely, and just kind of was laying the groundwork to land this plane.
Yeah. I think the best part about that is like at this point you care so much about these characters and like their relationships and their interactions that even when they aren't fighting, you don't give a shit, honestly. Like you just want to know what's going on.
Right.
And it's interesting because Rick and I feel the exact same way about Dragon Ball at this point. So like even the first half of that Broly movie, we didn't give a shit. Like I just want to hear these dudes talk to each other, honestly.
Yeah, character building is just as important as great action sequences. So
that's what was
no
so great about these time travel scenes, that each character that was chosen to go back to retrieve a specific stone, it was for them to kind of explore that character in relation to that stone. So with Thor, for example, he went back to Asgard in Thor: The Dark World, literally on the day that his mom's about to die, and he gets to have a nice moment of reconnection with her. And I saw someone actually do the count. Thor's mom has more lines in this movie than in either of both of Thor's movies combined.
That's
which
funny.
is hilarious. So he gets to have that moment with his mom and realize that he's still worthy. He picks up his old Mjolnir, and again also inspires him and realizes what he's fighting for, and that makes Rocket able to have to retrieve the reality stone from Jane Foster all by himself. So he just sticks her with a needle and retrieves it, I guess.
You all remember my girlfriend, Jane?
Yeah. And this was another moment when Kenji was like, "How do they get Natalie back?" I'm like, "Who gives a fuck? Shut up!"
There's a lot of speculation behind that too. Like some people speculate that might just be unused footage from Thor: Dark World, because
I think that's
there was like a big fallout between Natalie Portman and Marvel for a little bit.
But...
yeah. She
was still at the red carpet.
Yeah, she still showed up. So
at the red carpet, but I don't know that she was actually in the movie though. I'm pretty sure I remember reading or hearing somewhere that she didn't actually appear in the movie, but yeah, she went to the red carpet.
Yeah, though. I heard she'd only done some like voiceover or something, some new lines, some ADR.
I remember hearing that that the fallout was due to the fact that she was like, "Yeah, so when am I going to be Thor?" And then they were like, "What? No."
Oh no, I'd heard that it was because of Patty Jenkins walking away, and she was like, "I was promised to be in a Patty Jenkins picture, and now she's gone. Well, I'm done."
What an idiot!
Which Patty Jenkins went on to direct Wonder Woman.
I don't think I would want to see. I don't think I would want to see her be the female Thor anyway.
Yeah, no. I think they're gonna give it to Valkyrie.
Please.
Right.
That would make sense, I guess.
Yeah.
At this point.
For sure.
Well, you got to think of it in terms of what's set up in the movies. I mean, at this point, it's straight away from the comics so much that it's like you can't even think of it like that. At this point, the movie's going to inform the comics. Valkyrie will be Thor in Marvel Comics a year before we see it in the movies.
Yeah, no doubt.
Anyway, so they do that. They go back to that and get the Reality Stone, and then on Morag in 2014, we're at the opening credits of Guardians of the Galaxy, where Peter Quill, Star-Lord, is dancing around like an idiot, and we see it from the opposite perspective. Instead of like us hearing the music and seeing him sing along, it's like only he can hear this music, and he's just singing along to himself like an idiot with his headphones on. And then War Machine just knocks him out. Nebula uses her cyber arm to retrieve the thing through the trap, and in that moment, I think she has like a,
A brain fart.
Yeah, basically, like it's like someone else tried to log into her IP address and it gave up like a warning, and she like shared memories with her past version of herself from that time. She like crossed wires with her, and then the past version of her was able to see the future memories. So that way, Thanos knows now what the Avengers are up to, and so he sends Nebula, or I guess Nebula just kind of takes it upon herself. I mean, they capture them, of course, and then Nebula replaces the future Nebula with herself, so that she's able to travel back with the Avengers and fuck up their plan. And then meanwhile, we go back to Vormir, where the Soul Stone is, and it's Black Widow and Hawkeye. And I thought this was really well paid off, in terms of their relationship throughout all these movies. Where I mean, the two of them are like obviously very platonic best friends kind of thing, and it goes back to Avengers and everything. So this was cool that the two of them had to kind of like fight each other to see who was going to sacrifice themselves for the stone. I thought that was it was a good like fight scene too. Like it was a good back and forth and had you kind of like going in a few moments. What'd you guys think of this?
Which scene? Sorry, I was away for a second.
Talking about the scene with Black Widow and
Hawkeye.
And Hawkeye.
Oh yeah, I have some very I have a hot take on that.
Oh,
yeah.
I was gonna say I think Poncho has a hot take on it.
I don't think it felt earned at all. They're
really?
Like narratively, I understand that they have a very deep and meaningful relationship, but we've over the last 22 films, we've had a handful of dialogue about how much they mean to each other. Like, I get it narratively. I understand in terms of the story and reading between the lines, and as a fan of, these characters in this story, I understand why it was set up that way. But like, it just didn't feel earned to me. And then, I was talking about, you're just talking about the fight, or are you talking about them just being there, period?
General,
fight.
but the fight scene was cool.
The fight scene was good, yeah. Like it was great. Like the fight scene was really cool. It was cool them using their skill sets and stuff to outsmart each other, and the way she finally like let go and finally sacrificed herself. And that's obviously the point. She sacrificed herself. It's not Clint sacrificing her. It's she sacrifices herself, and that was really cool. The score was really nice. It was a nice callback, them using the same score that when Gamora was sacrificed as well. So thematically, it was very nice. But like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like you can't just say the word Budapest and like expect me to to think of like, man, these guys really.
It really, like when you write it on paper, like yes, their relationship has it goes back to Avengers, but it really hasn't really been expanded upon more than lines here and there throughout these movies.
And not to mention that we didn't have Hawkeye at all in the previous movie.
Yeah,
right.
So.
And I guarantee you, like in Black Widow's solo movie, they're undoubtedly probably going to show what happens in Budapest, and only then will it have the weight. But seeing it now, I'm like, okay, it was cool.
The other thing that bothered me about that scene is that it really makes no sense for Hawkeye to be trying to sacrifice himself. Like, you're doing this because
you want to see
you lost your family.
Right.
you have the ability to get your family back. She already has nothing anyway. You are her only family at this particular point. So
I think they explained that as him being like regretful for the person that he become to that point. So that's why he wanted to die, rather than like.
That's true.
Like he felt like he had to punish himself for it, and didn't get to see his family again.
it took a more like soldiery path with those two. Like, I think they could have I think them just kind of sitting down and just doing some straight soldier shit between the two of them and determining that she was going to do it would have as much emotional relevance as what they did with the fight scene, honestly. Like, if they would have literally just talked it out and be like, you know what, I got to do it. You're getting back to your family. You know what I'm saying?
What I would have loved is if the two of them try to seduce Red Skull and then get Red Skull to sacrifice himself, because now he's in love with them.
Oh my god, that was another thing that kind of bugged me. Was like, so the way it's set up in like Infinity War is like the only way that Thanos can get it is to sacrifice the person he loves the most, which is Gamora. But like to me, the thing that what I thought was happening when they first showed up was like Clint would just be immediately able to like just reach out and grab the stone because he had already lost his entire family, so he already suffers the loss. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that would have been cool. I would have liked
Yeah, but there was no sacrifice in that. I mean, it's not like he literally sacrificed his family. But you just reminded me about something else that I wanted to mention.
But while you're thinking of it, I would have also liked in that scene is if, much like the Captain America scene in the elevator, we would have gotten a subversion of the scene we'd seen before rather than like just the same scene thing in a new way.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, it was even echoed by the musical cues, and that's cool and all, but it's like I would have liked it if we'd seen it differently this time.
That's what I was going to say. You know, it was just a coincidence that Thanos showed up with Gamora and had somebody to sacrifice. Same thing here with Clint and Natasha. Like, it would have been cool if there was some beforehand that told these people that they need to come, that a pair needs to come together or something to that particular location, you know. But
yeah, if you show up solo, you're screwed, huh?
Gotta leave and come back, I guess.
Just gotta convince somebody to come with you.
Then you have to seduce Red Skull.
Pretty much.
No, the Russos explained that you can't seduce that Red Skull.
No, they really did though.
He's asexual.
He's pansexual.
They said that, you know, it's nothing. You can't fight him. You can't do nothing. He's just like
he's just there.
An entity, like, you know, just.
Yeah. What would happen when Captain America sees him and they said that the Red Skull wouldn't even know who he is?
Yeah, that's true.
He's just
he may. Yeah,
it could be just using his form, but not even, you know, necessarily be
his memories,
or not even his consciousness.
That's right. Yeah.
So so that happens. Natasha ends up sacrificing herself, and Clint is left hanging there, and he wakes up in the pool. Yeah, he's left hanging there. He retrieves the stone, and then all the Avengers come back to the present. They make a new gauntlet using Stark tech, and they think that that Hulk should be the one to use it because he's, you know, more gamma radiation resistant, which is what the stones kind of give off.
I think they should have also talked about his regenerative abilities though too. Like they didn't. I guess we kind of just all assumed that, being comic heads or whatever, like, you know, Hulk's got crazy durability or whatever, but I think that should have been mentioned too, you know.
Yeah, but I think this Hulk was kind of weakened as well. I don't think this Banner Hulk was as strong as like full-on Rage Hulk.
That's been the comic rules, basically. The Smart Hulk is not as strong as Savage Hulk, so
that's why he kind of struggled. Not only was he kind of like crippled because he had one arm, you know, after he used up the stones, but after, you know, the Avengers compound gets blown up by Thanos coming through, you know, he's kind of struggling to keep up everything with one arm.
I like the way that whole scene flowed from the time from the snap to Thanos coming through and all of that. That whole thing was like, and the way it changed so rapidly. Like, you know, it was a beautiful day, and then it was just death and destruction after that, and that whole rubble, and like, that was great. And I immediately thought about A.C.B.A. during that part. I'm like, oh, great, it's going to be easy to do these scenes. It's just rubble.
Yeah, that was great. So, you know, like we said, Nebula in the past takes the place of future Nebula and travels back in time, which is what I said. You know, I would have liked the moment between, you know, of acknowledgement between Tony Stark of the future and Nebula of the past, where he, you know, kind of like realizes that it's not really his Nebula anymore, and then in that moment, you know, it's too late. Thanos comes through, but at least we have that moment of acknowledgement, you know.
There's actually a great video that's out right now where somebody basically rewrites the end of the movie to where it's not Captain Marvel that takes the gauntlet to the van. Have you seen that video?
I did see that, yeah, where it's Nebula.
It's Nebula instead. That's an incredible video.
Yeah, for sure. I also agree with that.
So for everybody obviously that doesn't know, the basic gist is
we'll get there though, because we're still kind of going in order. So let's get to that moment. specifically. So Thanos comes through. He destroys the Avengers compound, and in the rubble, past or in the ship, past Nebula is being held by Gamora, and she at this point already kind of had, this is right around the time of the first Guardian. She already is having doubts about Thanos, and so future Nebula is able to convince her to turn against Thanos. And in that moment, past Nebula comes through and is like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And she's about to kill Gamora, and then Gamora, or past future Nebula, fucking kills her past self. And
I bet you guys thought that the future Gamora was gonna just die at that point too, huh?
I did too, yeah. So that was cool. So she convinces Gamora to fight with her against Thanos now, and this is when we get to the best fight scene, when all this stuff is happening and the Avengers are trying to recover, and Ant-Man's like on his way to rescue Hulk and War Machine and Rocket that are like about to get crushed and drowning, and while they're on the way to recover themselves in the rubble, Fat Thor, Captain America, and Tony get together, and the big three take on Thanos, who's just sitting there all cocky with his blade, with his Thanos copter blade.
And he spins that shit like a helicopter too.
That entire transition, and then that shot with the big three and them getting together, like that whole thing was just great, man. Great comic book moment, man.
The three of them approaching him, and then the dialogue, and this is when you realize that Thanos has they're fighting Thanos, yes, but this is like a Thanos from almost 10 years ago at that point, where he's not, I guess, as wise as the Thanos that they'd faced in Infinity War. He hasn't had those years of kind of like formulating his plan, so he's a little bit more mad Titan than we've seen him before, where in the first one he was kind of like more of a prophet. He had this kind of like holy mission, but now he's just a straight up warlord, So he comes through and he realizes like, yeah, I succeeded in the future, but I realized that I got to change my mission, because if you leave half of everyone alive, then that half is still going to they're still going to remember, they're still going to want to do something about it. So I just got to wipe everybody out,
Start from scratch. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So that was cool. That was a good, logical turn of events for Thanos. And again, this is still technically a younger Thanos, so he's more around how we saw him in Guardians of the Galaxy, where he literally tells Ronan that he's gonna like wipe the Star Waves with his blood and shit. So
yeah, he's more vicious, and his dialogue was just great, man. They
biting and like fucking like just a brutal guy,
Yeah, they did a really good job with his dialogue. Even his CGI was really well done too. And I think they did a really good job as Thanos as a villain, man. He stood up as a great villain, man, throughout this whole time.
For sure. A very, very different Thanos too, so that's great to see. You got even more reasons to hate him.
Right.
So, the big three take him on, and Thor is wielding both Mjolnir and Stormbreaker, and they're doing some sweet combo effects, and like calling back to the original Avengers when Thor supercharges Iron Man's suit, except like Iron Man has like a receptor for it this time, and like just blasts Thanos. And then Captain America is taking Thanos on one-on-one, and Thanos just like destroys his shield. And even with Captain America is able to save Thor by like wielding Mjolnir and taking Thanos on one-on-one, but he still gets the shield all broken, and Captain America is just like seemingly down for the count. His arms all busted open too, and everything.
Oh, everybody still went nuts at that part though when Cap got the hammer though, right?
Absolutely, yeah. One of the biggest. Oh, that was one of those oh fuck yeah kind of moments for me. That made me kind of like exclaim as well with the crowd.
I literally said "oh fuck" out loud.
Yeah, I don't normally get like vocal in the theater like that, but yeah, that was a big moment though for sure.
Very, very earned. Again, also calling back Age of Ultron. So but even with all that, Cap gets taken down. His shield's all busted. He's like down on the ground, and Thanos like teleports all his armies through, and it's a combination of the army from Infinity War with the army from Avengers with the big Leviathans in the sky and the Black Order. And there's this amazing shot of Cap just like seeing all these armies, and he straps on his shield. We saw it kind of in the trailer. He straps on the shield, and he just like gets up anyway and just faces them. And there's this amazing shot of just Cap versus all of Thanos' armies, just like him standing against them. And it was like, that's probably my favorite shot in the whole movie. Just like the most Captain America, like on brand move.
Mm-hmm.
And then in that moment,
A big ode to the comic books and that whole thing with the shield getting broken and whatever, and Captain America still trying to stand up to him even though he can't defeat him by himself.
and then he hears "on your left," and he realizes it's Falcon. And then that moment, uh, Doctor Strange teleports like everybody that we lost in the
You
first movie.
guys get it immediately? Did you even know immediately that everybody was going to come through aside from Rick, who
Not
had
everybody.
already known?
At this point, it had been like maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes from when we saw Hulk put on the glove and snap or put on the gauntlet. So, some time had passed, and you didn't necessarily forget, but you weren't worried about it in that moment
Mhm.
until, obviously
I didn't
when you
think about
needed
it until really the movie was over, because when you start playing back everything and you start scrutinizing every little point and every little plot point. I didn't realize until after the movie was over that when Hulk did the snap, Tony told him right beforehand, just bring everybody back from 5 years ago and whatever. And I didn't think that those people were going to show up in the battle because they were coming back. Like it
Uh-huh.
literally did not cross my mind at all.
Right.
Even when I heard Falcon say "on your left," I thought it'd be Falcon. I didn't know who else it was going to be though. I don't know. It just didn't click for me that quickly.
Yeah, same here. I
Or
thought it was just gonna be Falcon. I thought it was just gonna be just the
Yeah.
Avengers we saw dusted in
Right,
Infinity
exactly.
War.
Not like the
right,
literal
right.
armies of Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, all the the sorcerers,
Hmm.
the Guardians of the Galaxy, Wakanda, the Asgardians, with their armor and everything, and Valkyrie. Um, I mean, everybody, dude. Even the Ravagers,
Yeah.
even Howard the Duck.
Howard the
So,
Duck.
I mean, at that moment, that's when you see Thanos' expression change. That's when you see him kind of like have to actually worry a little bit,
Hmm.
which was such a great moment. And then you know the
I
fight
mean,
of fucking
think
centuries.
about that moment. Think about the shit that could be going through his mind. He already saw his future self actually, technically win, but still, get defeated, and he knows this is his like last ditch effort right here. Like,
Yeah, this is
reminds he's getting fucking defeated.
yeah, and even then, I mean, he's been cocky this whole time, but
Hmm.
yeah, he got humbled. And then the fight just insane. Like so many moments between characters and like I said, there was that A-Force moment where that guy in my theater was like, "It's the girls."
Girls,
That was cool, but they're playing this cool like baton toss rally, whatever, with the gauntlet, and they're trying to get it back to, the plan is that they have to return the stones back to their original time so that those original timelines can flow the met they're supposed to, and so their plan is to get it back into Ant-Man's truck time machine quantum realm thing, um, and they're playing this baton toss with the gauntlet to try to get there, and Spider-Man's like swinging around with it, and then I think Falcon has it at one point. Like it's crazy. It's all like almost like one shot. And then at one point, Spider-Man gets knocked down, and Captain Marvel. Oh, actually, one of the best moments for me also was Scarlet Witch faces down against Thanos in this fight.
That was
And
like one of like maybe two jokes Thanos ever made.
yeah,
Like, I don't know.
so he, there's all this crazy fight is ensuing, and then everyone kind of has their moments. So Scarlet Witch's moment is that she faces off against Thanos, the guy that made her kill her boyfriend, and then killed her. So she has this moment where she's, he doesn't know who she is, but he will, and so he gets caught up in her crazy mind powers, and he's about to get crushed like a fucking can. He's like inside his armor, almost like getting it ripped off and suffocating, and like at that moment he calls in like a big orbital strike, and even his armies are like, wait, but that's gonna hit our people. So then he does it, and he bombs everybody, and um, I think at that moment is when Spider-Man gets knocked out of the sky and is with the gauntlet and is about to get crushed, and then Captain Marvel comes out of the atmosphere and just crushes through Thanos' ship, stopping the orbital strike. And she comes and grabs the gauntlet, or helps Peter Parker carry the gauntlet along with all the female Avengers,
What was the reaction like in you guys' theater when Captain Marvel showed up?
It was, it was good. It was definitely positive. There was like audible cheers because I think, I don't think anyone again, enough time had passed from when we'd seen her earlier in the movie that we'd forgotten she was even a factor.
Yeah,
so
same here.
It literally was like Deus Ex Machina. It was just her.
I don't mean to offend people that hated the movie, because I'm sure Boog knows who I'm talking about, but I have plenty of friends that just like still refuse to like that film. Way to talk shit about Captain Marvel as much as they can. Shit in my theater. Gave a shit in my theater. I don't know what to say, man. It was probably just mine, but literally everyone lost their minds and cheered like crazy when she came through and fucked up Starship.
I was okay with it, man.
I thought it was a good callback to Captain Marvel too, to her movie, because that's exactly what she does to Ronan Ship.
That they didn't make it all about her, and that she was like and like they used her pretty well. I thought, I didn't. It wasn't overbearing, and it wasn't enough for anybody who's complaining to really even complain. It wasn't, I think they used her right. She's really powerful, but they didn't overdo it. I don't think it was okay.
I think they used her for what she's meant to do, which is to take down like the real like big orbital threats, shit in the atmosphere.
And they could have very easily overused her if they wanted to.
Yeah. I liked her haircut.
They've literally gone out of their way. They've gone out of their way to specifically call her the most powerful hero in the MCU. Say that, and like not easily overuse her.
That I didn't like though, because I didn't like how. I mean, I understood, with the Fat Thor shit and all of that, but Thor is as strong as Captain Marvel. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. I think this is just obviously not Thor at his best moment.
Right, but still, on his worst day, he's fucking uber powerful.
I mean, I love that they kept the gut on him, even though he had the battle armor on and everything. That was great. He didn't. It's not like
I thought in that last moment they was gonna totally slim him down and get him back
exactly
on track, but
yeah, I got a hot take on that too.
Like, what? Let's hear it, Ponch.
I fucking hate Fat Thor.
Why?
A lot of people did, man. A lot of people did.
Yeah, I don't hate him, but
I think it could have been a lot cheesier, a lot worse.
I thought it was overdone.
Okay, well, yeah. Let me. That was a classic hot take. I don't hate Fat Thor. Like, I get it. But like Rick said, I think it was like overdone. So the way I explain, I'm like one of the only people that doesn't like Fat Thor, and like I remember I was sitting in the movie theater, and as soon as it was over, and I turned to my wife, and I was like, yo, every fat dude is gonna say, "Thank God I have a body like I have a body like Thor now." It's gonna be crazy. God, I knew exactly. Yeah, and like, yo, I'm fat too, and I just don't. I get it. Like, I really like the way Thor's character was handled in this movie. Like, just how like broken he became because of like the events that happened in Infinity War and all that stuff. Like, I love that. And I get that that because of how like, broken his mind was, that he became like overweight and stuff. And that makes perfect sense, but I just don't like the way that it was handled. Like, I feel like he was fat because it was funny. And like the big joke is like, guess what? Thor's fat. Hey, that guy that's usually really hot? How about get this? He's fucking fat now. Ever think of that? That's gonna be fucking hilarious. And like, the thing that frustrates me so much about that is because like, it makes perfect sense why he would be like that. And it's a really nice and it's a really compelling narrative that this literal god of the Marvel universe is so far from who he used to be that he has like physically let himself go like that. And like the like the science behind someone of his, you know, physical capabilities getting to that point is also crazy too. And like just the fact that he's there is nuts, but like it's never used as well as it should be used. It's always used like, guess what, he's fat. This is hilarious. Look how fat he is. It's so funny. And like I just think like, I don't know.
I don't think I felt like I liked it because it didn't seem like they were making fun of him for being like fat, but more for having an unhealthy lifestyle.
I can see that. For sure.
They don't make fun of his mass necessarily, but the fact that he has like cheese whiz for his, you know, his in his veins, like whatever. That's not necessarily like a fat joke so much as like this dude just fucking puts cheese whiz on everything. You could be a skinny guy and that would still be an unhealthy lifestyle.
Well, that's where we disagree, Fabio. I feel like that specifically is a fat joke.
You think? Okay, all right.
Maybe it's because I was fat, and I know that's like that's like a total fat joke.
Yeah, I mean, like again, like it doesn't. I'm not. It's not like I'm sitting here like, yeah, they shouldn't fucking pick on fat people. That's fucked up. No, duh. He's fat, I'm fat, whatever. That doesn't matter. I just think like there was so much more potential for a narrative of them focusing on how mentally broken he was versus how physically broken he was. Like when they're debating on who wants to, like, you know, wield the gauntlet and snap everybody back. And it's Thor's like, he's so like pushing for him to do it. Like, I'm the strongest Avenger, I should probably do it. Obviously that's a callback to, you know, Thor Ragnarok, you know, him thinking he's the strongest Avenger and stuff. But when I think it was Tony who said like, hey man, you know, you probably shouldn't do it because whatever. Like if they would have really driven it home, like you could obviously interpret that any way you want. And I would say like it's 50-50 between audiences. Like, you know, obviously he's obviously not physically, you know, strong enough to wield the gauntlet, but like more importantly, more emotionally, he's not able to. It would like melt his mind because he's so far gone. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I think I think at the core of everything, it's just like the amount of potential and the amount of layers they threw away for a fat joke is just so damning to me.
I get you there. They definitely could have explored the mental illness that he was suffering from.
Yeah, more the PTSD rather than like, because that's really what it is.
Yeah, and then also,
but also I think just to counter that, I think they explored that side of him being depressed a lot in Infinity War, like that's with Rocket, where and that side of his depression sort of like steered him and made him more driven to kill Thanos. This is like the downward side of that because he did kill Thanos. He achieved the goal, and it still didn't make him feel any better. And now he feels worse.
Yeah,
so this is an escalation of that. Like, yeah, he was pretty mentally broken in the first one. Now he is physically broken.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see that for sure. I loved all the small beats of him, like, you know, like just meant like. So if you've ever gone through something like that yourself or have unfortunately known somebody to go through something similar to that, like you can read between the lines. There's so many times in this movie where he had breakdowns, like in the movie, like when he met his mother, when he's recapping the events of Dark World and stuff like that. Even through his jokes, you can read between the lines and know that he's like extremely sad and stuff like that. I loved that stuff. Was so fucking cool to me, and it was it really like it really like helped flex like the writer's muscles of that. Like they were able to incorporate so many layers. I think like the one thing that also bugs me is like Thor is like one of the three pillars of that team. He's like one of the big three for sure. And we've waited 22 films to see like this big grandiose like explosion of coolness of like these three characters fighting like together to fight one big ass bad guy. And like you wait so long and then he's fat for it.
Yeah, that's true.
And like it's not even that he's like
it's not ideal.
Yeah, and like it's not even that. It's like obviously the knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, this is so cool, this is happening. Too bad Thor's fat. It's not even that. It's like he's comedically fat, which is strange because like when he calls like the thunder down and like the lightning and down and stuff, and he suits up, his suit is like comically digitally altered to look fat, and I'm like, this is weird. It's like aesthetically unpleasing, not because he's fat, just because it looks bad. Like
that was the first thing I noticed too. Like I said, when I saw him armor up, I thought they were gonna totally slim him down and he would be back to normal and shit. And that shit stuck out to me literally and figuratively. Like, oh no, he's still fat though. What?
It was crazy. I saw this meme on
even his hair got braided and like fixed and shit. You know, like
you know that high guy meme where the dude is wearing a hoodie really tight and he's looking at his friend really high and he says something like that's crazy, that's stupid but crazy interesting at the same time. I saw this meme on Twitter that said like, yo, did you ever notice mimics the life of fat Kanye? And then they're just both looking at each other. Because, Kanye goes crazy when his mother dies and like he's going on all these crazy rants. Like, I'm the best rapper in the world. And so it was just it was crazy when I saw that meme. I was like, damn.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah.
So there goes Disney catering to the audience.
Yeah,
we gotta make sure the Kanye West fans are feeling included.
Oh god, I will say the more and more times I watched Endgame, the more and more like fat Thor like grew on me. Excuse me. It's just like the first time it was so jarring, and just narratively there are things I would have liked to happen in a different direction, but after watching it a couple of times, it wasn't as bad. It's just like I've already said my piece on it, but like.
You know what I thought about immediately when I saw him on screen, and after it was over, I thought about Dave Vonner and how he like really hated Thor's depictions through all of them.
I thought about Dave too, 100%. I remember, I remember thinking like, who would not like this movie?
Right.
And I was like, oh fuck, Dave would hate this shit.
Yeah, he would hate this shit.
And honestly, like, I like Thor, like, but I'm not a huge Thor fan, and all I could think about was like, I just feel so bad for these Thor fans. Like, what have they done to your boy? Honestly, like, if you were like kind of heated over what happened to him in Ragnarok and how he's kind of just like a joke now and he's just like a comedian now, like I can't even imagine what's going on now. And then from there,
I mean, think about it. Think about if they did that shit to Goku, or for me, if they did that to Spider-Man. I guess they kind of did in Spider-Verse, but
but like,
man.
But even it's interesting you bring that up, because I think that in Spider-Verse it was a really good middle road. Right. Like, Peter B. Parker was fat and he was out of shape, but he wasn't aesthetically fat in the suit, if that makes sense. So like whenever he was in his spider suit, like he still had the silhouette of Spider-Man and he still looked like Spider-Man. But like when you really sat there and looked, then you could see just like physically how depressed he was, and yes, he is overweight and stuff, but it's not like comedic to the point where it kind of it like physically stops his character, if that makes sense. I don't know.
It wasn't overbearing. It wasn't over the top. You know, they didn't overdo it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was, like I said, the Fat Thor thing, like you said, the more I saw it, the less it bothered me.
Yeah.
But it was a little heavy-handed, though. They could have just lightened up just a little bit and shit. Like, you know, it's almost like they was making fun of me or you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right. Like, you know, like.
Yeah, and I can see that, like, just a bunch of like screenwriters are like, let's make Thor fat. That way, like, you know, everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm just like Thor now. It's great. Right. And like there are a lot of like great implications for what like Fat Thor means. And like I really like, on one hand, I do like that he didn't like get shredded when he called lightning, because that also instills like a positive message that no matter what you look like, you can still, you know, it doesn't matter what you look like, you're still strong and stuff like that. I get it, but like at the end of the day, what I said still stands. I still feel the exact same way. Like I understand all the positive implications for Fat Thor, but just like the negative and the potential for what could have been even better just stick out so much. Where I'm like, ugh, my God, Rick's stepping out of a fucking moving car right now.
Yeah, I'm in a moving car as we speak. Hey man, the show goes on, even though I got shit to do.
That's it.
All right. Let's move on into kind of the final throes of the movie here. So,
Let's
there's
go.
a big scuffle for the gauntlet, and it gets tossed back and forth, like I said, between several different characters trying to make it to the Ant-Man van to try to send it back in time and return the stones to their original timelines. And then Thanos hurls the Thanos copter blade and destroys the thing. So they have to physically like overpower Thanos because he's kind of taking them all on in fist fights, and like a lot of characters have their moments taking him on one, especially like Captain Marvel has a moment when she's like gripping the gauntlet away from Thanos and he tries to headbutt her, and she completely no sells it, which prompts him to take the Power Stone from the gauntlet and just use it to punch her in the face out of the rest of the movie.
I thought that was great. I thought that was like, I love that scene. Not for like the shitty Rick, you gotta mute yourself.
Mute me. Mute me.
I don't know if we can mute you.
Oh well.
I can't. Well, I
yeah, we
can,
can.
but
I'll mute.
yeah,
Oh,
I'm coming up at a red light right now. I'm gonna mute myself.
yeah. Please give us the play-by-play.
Oh yeah.
So that was cool because it did kind of silence the whole like Captain Marvel's gonna take down Thanos with one punch. Boom! No, she's not.
Yeah, honestly, like, I know it sounds like the way I'm gonna say it is like I don't like the character, but like it's not that at all. Like, as every time Captain Marvel was on screen, I was so scared that she was single-handedly gonna finish the fight. I was so scared every single time. Just from a narrative standpoint, like, we just met this character. Please don't let the newest character folded into this universe beat Thanos. Like the bookend to 22 films. Please don't
like
let
they
that
literally
be it.
couldn't have done it without her. Now that she's here, it's done. Like it didn't want to feel like that.
Right.
And I really liked that he wielded that Power Stone with his bare hand, and like it was able to affect her, because they really made it pertinent that like nothing he did, just him as himself, could affect her, and it took a literal, Infinity Stone to face her and initially take her out of the fight, which I thought was really really clever. It was really cool.
Which makes sense because her powers come from stones too. So
that's it. What were we saying?
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I was just agreeing that I didn't think about it that deeply, but yeah, very good point.
So then it becomes a fight for the gauntlet between Thanos and Tony, and Thanos seems like he snatched the gauntlet away. He puts it on, and then it seems like he's going to do the snap, and he does it, and it's an empty gauntlet. And Tony, presumably with his nanotech, was able to take the stones quickly away from the gauntlet and put it into his own suit, and he's able to snap Thanos and his armies into dust and end the fight. But the resulting gamma radiation, as established with Hulk, and the 2 times that Thanos used it, was just too much for Tony, and he says, "I am Iron Man," and snaps, and it kills him. The radiation just shuts him up. He doesn't say anything for the rest of the movie, which I thought was a good move.
That was good.
Instead of him like chatting away through his death, he was just kind of like quietly let down and eased into his death.
Yep.
Which was cool. His last words were literally, "I am Iron Man," which was very poignant, very cool.
Yep.
So then we get into kind of the epilogue of things, and there's a funeral, and you see everybody dressed in black, even the kid from Iron Man 3. Which
that scene, but before you move through it, the funeral scene was really nicely shot, man. That whole like panning from front to back, and sort of like, it was almost like, when I was watching this movie, I was thinking a lot about A.C.B.A. I was thinking a lot about displaying, but the way that they stacked them into the different like little families and stuff like that was like something I would do. And portrait style display or a group style display, the way they were stacked up, towards the front of the house and shit like that. Like I thought that was like really nicely shot, and I thought everybody looked spectacular in their funeral get up, and everybody looked really nice.
Even
I thought
Drax put on a shirt.
that was a very nice scene. But yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, we moved through, and yeah, like you said, we see all the characters. The kid from Iron Man 3 was there, I mentioned, but it took me a while to realize it was him.
I didn't know that until I watched a recap, one of these people's recap. I didn't realize who it was.
So then, they put a little thing in the water, little wreath of flowers with the original arc reactor, the proof that Tony Stark has a heart, and they send it floating off, and Tony Stark's daughter is there, and she has a moment with Happy, and she wants cheeseburgers like Tony did in Iron Man 1, and
It should be mentioned that Fury was there at the funeral. He was the last person that was shown. Yeah,
he just kind of peeks in. I would have liked to see him reunite with, or walk up to Captain Marvel in that moment or something. Mm-hmm. Just the two of them have, again, just that moment of acknowledgement.
I assume though, like I saw a lot of comments about interactions that people wish we would have seen on screen, but they interacted. Like, you know what I mean? We just got to think about, that's a story that could be told in the Disney platform or at some other time or whatever. There's no way that they weren't that they didn't interact at the funeral together.
And that scene wouldn't have been the moment to do it, because that scene was about the funeral, not about them reuniting.
Right. So
that would have just been dumb to throw it in there. But yeah, maybe before that or something, or after. So then back in New Asgard, Thor is like, yeah, I'm not fit to be a king. Why don't you do a Valkyrie? And she becomes a new queen of Asgard, I guess.
I thought that was a little weird, though.
Well, because Thor, he's got to go get himself right. So he's going to go travel he's going to go on a road trip with the Guardians of the Galaxy. And, the Asgardians of the Galaxy. And Quill, Star-Lord puts up like a thing where he's looking for the Pascamora, who's still running around in their time.
I'm wondering, though. Look, we got James Gunn back to direct Guardians 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Assume that the Russo brothers just did that with Thor and just left it and said, "All right, we out of here." If whoever directs Guardians,
they did 2 movies back to back. They did Infinity War and Endgame back to back. So I think Gunn at this point was probably still involved.
That's true.
And so anything in this movie, or maybe it was just added on, and now he's gonna have to like tweak his script or whatever. But the script is done,
because it could work. It could work out either way. It could be that privy to that shit, and then this fucking movie at all, or it was planned out well in advance. But
so then he does that, and then Rogers they go back to the time machine, and they have to return the stones back to their original places in time. And Steve does all that, and it seems like he's going to be gone for just a few minutes, but then he's not. And then they look over out to the water, and there's a man sitting there. And Bucky's like, yeah, it's all right, you go ahead. Falcon goes up, and it's Steve, and he, I guess, stayed back in the past to live out his life with Peggy Carter. And he's returned as an old man, and he passes the shield of Captain America to Sam Wilson. So that was cool. I liked that a lot. I got real choked up in that moment. I think
I lost my mind.
It really well. Anthony Mackie really had a good moment in that one, and he was I think he really, probably his best moment in all these movies.
I feel like they did that to make a real point about black people in America and all of that shit. I felt a certain type of way about that, not a negative way, not a negative way at all.
Yeah.
But they were really driving a point home with that.
I remember like I literally took my hand and I put it over my heart. I was like, oh my God. And I threw my head back and I was like, oh my God, thank God this is happening. And like I don't know. It's like you said, Bug. It's such a very important moment for just everybody, especially like young black kids and young people of color and stuff. Man, it's so It's so great. Imagine how you felt in Black Panther, and then now
Right.
it's so great.
To mention in this current climate and shit too, it's just like,
Yeah.
all right, there's a little fucking hope.
Yeah.
Like,
I definitely I definitely would have liked Bucky to be Captain America at some point, but it also makes sense why they wouldn't just give him the mantle. I mean, the dude's still a fucking terrorist in this universe.
Yeah.
You know, he's still
right. No, I
technically
got that
living off the grid.
immediately. It crossed my mind real quick, and then I was like, actually, this guy's like a known nasty
Yeah.
killer. So
Yeah,
nah.
right. I'm not even sure he was officially exonerated for anything that happened in Civil War.
So
Hell no.
nah.
Somebody brought up that the dynamic now between them is, we'll get Falcon kind of taking him figuratively and literally under his wing as someone who's gone through PTSD before and kind of like fix him almost. Like
I want it to be the kind of dynamic where it's like Falcon's trying really hard to like, be the ideal Captain America, and Bucky is just kind of like keeping him in check, like keeping him real. Like, that's not something Steve would have done, but not in a in a bad way, but in like a joking, like I'm trying to like make sure you do live up to the title kind of way.
Very, very cool. Yeah. Any interaction of them just being together
and then
being
through
incredible.
that, sorry, just to finish, and through that, Bucky gets healed himself. That would be cool.
Yeah, I thought the same thing too, Bug. Like for a second, I was like, yeah, I would like Bucky Cap also, but then I was like, this guy's got fucking PTSD and he's killed millions of people, and he's
Bucky
on every.
Cap works more in like a Captain America Winter Soldier type of movie. Like a political espionage kind of movie. Like shit's gone wrong, and maybe Sam Wilson as Falcon like is a POW somewhere. He's behind enemy lines, and now fucking Bucky, you got to be Captain America and go rescue Falcon. Like in those circumstances, like a stealth mission. If you get caught, you're disavowed, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
That's what I would like to see, because I think Bucky's a great character.
Yeah,
I don't think he's used enough.
I really love their interaction in Civil War, like in the car. If the rest of their interactions are a sliver of that, I would love it. where it's just like kind of like this love, like they have respect for each other, but like they kind of act like just two siblings. They just like
right, exactly.
like I just
like Steve is dad, and they're trying to make sure that they're like like I'm telling dad,
The entirety of like, can you please move your seat up? No. It's so funny to me.
And they could, I know Chris Evans is basically done, but he could still be around as old Cap,
I think like just
crazy if he became president or something.
Oh shit. Yo, if he oh my god. Yeah, if he ran if like
Rogers 2024.
Yeah, if he just ran for president. Fuck, dude, could you imagine that?
That would actually make sense.
Yeah, he'd win hand over foot. It wouldn't even be.
They got a lot of different storylines they could explore with Old Man Cap. They could just go straight to the comics and have him like run Shield, put Shield back together or whatever, or just be like the guy in the shadows, like calling the shots for the Avengers, but not on the battlefield or whatever.
Oh, one
crazy
moment
like being the president. Yeah, that would be crazy.
Another really good nod they had was during the 1970s scene when Howard Stark is talking to Tony, and then Howard's getting in his car, and they actually used Jarvis from the Agent Carter TV show.
Yeah, he's the only guy to move over.
Yeah, that's nuts.
TV
great.
to whatever. Yeah, it's bananas. Imagine how everybody on Netflix feels right now. They probably feel fucked up.
Yeah.
Or everybody on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Shit. Yeah, man.
Really? Even Agent Coulson wasn't there, was he?
No, he sure as
Agent
hell
Coulson's
wasn't.
Still dead to the Avengers. And what else? It would have been nice to see, the Netflix dudes. If there was any moment to put them in, it would have been there. When the armies of Earth gather around to take on Thanos' army. Like, if you just crudely CGI'd them in there, like, technically Marvel owns the footage. They wouldn't have needed to, like, go to Netflix or to film anything new. They could have just taken the Netflix footage of them standing together and just meshed them in.
Yeah, even if we saw like a plume of like yellow energy, well, like that would that'd just be it. Like whatever.
But then I guess that, yeah, I don't know. I would have liked it, but obviously, at this point, they're pretty much distancing themselves from Netflix as much as possible.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, now we're getting a Ghost Rider series based on Robbie Reyes from the Agents of Shield show.
Right, I saw that. It's him and Hellstrom or something, right?
Yeah, and the second show, yeah, Hellstrom.
Oh, okay, it's a second show.
Yeah, it's two separate shows.
Interesting. All right. Well, so then we get a little epilogue of Captain America back in the past, and he's finally getting his dance with Peggy Carter, and then roll credits.
Very nice.
That's it. That's the movie. Good stuff.
Phenomenal film.
Wow. Yeah, we really did go through beat by beat.
You did, hell yeah.
I think I need to see it again. I've only seen it twice. I got to see it another time. You guys have all seen it like 3 times.
Yeah, dead serious. At work, I just watch the fucking bootleg at work. Honestly, that's what I do. And whenever a friend
wants, when I get off this call.
Yeah, I'll probably just go every time a friend wants to see it.
What's you guys' predictions for the next phase? Where you think shit's gonna go?
Well, I think we'll see the real epilogue in Spider-Man: Far From Home, which people are now speculating takes place in these 5 years afterwards, and
that it picks up immediately after the events of this movie.
Yeah, so everything's back to normal except there's students who are 5 years older and other people who are the same age they were 5 years ago. Which is a weird world to live in, huh?
Yeah, what I was going to say early on was that I kind of think I understand the dynamic of Spider-Man and Fury's relationship now, because Spider-Man doesn't have his mentor and Tony anymore. So I'm assuming that Fury's going to be providing those suits, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Where does he get that shit from?
Yeah,
they're just regular ass suits.
I mean, who knows?
Probably nicked it from somebody at the funeral.
No, Stark may have left shit to Fury and say, "Hey, take care of the kid" or some shit. Who knows? Stark plans ahead. So.
I think that's going to be Stark's role moving forward, is just as holograms that have like prepared for every occasion.
That could be it. And also, I like that. I like what they may be building there between Fury and Peter, because that is mirroring their relationship in the Ultimate comic books, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See where that goes. And just by default, Spider-Man: Homecoming is going to make Far From Home is going to make a fucking killing, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the immediate follow-up of Infinity War. Of Endgame.
That's crazy. There's
really excited for that movie like that, but I am excited to see where everything is in that universe, though.
Yeah, I think that'll be the movie where we get a real indication as to where things are going forward. Because I did like how this movie just kind of like ended and didn't set up anything really future. It wasn't worried
about everything up
setting...
nicely, man. I didn't feel the need for a after credit scene. It wasn't. It tied up everything pretty nicely in a neat little bow.
Very true.
Yeah, it had a good sense of just finality, just finally ending, and then, no mid-credit scene, nothing, just the actors kind of signing off, and yeah, great movie. 10 what would you give it out of 10?
Oh boy, I don't even know.
I gotta give it no movie's ever perfect, you know what I mean? But this is about as close, so I'm gonna give it like a good 9.5.
Oh.
9.3. I'm gonna say 9.3.
Whoa. I guess I'd do a 9. Just solid 9.
Yeah, I give it a solid 9 too.
This is it. Yeah.
That 0.3 for me is like that above and beyond, like, reaction that this movie kind of gives you.
Yeah, for sure. I think like I said earlier, like you can't judge this movie on its own. You just have to think about like,
Yeah.
with the knowledge of everything else. Yeah, it's a great bookend.
I had to think about not only how good I think the movie is, but like how enjoyable the experience of watching it was. You know,
And you know what? It's got crazy rewatch value as
for
well.
sure.
So
Oh,
that's.
we didn't
I
even
mean,
talk about I didn't even talk about the scene with Hulk talking to the Ancient One. I thought that was a great scene.
It was
yeah,
good.
that was cool.
Yeah, the thing I find so interesting about that scene is like, how long do you think it's been since Banner has seen him that Banner has been in his human body? Like
Yeah.
just suddenly he's a human again.
Yeah, I thought his actual body was gonna turn back to normal Banner for a second.
Oh wow, interesting. Oh, I didn't even think
Yeah,
about that.
I thought like that moment was gonna like undo the Professor Hulk thing, and then he was gonna have to like reconcile, like take the lessons of them being in the same body and like have to reconcile them into two again.
Yeah. So, do you think moving forward it's just Professor Hulk till the end of the time, or do you think they'll take a page out of the comic and split him up, or I don't know. I think
I really don't know. I mean, this really does kind of complete his arc, you know.
it
You know
does.
what I thought? I thought that my mind was all over the place. I thought that when he used the gauntlet, that he was gonna like go crazy or some shit, and we were gonna get like Maestro Hulk or something. Like I
Shit.
was
And
just thinking of
Whoa.
all types of shit.
so
Really laying it on
let me go
thick.
back to the comments because they want to know like who do we think the next big villain should be? Who's the next
Well,
Thanos?
me and P had discussed this kind of in detail with some other buddies or whatever, but I've seen a lot of people saying that because of the timeline and the whole time travel bit and all of that, it's a good opportunity to introduce Kang
Yeah, I think
and
so
like
too.
Young
Yeah,
Avengers and shit like that because it just makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense though, but then again, we also did just come out of this whole time travel thing, and I don't know if they would go directly back into that, but it does make sense. It does make sense.
I would love it if it was like a slow burn for Kang. Like I don't like the next movie
right.
to come out after like Spider-Man. I don't want Kang to show up and like, hey, you fuck stuff up for me.
Right.
Like, and I think to go back to what you said, Fabio, like who's the
I
next
mean, he could
Thanos?
be the overarching villain like
Yeah,
Thanos, like you know what I'm saying? So I
Right.
don't gotta.
exactly. I don't think like doing. I think a lot of people are like when you say Kang, like, and you trying to compare him to Thanos. Like, I don't think we necessarily need another Thanos. Like in
Yeah.
terms of like he wants to kill half. He wants to like wipe out half of the universe. Like we don't necessarily
Uh-huh.
need that. Just something is
Well, I
meaningful.
think
Is
I'm with
all.
Bogan thinking that I think Kang would work, but I don't know if they'd go to it immediately because I think Kang would realize, his place in this universe would be that if Thanos is in control of this one reality and he wanted to eliminate this one,
Yeah.
then us in doing what we did to undo what he did, have
Mm-hmm.
fucked up various other timelines that he is, attuned to or is part of or whatever. So he could be the guy that goes between dimensions, as opposed to how Thanos is just kind of this one.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd love
so
it.
that could work, but again, I would like to see them scale it back for this next phase and just kind of make it about Earth, and
Yeah.
then eventually go back to these big universe reality ending threats.
For sure. If they did Kang, I would love if you just saw like not literal shadows, but like little things happening in like maybe the Marvel What If stuff where you start hearing like whispers of Kang. Like obviously, like Marvel What If is going to be is I think it's pretty safe to assume that Marvel What If is going to be based on either Captain America's story of returning the stones or the ramifications of him returning the stones. Like and I would just love if it was just Kang, just kind of like gently introduced in some of those storylines and stuff, and then it crosses over. But if they do keep it on Earth, I would love if it was just Doom. If Doom
Dude,
was
yeah,
just
it has
like,
to be Doom.
yeah,
Doom, fuck it, do Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I want to see Doom harness the power of Odin.
I would love it for it to be. You know what? You know what would be the greatest thing in the world is if they introduce Doom in Fantastic Four and they lose at the end of Fantastic Four, and then it's just Doom, and then like for forever and ever, you just think like it's just Doom is like unstoppable, and then he's like the next big bad guy. It'd be incredible.
If we're doing Doom, then I think the big bad for his arc has to be Galactus. A few people have said it in the chat already, but like this is the time to introduce obviously Fantastic Four. I think it'll be easier for them to introduce Fantastic Four earlier into this next phase than it will be for X-Men. So I think what we'll see is a Fantastic Four kind of setup, and then it leads to Doom, and almost like Rise of the Silver Surfer kind of style of plotline, where obviously not as bad, but I want to see Doom as the bad guy at one point, and then that leads to the Silver Surfer heralding Galactus, which leads to Doom taking Silver Surfer's power, which leads to finally Galactus showing up, and like he's now an even bigger threat than Doom with the Silver Surfer's power cosmic.
Hell yeah.
Something like that, because that's what Doom does. He like is always trying to harness sources of power, whether it's the cosmic cube or whether it's the power cosmic. Like I needed, obviously the Infinity Gauntlet's out of play, so not the cosmic cube, but like something like that. So for me, I think it makes sense to have Silver Surfer, and Kevin Feige actually was a producer on those Fantastic Four movies.
For sure.
So it wouldn't surprise me to kind of see him like revisit those, but as part of this universe in his own way, as kind of like an in nod to like his upbringing, basically how he started.
Yeah.
If Kevin Feige is still involved after this point, who knows?
Alice just shared something with me that Anthony Mackie said here. It's a quote here from him. It says, "It means a lot to me for my sons to see Captain America as a black dude, and for me to be that dude for my sons," Mackie said. So that moment was not just, "Hey, we're acting." It was more, and then they cut, and I cried, and Chris cried, and the Russos cried, and everyone cried, and it was an emotional day. So yeah, just a callback to that scene where Cap hands him the shield and how they filmed it and all of that. So yeah, man, like I said, I felt like they were really driving that point home. So I guess that drives the point home here. What he's saying, but
hell yeah,
that's cool.
You guys got to remember we're getting an Eternals movie too, so that could lead to another, Kang the Conqueror kind of situation as well. They've confirmed Angelina Jolie is part of it.
Oh God.
I was saying too that the whole I heard you talking about Galactus, and they could even do arching arc. They could do something similar to Time Runs Out from the comic books, and the whole like different universes colliding and all of that shit. So, and that includes Doom, and that's a very big story that includes a lot of people too. So I mean, that could be something that could be building throughout the next phase, but then we could have a couple bad guys that people want to see and shit. So
I think with the Quantum Realm open now, I think it'd be cool to see maybe the Fantastic Four have like come from the Quantum Realm rather than like the Negative Zone like they usually do.
Interesting.
Like they were like explorers or whatever, like this new quantum. Maybe they were colleagues of Hank Pym back in the day, and they got lost back in the 70s.
Whoa.
Maybe they were part of an attempt to bring back the Wasp, the original Wasp from the Quantum Realm. Something like that. I feel like. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
Remember in the 70s where they do that call where they called him out of his office?
Yeah.
Supposed to pull them out, but didn't remember.
Shit.
Oh, interesting.
Those guys.
Another interesting thing about that scene is where Captain America takes those vials of Pym particles. That I heard that somebody mentioned that could be the feud. That could be what started the feud between Hank Pym thinking that Tony Stark or that
Howard
Stark was trying to steal Pym tech from him.
Yeah. I like that.
I didn't even think about that.
That folds in so perfectly. That's so good. I love everything. I love like all the in between shit that they showed. Like obviously like that Pym thing. It's just a theory now, but if that's the payoff, that's incredible. But then like the whole like Thor slapping that mouth brace on Loki, like that was like such a great payoff, because like I know everybody watching Avengers, like as soon as they cut to that next scene, they're like, everybody, myself included, was like, why the fuck does he have that thing on?
Yeah. and I love how Tony Stark's like, all right, enough posing. Let's
enough
do
posing.
This.
That's probably my favorite joke of the entire movie. Enough posing around.
So what about Hulk no like stairs?
No like stairs. I loved where Thor was all like, he's like, where do you think you're going with that? He's like, first lunch and then back to Asgard. So stupid. I loved that. That was so great. And then he says he'll have to answer to Odin, and then like the director like mispronounces his name. Was like, well, Owen is gonna have to.
Right.
He's gonna have to.
Yeah, that part was funny. Yeah.
So incredible. Yeah, there's a lot of really great in between scenes for this.
And it leaves a lot open for interpretation, and it just it makes your mind go wild thinking about all the different possibilities and what this could mean and that could mean. And honestly, like, it's going to be up to the next set of directors to interpret that in a way and keep the story and keep some continuity going between what these guys did in this first 10, 11 years.
Yeah.
So they up for a crazy task, man. I don't know if everything that comes out after this is shit. Thing here, so it doesn't even really matter.
I heard you guys vaguely while I was driving because it was so loud. I'm sure you guys heard. I heard vaguely you guys were talking about Kang, and he would just honestly make the most sense for the overarching villain for all of this.
Yeah.
Connects literally everything. Not only does he have connections to the Fantastic Four and to Avengers, but he has a connection to the X-Men. Connects everything in one fell swoop. The whole apocalypse. It would just make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Someone in the chat is saying that he doesn't want X-Men in the universe. I think it's obviously it's coming, but it's going to take a lot longer to introduce than something like Fantastic Four, which is kind of one singular group. Cerrone Games Go had a specific question about it. He said, since the gauntlet was gamma radiation when Hulk made the snap, do you guys think that this will be the beginning of X-Men and mutants in the MCU?
Possibly. I think it'd be. I think so.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense in terms of like there was a large amount of energy of this radiation that emitted from the Earth, not at one point, but two different points. And so if energy like that, if that radiation has the ability to give someone like Scarlet Witch her powers and Captain Marvel, then it's not inconceivable that if a large amount of that energy was released over the Earth at one time, it could have adverse reactions on people. Especially, I mean, I don't know how much they're keeping in touch with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point, but with Jarvis in there, who knows? People do have like these innate genes that get activated by the Terrigen Mists. That was how they were going to establish Inhumans before they had X-Men. They could just do the same thing, but now make it that it was the Snap's energy signature.
Yeah.
They just kind of like activated this latent thing in people. It would be cool. But again, I think it's going to be a lot longer than that. That seems like an immediate aftermath kind of introductory move. I don't think we're going to see the X-Men introduced for another like phase, honestly. If not, like
Fabio said, you would, if you watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., you would see that we like basically get mutants on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with the Terrigen Mist. Activates like in people and stuff like that. So maybe the snap it over. Take a full next phase. I don't know. Maybe maybe it would. Maybe they would, but they would make like
that. Honestly,
I just don't. I don't know who it was, but I heard one of these big guys. I don't know if it was Emergency Awesome or whatever, but saying that they thought it would be like another 5 years before the fucking X-Men get introduced.
Yeah, at least that's what I'm thinking too.
I'm gonna say 3 years, and I think we're gonna get hints of everything throughout the next few films. Sort of mention of something. I don't think they bought all of this. with like not that much time, at least not 5 years time. I think 3 years. 3 years.
3 to 5 seems like the magic number.
I mean, like you said, they could be laying the groundwork and a bunch of
Yeah,
yanks
they
and
could
shit
certainly
like
be
that,
dropping
so.
hints here and there, but it's
Yeah,
gonna be.
We can talk
definitely
about one of the biggest Easter eggs. What you gonna say, Rick? Go ahead.
I said I definitely feel bad for anyone that believes that this is going to happen like the next fucking film.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a long time. I mean, again, I think we'll see Fantastic Four before we see X-Men. Like, if X-Men is 5 years, then Fantastic Four is 3, in my opinion.
That is
We
for
should
certain.
see some of the layout of how things are going to go at San Diego Comic Con. We should hear some information about what's happening in this next phase. But what I was going to say was we forgot to mention one of the biggest Easter eggs was that moment when they hinted at Submariner.
Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
that's right.
That was dope. Yeah, you see
Earthquake under
things
the
like
ocean.
that. Still make me think that that's exactly what's going to build up for 3 years. Mentions like that of mutants
That's
is
what
going to,
I'm thinking too. Yeah, just
Yeah.
shit like that.
Like,
and then
I'm
it's
gonna
just
go
going
check something out. You know, a little less like telegraphed than like with Coulson saying that he needs to check out something in New Mexico, and then the next movie it's Thor.
Mhm.
yeah.
Something, you know, mentions like that over a significant period of time.
Yeah, like somebody will be sitting, like Happy will be sitting there reading a newspaper, and then it'll say like starts to blow beams out of eyes or something stupid.
Mhm.
Yeah, or like plane crash, only like sons survive.
Exactly, or like man reports metal something was crushed. You know, I see things like that happening for the next like 3 to 4 years, and then boom.
Right. I mean, that's
we
how
get
the
it.
MCU
But I
started in the
really
first
do
place.
believe-
It's all, if you remember, there was like, you know, a newspaper somewhere in like, I don't even remember. Something that there was a newspaper clipping that referenced Incredible Hulk. You know, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean in which in Age of Ultron, was it Age of Ultron? One of the movies where Tony pulls out the fucking map. It shows a dot on the X-Men mansion. There's been things, I guess.
Jay Asher's
it's
got
not-
a good point in the chat. Jay Asher says that the creation of mutants is going to be hinted at in Eternals, which is supposed to be about Eternals altering human DNA throughout history.
Okay, that makes sense.
So Angelina Jolie
You know, like
will be Lilandra, confirmed.
Oh my God.
like Fabio and me said before.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
We've seen what you're talking about. We've seen what you're talking about, Jay, on Agents of Shield.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like all of these are great theories and everything, but realistically, I don't think they'll. I mean, if Endgame has anything to prove, then our theories are fucking stupid compared to what actually comes about. You know?
Yeah, nobody had a theory of Fat Thor. Well, I think Thor's gonna be fat.
Nobody theorized that they were going to kill Thanos in the first 15 minutes. You know?
We did say that somebody was going to have to take one for the team for the Soul Stone, though. But I think everybody was assuming that it would be Cap or Tony taking the L for that stone.
Yeah.
The consensus, but
even like all of it makes sense, but it you know, I think.
What other predictions did we even have? I don't think anybody got anything right. They flipped a lot of shit.
I mean, I heard that a lot of the plot was going to be basically that we were going to try to kill Thanos twice, and like the end of the movie, which is the big three facing off against Thanos, was actually going to be in the beginning, and then they would have failed in that moment, and that's what would have brought them back to the white suits, or you know, something like that. They were going to fight him twice and fail the first time, but you know, they did technically fight him twice, but they murdered him the first time.
Right.
I don't know. Anything else we wanna get to?
Nah, we're gonna have to wrap this up. It's
like midnight for you
late
guys.
on the East Coast. But yeah, we'll talk about this. We'll talk about this more definitely, and hopefully get some people to come in the chat and talk about it with us next time. But
next
we've
week,
been going for a minute.
Yeah, we'll get more fan participation in the next one. Get everyone's thoughts. We just had a lot to get under.
by that time, everybody will definitely have seen it, and I guess you
Yeah.
guys that only saw it once or twice, whatever, will get your trifecta in, and that'll be that. But
And
but yeah,
next week, our thoughts on the Instagram change.
oh man, I just saw that. That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird, and I don't think it's gonna last. So
I think people are
the
going to be
likes
complaining.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
it's happened already to
Real
people.
quick.
in Canada.
Carlos Arhan had a great idea. What if they do a Hulk solo movie and it introduces Wolverine?
Interesting.
Ooh, that would be really cool. Don't start up with me.
Right?
That would be cool. Yeah.
That sounds dope, man.
All right. Well, let's wrap it up.
All right. I don't really have shit going on. I'll talk to y'all soon. What y'all got going on?
I don't know. Just follow me on Instagram at Colonel Crackers. Follow me on here on YouTube. Subscribe. Go see my room tour videos. Got more videos coming soon. Rick.
All right. So there you
All
have
right.
it. As always, thanks for hanging out, guys. Rate, comment, and subscribe. And until next time, peace.